Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to suspect those? So funny, Shad.
When you see people laughing. It's like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said. I won't pragmatic.
We're live yet?
We are live.
We're live.
Know how long?
Okay, sorry I'm late, everyone. Shab's fault as always, but I have a wedding to get to this week. It's in Pennsylvania, so I got a car ride there, and my cousins came into town and everything, so I'm late tonight and everything, but staying up all night to make sure I get to the wedding. And therefore, we have all night to stream. So I might be late, but the stream's going to go a lot longer tonight than it usually does. But, Shep, how much do you know about the Insurrection Act? Yeah.
Very little you told me about before we started.
Well, pretty much, federal judges have decided that Trump's deployment of troops is unlawful, and a lot of it has to do with the 10th Amendment, which is supposed to separate like state federal powers. So he isn't going through the. Really? I like how I'm explaining it to Shapisky and then he just gets up and leaves. Well, whatever. In the end, there is a arduous process, even though the president's commander-in-chief, if they want to deploy troops in various different states, there needs to be this sort of collaboration with the state government, the governor, and the president in order to deploy the National Guard. So Trump hasn't been going through all the mandatory procedure, so federal courts have decided that it is indeed unlawful. And the problem is, the executive branch, that's the branch that they have all the dudes with the guns. They have the military, the Justice Department. So it's the executive branch that can actually send in toadies and stuff to apprehend people, to execute people, if they're acting out. The problem is that there's supposed to be checks and balances with the courts, Congress, and the executive branch. And what happens if Congress points to something that is illegal and states that what the executive branch is doing is illegal? What happens if the Supreme Court decides it's unconstitutional? The Supreme Court and Congress, they don't have their own agents. They don't have their own officers that can go in and arrest federal officials or officials within any sort of federal bureaucracy. So Trump's deciding that, you know what, I don't give a fuck. Even though I'm told by the other branches where it's supposed to maintain a semblance of checks and balances and order, even though they told me that I'm not allowed to do this, I'm just going to do it anyway. Let's see them stop me. Yeah, let's see them stop me. But hey, clearly
Republicans aren't known for doing the law and order bullshit all the time.
Yeah. But if you vote for Trump, clearly you voted for freedom and democracy. You didn't vote for fascism or totalitarianism.
Invoke the Insurrection Act, sir.
What?
The Insurrection Act, under what conditions or terms would you invoke?
Well, I'd do it if it was necessary. So far it hasn't been necessary, but we have an Insurrection Act for a reason. If I had to enact it, I'd
for when my feelings get hurt.
Killed and courts were...
What's that?
We have an insurrection act for when my feelings get hurt.
I don't know. It seems like he's really trying to test how much he's able to like what he's able to do with all his toys and stuff when it comes to the military. And it makes no sense why he is like deploying our military as widely as he is throughout our own set of borders. So it seems kind of like
he's trying to
know.
invade his own country.
Yeah.
That is what he's doing, actually.
He said he wasn't going to get involved in foreign affairs, which ironically he is. So it's not like our military is just dealing with stuff within our borders, but he seems to be deploying the troops much more within our borders than any other president in recent history, while also not really cutting back on deploying them abroad.
Or holding us up, or governors or mayors were holding us up. Sure, I do that. I mean, I want to make sure that people aren't killed. We have to make sure that our cities are safe. And it's turning out, and
safety,
we started with
that's clearly what he cares about.
DC, it's been so successful. You look at what's happened with Portland over the years, it's a burning hellhole. And then you have a judge.
Okay, so Portland is a burning hellhole. Do you think he's going to provide any follow-up to explain why Portland, compared to any other city, is a burning hellhole?
So I've known a lot of conservatives who have lived in that area who think that it's fucking hilarious that that the right-wing media likes to use Portland as like their big, like, that's the hellhole of all hellholes. But I've been to cities that have like really nasty parts of them. You know, in Portland there is, you know, there's the areas where the homeless like to congregate, but I don't really consider that making it a hellhole when you have nowhere to be, so you just hang out where other homeless people are. They'll call that hellhole, but every city has that. Portland probably has less of that than a lot of the other cities that I've been to. So it's a weird target, but it's the bluest city probably in the country. So that's probably why.
Well, the thing is, even if, like, let's say it has notable issues with homelessness, so there's causation correlation. You could say that, okay, there's more homelessness in the city. Now, is that because there's less job security? Or is it because homeless people happen to migrate there? So there's that nuance that they'll ignore. And even if, like, okay, homelessness is something that is one of the notable negatives of that city, it's like any city, you can point to certain statistics that show that they have a more serious problem in like X compared to Y, or that other city deals with Y more than X, and so on and so forth. So they'll sit there and be like, hey, it's a hellhole because here are some things you can criticize. And it's not like you can find things at the same caliber that you can criticize any city for. So it's because it's not the only perfect city in the country. Therefore, it justifies deploying a bunch of troops there.
So just for transparency for anybody that's watching, I don't live in Portland right now, but I have lived in the city. I lived in the city for about 4 years, and during that time, I worked as a security officer within the city, and even for a while after I moved out of the city. So I worked as a security officer during the time that city was supposed to have been like at its worst. Like Fox News and all of those other outlets were trying their hardest to make the city look as bad as they could, and that was when I worked there. And that's my memory of it is, you know, like, wow, this isn't as bad as LA, definitely. And not only that, but the things that usually make a city look bad, they were so isolated to certain parts of the city, which once again, I'm not saying that, you know, that means homeless people gross or anything like that. But it's weird how little of a problem that is for Portland with how much they try to make it look like it's the biggest hellhole in the country.
Well, here's the other thing. They're trying to act like it's the biggest hellhole. So I live in Baltimore. So Baltimore, for a decent amount of time, was the deadliest city in the country. Now I think it's the third most deadliest. So Detroit and Chicago, I think, have surpassed it. But Baltimore has, like, even though it's one of the more dangerous places to live in the country, violent crime is still pretty low in the country as a whole. I mean, you're more likely to die of suicide or Parkinson's disease than you are of homicide. So when you hear that, hey, these cities, they have high homicide rates, this is something where a lot of people don't understand how, like, statistics and social data works. It's just, well, which people are commonly victims of this crime? And what you'll find is a lot of violent crimes are internal. So it's things like spousal abuse and things of that nature. And it's also a lot of crime is pretty insular among communities. So this is where, with racial demographics, it's like if you're white, you're more likely to be victim of a crime from another white person. If you're black, you're more likely to be a victim of a crime or a violent crime from another black person. So a lot of crime is not like racially motivated, or violent crime is not racially motivated. So
or politically motivated.
Yeah, so it's not like if you live in a city like Baltimore, you're walking down the streets and then just biker gangs drive up and start shooting at each other. I mean, a lot of the crime has more to do with schools, kids getting into fistfights, and then charges are pressed against them, kids getting out of school and fighting with each other.
I agree, Spamosaurus.
A way that tries to pretend that, like, there's no problem. Actually, she's not even saying that. There's a huge problem in Portland. I'll tell you what the problem is. Crime. Okay, crime.
Now, Shab, you visited Baltimore. How deadly do you think Baltimore was? When we were walking out, when we were walking at the harbor in the middle of the night, after we went to the aquarium in Baltimore, wasn't it just everywhere you looked? It was street fights galore, just gang violence. It was like GTA.
I was scared for my life the entire trip.
Oh, yeah. Well, in all seriousness, tell us what it was like as somebody who doesn't live in Baltimore, but you traveled to Baltimore.
I don't know. I didn't see any crime going on or nothing, really. Yeah. But, of course, that's anecdotal. You know, something that's a problem with Donald Trump is he never just shows numbers. It's such a big deal. You should be able to show stats that easily show that his actions are correct, but he never does that. Very rarely that numbers matter. Mostly it's just he says it, so it's true.
Yeah, and statistically, that is something that's shown, is that people who are on the right tend to rely more on anecdotes as opposed to research and statistics, and people on the left are more likely to, appeal to data, appeal to research. And I find that people on the right, usually the argument is, like, people on the far right is, oh, you're just believing what other people tell you when you rely on, statistics, research, science. And it's like, well, then what's the alternative? Because if you're just
unlike me, who believes Fox News, not a bunch of people trying to convince me of something.
Well, even if you take outside sources out of the equation and you just focus on the person's day-to-day life and what their own experiences are, it's just the amount of people one person is interacting with on a daily basis. When you look at your friends, family, your coworkers, associates, it's just the human brain can only really process a few hundred relationships. Throughout most of human history, people lived in villages that, on average, there were like a few hundred citizens. And then even prior to that, like, most of human history isn't recorded. So throughout most of, like, prehistory, when people lived in hunter-gatherer tribes, it was only like 300 people. So a lot of people on the right are more likely to live in more remote, less populated areas. So likely their day-to-day life is surrounded by even less experiences with different people. So when we're talking about America that has a population of 300 million, and we have a third of a billion people living in the country, and they want to sit there and act like, oh, no, I've seen this once or twice in my town, which is just one town and one municipality and one state of 50 states, and I live in a state that's more barren compared to the states on the East Coast and West Coast, which make up the majority of the country's population. Clearly, that is more reliable than statistics from credible agencies or organizations that have the resources to actually gather information from abroad. If you're one person and you're going to claim that, hey, you got to experience everything for this yourself, the people that say that, are they traveling to every single city before they say anything about any remote town or city? So based on that logic, you have to acknowledge that you can't possibly know anything about America, Canada, Mexico, Britain, South Africa. You can't know anything about any part of the globe that you haven't visited. Because if you're not there to witness things anecdotally, then you're not allowed to know anything about it. So based on that logic, they should only have opinions about their own town. They shouldn't have opinions about any part of the country outside of their town. Why? Because then they're just believing whatever the media tells them. They're just believing whatever what some information in a book written by a professional is telling them. And I love how people are so they're so absent-minded, they're not able to see the irony of that sort of argument.
It's a huge problem in Chicago. It's called crime. And we want to put out the crime. And they
Okay, so here's the other thing. Chicago is the third most heavily populated country or city in the country. So New York's number one, LA is number two. So those are the two megacities that we have. And a megacity is after it gets above a certain population in the millions. And I think Chicago's one of the only cities outside of New York and LA that actually has a population that is over 1 million people. So that's where the larger you have, the population density is, the more crime there's likely to be. So that's another element, when you're talking about statistics, especially crime statistics, that idiots ignore, is population density. Now, it's still less populated than LA and New York, so that is disheartening that, okay, it does have a greater level of crime, but it just shows that, that statistic probably isn't as bad as you think, considering just how high the population is. And Baltimore, again, one of the deadliest cities, in the country. It's not like if you go out and about your daily routine in Baltimore, you're likely to get shot.
Want to inflame the crime.
Same video. Next vid.
The administration is officially appealing a judge's ruling to temporarily block the president from deploying hundreds of California National Guard troops to Oregon. Thanks for joining us tonight for Fox 40 News at 6:30. I'm Nikki Lorenzo. Fox 40 Capitol reporter Eitan Wallace has a look at the legal battle and what to expect moving forward.
Well, President Trump says the troops are needed to protect a key federal immigration facility in Portland. That, as California leaders, including Attorney General Rob Bonta, argued the president is abusing his power.
When Trump breaks the law, I take him to court.
That is exactly what California Attorney General Rob Bonta did over the weekend, joining the state of Oregon in a
That is true, Spamosaurus, as somebody who has lived in and just outside the city my entire life. Portland is full of big-tittied goth babes.
That's the important
The only
thing.
statistic that matters.
Whoa. So it is full of crime there, you're saying.
I'll do crime for big-titted goth babes.
Here, it's this reminds me of the case with Daniel Dowell. He was, hope I'm pronouncing his last name right. He was a federal judge. That Trump wasn't going about the due process when it came to deporting different citizens with ICE. And it was in Miami, where there was a flight that was meant to take off that was sending a bunch of criminals. It was, I believe, Venezuela. And Trump or Dowell took it to court and decided that it was without due process and put a halt to the action. Now, there's this standoff because Trump kept threatening that he's going to do it, And then there's this fear that, well, if you tell him that he can't and he does it anyway, what statement does that make, like, in the future, where if the president just doesn't care what the Supreme Court says or what any federal judge says, then does the Supreme Court, do these federal courts even matter? And they ended up just deciding, okay, you win the game of mercy, we're going to let you go. And they kind of just did that just so they could say that they signed off on it eventually. Now, here is an example where they are straight up saying no, and they're legally saying no, where this is authority that they're supposed to have that is on par with the authority of the president, that the president's authority doesn't override or supersede, and yet he's deciding to go along with these actions anyway. So we've gotten to that point where when it comes to the Supreme Court, president doesn't give a fuck. He's just going to do whatever the fuck he wants, regardless of what any court of appeals or federal court has to say.
Donald Trump from deploying 300 California National Guard troops to Oregon.
It's our National Guard, California's National Guard, not Trump.
And I think it was funny last week when I mentioned the 10th Amendment, how it seems to not really be compatible with that. Now, that's the thing the courts are holding him on. They're claiming that it is a violation of the 10th Amendment. So I think it's hilarious that people are like, oh, laugh out loud, he doesn't know the Constitution. Well, the federal judges seem to agree with me, but hey, federal judges, what do they know about federal law? What do they know about this thing known as the Constitution, the law of the land? And the thing is, it's one of the 10 Amendments, so it's the Bill of Rights. So that means that people who love to suck the dick of the Founding Fathers, and they love playing the stupid game of like, hey, we're a country and we are gonna like treat all the Founding Fathers like a bunch of prophets. They're all like gods that can do no wrong. Well, that's one of the amendments that wasn't ratified and included in the Constitution later. The Bill of Rights, the law of the land, so they don't really seem to respect it anymore.
Royal Guard. Trump can't use our military troops as his own personal police force. He can't turn our cities into his military training ground.
Oregon U.S. District Court Judge Karen Immergut appeared to agree with that, temporarily blocking the president from deploying National Guard troops from Oregon, California, and
here's another thing.
She called an emergency hearing a few nights ago over this. That they met at like 7 o'clock at night.
And another thing is, a lot of federal judges have taken issue with Trump. There have been, or conservative judges. So there have been Republican judges that have stepped down because they did not want to follow through with certain cases that the Trump administration was pushing. And there are lots of federal judges or conservative judges that have called out Trump for not abiding by due process and going against what the U.S. like judicial system stands for. So it's not just like judges, politicians on the left. There's also plenty of like very well-educated, respected federal justices and federal judges on the right that are also calling out Trump.
Texas to Portland. The Trump administration argued the troops are necessary to protect a key federal immigration processing facility amid protests there. But Judge Immergut, herself a Trump appointee, said local law enforcement was well equipped to handle the protests. Now, Trump is appealing.
The president has the right to call up the National Guard in cases where he deems it's appropriate.
The case next heads to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals and could ultimately land in the hands of the conservative-leaning U.S. Supreme Court.
The president...
Oh, John Roberts. So right there. He's our Supreme Justice. He is conservative. I believe he was appointed by the Bush administration. He's butted heads with Trump a lot. And you had like certain officials in Trump's inner circle that were like coming out and they're like, hey, like he's a judge, he's not a politician, he needs to learn his place. So essentially they're acting out and not minding their place if they don't just let the president do whatever they want and not do their job as justices of the Supreme Court, which is make sure that the president's actions and laws abide by the Constitution.
The president has won quite a few appeals to the U.S. Supreme Court.
It's kind of a reoccurring theme with the American right, though. Like the be a simpering little bitch. That's what a real man would do. I promise. I promise.
Act like a bunch of sycophants to some random person that they idolize.
Yeah, right. Every time.
And that's something I don't get, like the fanboy mentality. I noticed that a lot of people that fall into the dude bro category that are obsessed with things such as being a real man, not just believing what other people tell you. They
Yeah,
believe whatever
how much
the
pussy
mainstream
do you
media.
get? How much football do you watch?
They're obsessed with this sort of team sports mentality where they really like.
I love
to
pussy in
find-
football, by the way.
Well, they like to find somebody who's the head of some kind of cult or organization, and they like to pander to them. They like Elon Musk, Donald Trump. They really like to play the stupid, like, hey, I get to be on the right team where we worship the right kind of guy. And that's what it means to be on the winning. It's just about which team do you support and which team is the winning team, because they're a bunch of little kids. And to them, it's not about like looking at problems in society as a whole. It's not about like looking at all these different like organizations and stuff of like all these various different parties, whether it's political or apolitical, whether it's a state problem, a national problem. There is no nuance. It's just black and white. It's just, this is my side, that's your side. And thinking for yourself means choosing the right side. And the one other side, those are the people who are just sheep. So it's kind of shows just how limited their thought process is.
In appeals to the United States Supreme Court, he has a pretty good shot of being upheld.
A hearing date has not yet been set. In Sacramento, covering local news that matters, Eitan Wallace, Fox 40 News.
Meantime, both the
We begin our newscast tonight with news making headlines in our state capital. The Trump administration is officially appealing a judge's ruling to temporarily block the president from deploying hundreds of California National Guard's troops to Oregon. 17's Capitol correspondent Eitan Wallace has a look at the legal battle and what to expect moving forward.
Well, President Trump says the troops are needed to protect a key federal immigration facility in Portland. That, as California leaders, including Attorney General Rob Bonta, argue the president is abusing his power.
When Trump breaks the law, I take him to court.
That is exactly what California Attorney General Rob Bonta did over the weekend, joining the state of Oregon in a lawsuit to prevent President Donald Trump from deploying 300 California National Guard troops to Oregon.
It's our National Guard, California's National Guard, not Trump's.
Now, why are they there? Like, what's going on in Oregon that's putting anyone's safety at risk? So, I mean, in some cases, there's some semblance of logic where it's LA. You got the mass arrests and deportations from ICE, and there's people protesting where it's like, okay, if you're making the argument that it's for the safety of all the ICE agents there, at least there's some like semblance of like some sort of connection. Here, it's like, what is he? Why is he sending them to Oregon? Why is he deploying like in DC? Like a lot of places he's been deploying them. There's nothing really noteworthy going on there that distinguishes them from any other state or any other like zip code in the country. It would make just as much sense to send them there as it would to like Burrow, Alaska.
Yeah, and he didn't even consider sending them there when January 6th happened. Care about using them then.
Well, I mean, like Trump had his presidency taken away from him. I mean, it was a sham election, even though I, as well as you, as well as 99% of everyone in the country, left or right, where we're just your average Joes who don't have like an inside look of all the deeper politics within our government. And unless you are a pretty significant person who's like a billionaire or in the top echelons of the government, chances are you don't have the time or the resources to thoroughly look into whoever's election it is, whether it's Biden's election, Trump's, Hillary's, whoever, to determine whether it actually was tampered with. So when people claim that the election was stolen from Hillary and that Russia tampered with it, it's like, okay, is it possible? Maybe. I mean, I guess it's possible that higher forces have tampered with any election. But why do you think it's more likely to be the case with this election compared to any other election? Do they have any like greater evidence or argument for somebody who would make the same argument about the election being stolen from Hillary? No. So if you took somebody who is going to claim that without a doubt, Russia, Putin tampered, and Hillary's presidency was stolen from her, and then you sat them down in the same room with somebody who's going to say the same thing, about Trump's election being stolen from Biden. So do you think either or has any greater level of insight, or that one is likely to engage in a greater level of research, really thoroughly looking into it? Or do you think it's just, hey, people are shouting on the internet, they're shouting like within the hearsay grapevine that it was stolen? So yeah, clearly, without a doubt, it was stolen from my president, but without a doubt, it wasn't stolen from the other president. And it's just, yeah, clearly, just like you have done an exceptional amount of research, and you have thoroughly looked into both of them to determine that one's more credible than the others.
Trump can't use our military troops as his own personal police force. He can't turn our cities into his military training ground.
Oregon U.S. District Court Judge Karen Immergut appeared to agree with that, temporarily blocking the president from deploying National Guard troops from Oregon, California, and Texas to Portland. The Trump administration argued the troops are necessary to protect a key federal immigration processing facility amid protests there. But Judge Immergut, herself a Trump appointee, said local law enforcement was well equipped to handle the protests. Now, Trump is appealing.
The president has...
Oh, somebody said, you want to see a stolen... Oh, Kimberly said, you want to see a stolen election? Go to Belarus. Yeah, Alexander Lukashenko.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's a good example of a president dictator who's he's popular. He wants the supermajority vote, like all 6 of the elections that he's won.
The right to call up the National Guard in cases where he deems it's appropriate.
The case next heads to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals and could ultimately land in the hands of the conservative-leaning U.S. Supreme Court.
The president has won quite a few appeals to the U.S. Supreme Court with its 6-3 conservative majority. Considering the president's success rate in appeals to the United States Supreme Court, he has a pretty good shot of being upheld.
A hearing date has not yet been set. In Sacramento, Eitan Wallace, 17 News.
The state of Illinois headed to court today trying to keep National Guard troops from coming to Chicago.
Tonight, Texas says too late. Within the past couple of hours, Texas Governor Greg Abbott posted this photo on social media of National Guard troops leaving his state.
It's true. Empathic veteran. I thought it was empathetic veteran at first. But you're right.
What did they have to say?
Trump supporters are retarded. It wasn't that deep.
Charlie DeMar's in the newsroom with what the judge here in Illinois decided. Charlie?
And Joe and Erica, the judge in this case, who was appointed by President Joe Biden, asked for a little more time. She wants to review the filing before making any decisions. Meanwhile, we are told that the Texas National Guard is already on their way and could be on Chicago streets in the coming days.
Just since last Friday, DHS agents threw tear gas from a car outside a Logan Square Elementary School.
You will be placed under arrest.
A Chicago alderperson was detained for questioning immigration agents. And most recently, a woman was shot by federal agents after she allegedly rammed her car into theirs.
Trump and the thuggery that his agents have brought has actively made us less safe.
A lawsuit filed Monday by the state of Illinois is aggressively attempting to stop President Trump from federalizing hundreds of Illinois and Texas National Guard members. DHS says the troops would be protecting immigration agents already on the ground. The complaint reads the manufactured nature of the crisis is clear.
There's no need or justification for a militarized response to anything going on in Chicago. I'm here to say that the president's actions are illegal.
Unlike Portland, the judge in Illinois did not file a restraining order which would keep the National Guard out. Instead, a hearing is scheduled for Thursday.
We don't want troops on the streets of Chicago.
And in court, defense attorneys in this case were asked a series of logistical questions like what cities in Illinois the National Guard would be deployed.
I like how Kimberly spelled awakened properly so that dude's name didn't get tagged. Sorry, just watching the chat.
Do you think the person purposely misspelled their name?
I don't know why you would.
Answers. The judge says while she is troubled by the lack of information and details of this operation as a whole, she will give those attorneys a couple more days to respond again.
Next story.
The back and forth legal battle continues over President Trump's move to deploy the California National Guard to Oregon. The president says troops are needed to restore peace amid ICE protests, but police argue protests are contained and troops aren't needed. As of now, a judge has blocked the order to send in the National Guard. NBC 7's reporter Jackie Crea shows us...
Wait, somebody in the chat says, why would there need to be any military in Portland? Laugh out loud. So are you saying that sarcastically? Like, it's stupid for me to say that compared to all the other places that you would deploy the military in, Portland seems pretty insignificant. So any of the issues like Antifa and crap that he's going to point to, it's just...
Yeah, they will just say Antifa, by the way.
Yeah, but it's like there aren't any other criminal groups that are you can see spread across the entire country that might be responsible for a larger number of people being killed or injured than Antifa.
That's the only thing that they ever have, because there's never anything you know, even if when there is gatherings, usually if there's a gathering of people, some kind of protest or something, usually it's a bunch of old people and like soccer moms doing it, and they don't burn shit down or break windows of businesses and stuff like that. So they have to make up stuff that you can't really find footage of happening. So they got to do a lot of extra work to try and make Portland look bad on Fox News. And the reason why I, as somebody who is really close to where all this is happening, the reason why I'm really not that stressed out about this is because people around here aren't really, you know, maybe they will gather around and make fun of them. Maybe they'll, you know, joke around and flip them off, but there's really not going to be anything happening that they're not going to be able to justify doing it with anything actually happening.
Well,
They're
the
going to
Antifa
have
thing.
they're going to have to like go. They're going to have to overstep in a serious way, and then just go, "Wah, Antifa made us do it," which, you know, that just goes right back to it's going to be just blatant lying. They would have a way easier time of doing this, like you were saying earlier, or I think Skeptical Jesus said in the chat, they'd have a way easier time of doing this if they tried to target like Chicago or something, which, you know, actually has some like problems with crime, but they would still have to play it up majorly to justify sending the military into the city because we have police for a reason.
But the thing is, when they sat there, the person in the chat that said Antifa, do you think prior to this current like story in the headlines of, hey, Trump says he's sending troops to Portland, Oregon because Antifa, do you think it was in the like the forethought of their mind that Antifa has any notable presence in Portland? No.
So
this is
I have dealt with people.
Let me speak. This is yet another example of them just acting like, yeah, they really know their shit, but this is not anything that they came up with, any conclusion they came to on their own, really looking into it. It's just now it's being discussed in the mainstream media, and it's currently topical in the last couple of weeks. So because that's the reason Trump gave, they're going to act like, without a doubt, the whatever conflict or disarray that Antifa's stirring up in Portland, Oregon, if they are even stirring up any notable level of conflict and chaos, that clearly is more significant than any of the other criminal organizations across the country that are engaging in violence and stirring up crimes. So do you know for a fact that that's the case, that the effect that they're having is more substantial and they're creating more violence or engaging in more like destruction of property than any other like criminal group you can compare them to from any other city? Or is it just because Trump claims that they're more of an immediate threat, you're just going to go along with it?
Well, so I have actually had people, I wouldn't even say come after me because it wasn't even that serious, but when I lived in Portland and I was in that club, that heavy metal club, there were some people who claimed to be Antifa that made some threats and talked some shit at a bar one time because they assumed that because of the symbol on my patches, they assumed that I was in some kind of right-wing militia or biker gang or something when we had no political affiliation. But it was just like it was just some people in masks who talked some shit and then left. And they, you know, they made serious threats. They pretended that they were part of the big bad Antifa guys, but it like nothing really came of it.
Now you mentioned biker gangs. I'm wondering, what is some of the like Hell's Angels, or what is the Pagans, the Banditos?
In my area, there's the Mongols, there's the Outsiders MC, and I've known some of those guys. And Spamosaurus, if you like the Portland metal scene, there's a non-zero chance that we've been at concerts together.
Now, I mentioned the biker gangs. How much do you want to bet that if you look into like violent crimes or deaths associated with those biker gangs, do you think that it would be higher than any deaths or violent crimes that people have been subjected to by Antifa? So is Trump deploying National Guard troops in different cities where like those biker gangs are located? And here,
even those guys weren't really problematic because I met plenty of them when I was in that club that wasn't an MC. We had friends that were in actual MCs like the Hells Angels and the Outsiders and the Mongols, the Pagans. You know, those people are even if you wanted to try to target a actual group like that and say like that's the reason why we're sending the National Guard, you would have your work cut out for you because a lot of those people are just chilling.
Developments and, Jackie, where things are standing right now.
Well, things are moving quickly. We're trying to keep up. It's not just Oregon. Illinois has filed a lawsuit to stop the mobilization of National Guard troops in Chicago. Now, this all started, you'll remember, in June when Trump sent thousands of National Guard troops to L.A. as ICE raids there really ramped up. So here's what happened. The president had first tried to send in Oregon-based troops. When a federal judge, blocked that, he then turned to California troops to kind of skirt around that. The judge said, still not happening. Then the back and forth unfolding in real time as we speak. There's injunctions, restraining orders, lawsuits. But the big question is, can President Trump do this? Well, the president can enlist the National Guard when conditions exist that prevent enforcement of the law. So does this threat to federal personnel, in this case ICE, meet requirements to federalize troops? Who decides that and who has the last say? Well, we spoke to a local political analyst who says the answer is in the court's hands.
Is it concerning for somebody who practices the law that those lanes are potentially being blurred in some way for some? I mean, depending on how you look at it, if you're supporting of the president's move or if you're critical of the president's moves here.
There's no question that there is a testing of the limits of the law, but that alone is not illegitimate. What judges are there to do is to decide when those limits have been exceeded.
So just in the last few hours,
Now, I was also the Yakuza, I was watching a documentary about how they actually are still around, which I was like, oh, I didn't know they had much of a presence. And apparently the mafia is also still around. No one thinks about the mafia. Do you think that, when people think of the mafia, they think of, the 50s. They think it's a relic of the past. Do you think the mafia today kills more people or is responsible for more violence than Antifa?
Well, so, how many kills, or I guess how many violent crimes in general that those groups do? You know, the mafia, any of these organized crime enterprises that have been around for that long and are that big. How many of those people do violent crimes that don't even get recorded as violent crimes because the police aren't even involved?
Well, I'm trying to look into statistics and everything regarding violent crimes committed by Antifa relative to that. So if you go to government databases, which, oh God, the federal government, who would trust the federal government? I mean,
yeah, I think Roger Wilco might be onto something. The mafia just became politicians.
Yeah. But if you, Department of Justice website, FBI.gov, you go to all the data provided by the different federal agencies. So according to them, there haven't been any deaths that they can attribute to Antifa. But then compared to different motorcycle gangs, and so it looks like all of them within the last several years, 3 killed, 5 wounded here, 3 killed in the Hells Angels, Mongols melee. So at least 15 deaths, and they excluded numerous individual OMG murder. So they're killing more people. It's still not that large of a quantity, and it looks like most of it are gangs on gang violence. It's not pedestrians in the crossfire. Like I said, in America, you're more likely to die of Parkinson's disease than you are of homicide. So this is where, oh my God, laugh out loud. There's no reason to send troops to Portland compared to any other city. And it's just, well, I mean, do you think if you look at any other criminal agencies out there, you don't think you can find criminal agencies killing larger numbers of people? Then, like, what about all the police brutality? Is the federal government going to send troops in to the different
police are
departments?
basically just organized crime that's sponsored by the government at this point. Like, depending on, not every police department is that bad, but some of them, they might as well just be because they operate as such. And another thing about using Antifa as the pretense, think about how long Fox News and all of these other right-wing news sources have been trying to use Antifa as like the big boogeyman. You would think that something would actually happen by now involving Antifa. You would think something real, like, an actual event involving, uniformed members of Antifa doing some stuff, doing something like January 6th. What?
Somebody in the chat says, not if you're a child in America, that would be bullets. So yeah, school shootings are a really significant problem. And I would say when you talk about people, not just homicide, violence, I mentioned earlier that a lot of violence you see, it's like, hey, kids getting out of school and fighting, kids engaging in violence within schools because they're unnatural settings. You're cramming hundreds of kids
I got into fights all the time.
So are they going to have National Guard troops deployed in schools? Because it seems like a kid being assaulted or even killed, it seems like in classrooms, it seems like in schools, the chances of a kid being a victim of some like act of violence is a lot higher than in other settings. So I think if you really care about people's safety, when we're at like, okay, it's kind of stupid and it's kind of like really random that he's choosing Portland, Oregon compared to any other city. If you're talking about like protecting or like in order to guarantee the public safety, wouldn't it make as much sense to deploy troops into public schools? I know the New York governor, they deployed the National Guard in like the New York City subways because of violent crimes that were happening there.
It's because Portland is considered the big blue city of the country. I guarantee you that's why.
So you're saying there are other like external factors that are more political and that has more to do with ideology than it does with any sort of like altruistic sort of attitude when it comes to people's safety.
Yeah, pretty much.
Attorney General saying Trump should not deploy troops to cities unless under extreme circumstances. Again, those extreme circumstances in question and that definition. But back to what's happening now in Chicago. Illinois has filed a lawsuit in an attempt to block the Trump administration from deploying troops on their streets. But the judge assigned to the case indicated she will not take any action until later this week. So that back and forth continues. Catherine and Monica.
All right, Jackie, thanks so much for the update.
Now, this all comes as the Trump administration says they will still deploy National Guard troops to Portland, despite a ruling made this weekend. President Trump has vowed to deploy them over, quote, ongoing violent riots and lawlessness. The president is gaining support from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who authorized 400 Texas National Guard troops to other states. Officials in Illinois filed a lawsuit today to block that from happening. Without cooperation from a state's governor, the administration is limited to using the National Guard to protect federal buildings and personnel.
Tension between the Trump administration and Democrat-run states is escalating, with the president deploying the National Guard to local cities. Local and state leaders blasting the administration's efforts as an overreach. ABC's Christiane Cordero has the details from Washington.
Now, here's the thing. In cities, there's far more crime. And you know who is more likely to live in cities compared to, like, some other party or whatever?
We're getting to my favorite part of the show.
White people.
Oh, well, no. Wow, Shab.
Oh.
So, Democrat, they make the argument that because cities are predominantly blue, like, yeah, there's more crime, and it's like, there's always more crime in cities compared to rural areas, regardless of whether they're blue or red. And well, it's something that's universal across the globe, regardless of how right-leaning and conservative or fascist a country is, compared to how, like, left-leaning or like democratic the country is.
Well, like remember that story I was telling you before the show started about that guy that worked with me who, because we live close to the city and because Fox News is talking about the city right now, he literally thought that like I've got to sit here and point a rifle at my front door and wait for black people to come try to break in. It like that's the kind of propaganda that they're pushing on people. And yes, I do absolutely blame the people who are stupid enough to fall for the propaganda, especially on that level. Because it does get to a point where it's your fault for being that stupid.
And plus, violent crimes. So when you hear that there isn't really a racial, or most violent crimes is interracial. And one of the big reasons is when it comes to violent crimes in general, spousal abuse or like just battery within households makes up a very large chunk of all the violent crimes out there. So you being assaulted by a stranger, it happens, but that is the outlier among like violent crimes. And even that, being subjected to a violent crime in and of itself is also something that is fairly rare. If you talk to a friend who was just walking to the grocery store and they got the shit beaten out of them, that would be a pretty like notable story that you'd hear from any of your associates, any of your coworkers, any of your relatives or whatever. It's like, wow, the other day they had somebody randomly beat the shit out of them when they were just going out and about in public. So they have this sort of mentality, and a lot of these people live in much more rural, much more remote, much more like scarce areas in terms of population, and yet they always seem to be on edge. And I mean, I'm not somebody where when it comes to gun policies, I'm somebody that's pretty moderate when it comes to like gun politics, but it seems like they're the kind of people where they always need to have a gun with them. It's like I don't care.
Even I'm not like that. You guys know how I'm like the gun guy of our group.
But it's just they won't. I know so many people that won't use planes to go anywhere because they can't take their gun on a plane, and it's just, well, you know what? You're kind of a pussy when it's like you can't ever leave your house. You're always afraid that something bad will happen to you if you don't have your gun on hand.
Other gun guys get mad at me all the time for telling them, like, dude, we're just going to the fucking store. Like, chill.
Today, the Trump administration vows sending troops to American cities will continue, despite a ruling over the weekend that the National Guard cannot be deployed to Portland, Oregon. The Trump-appointed judge in that case said the president's descriptions of protests there were, quote, simply untethered to the facts.
With all due respect to that judge, I think her opinion is untethered in reality and in the law.
For weeks, President Trump has vowed to deploy National Guard troops to several cities over what the White House calls ongoing violent riots and lawlessness. Memphis is providing the administration with a clear path to carry out law enforcement duties, with Tennessee's Republican governor working with the administration. However, leaders in several other states, including Oregon and Illinois, are not complying.
The Trump administration must end.
So, out of all the riots that we've had, do you think, so when is a public gathering like a protest? When is that a protest? And when is it not a riot? And when is a riot not a protest and a riot? So it's just,
it's always both when you watch a certain news source.
And that's the thing, if there's a bunch of people gathering and most of them are just standing still, like holding a sign, and then it's like in any mass gathering, regardless of the politics, that's just how like crowd psychology works. You're always going to have rowdy idiots. So if the most significant thing you can find is people just like, I don't know, throwing a bunch of like shit at like an officer or whatever, they're the one person who needs to be like arrested because they threw like an empty Coke can at the head of like an agent in full riot gear. Like, I'm sorry, if that's the most significant thing that you can like point to, I think it's unreasonable to call it a riot. And I mean, based on that logic, there's just no peaceful protests unless it's like just a protest that consists of 3 or 4 people. Any mass gathering, whether it's a concert, whether it's like a convention or whatever, whether it's political or not, you usually always have a handful of people who are just going to be the drunken idiots. You're going to have the people that misbehave. It goes without saying. And like I've talked to people where they'll point to a protest. We covered that one story a while back where there was a protest that was for like trans rights, and then these counter protesters showed up. And then one of the protesters walked up and ripped up the sign or destroyed the sign of one of the counter protesters. I don't think they should have done that. I think even though I don't agree with the politics of the opposing side, they have the right to counter protest. But the problem is something like that, you can find somebody like, oh, I'm going to like walk up and destroy one of the signs, and two of these protesters on either side are wrestling each other over a shirt or a sign or something. That is something that is just very par for the course. It's very fucking ubiquitous in any sort of protest. And it's just, do they not remember like all the civil rights protests in the 60s? There are lots of examples of like hate groups showing up and seriously injuring people and beating the shit out of people in bulk. You had the Black Panthers that came to provide armed protection at protests. So it's just, they're acting like violence and rowdiness or misconduct at protests is something that is unique. So like with Trump, this has never happened before, like what you're seeing Antifa do. So we really need to engage in this mass deployment of our troops.
The war on Chicago.
During protests in Chicago over the weekend, a 30-year-old woman was shot and injured by a Border Patrol agent who claimed self-defense after Homeland Security officials alleged she was armed and used her car to ram a federal vehicle. Trump now plans to deploy the Texas National Guard to Chicago with the help of Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Officials in Illinois today filed a lawsuit trying to block that from happening.
Donald Trump is using our service members as political props and as pawns in his illegal effort to militarize our nation's cities.
Without cooperation from a state's governor, the administration is limited to using the National Guard to protect federal buildings and personnel. Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
Christiane, thank you. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says a court hearing.
A setback for President Donald Trump. A judge blocked his deployment of California National Guard members to Portland, Oregon. NBC4's Conan Nolan joins us from the newsroom. And Conan, it's important to point out that the decision came in a rare...
Okay, I think we've covered this enough. Let's get to the next story. Talk to the chat.
Hello, chat. Keep typing funny shit that's totally not just Teddy and Kimberly and, and Zenemy.
Hit the like button, guys. We're almost at 20 likes.
Yeah.
Wait.
Smack that like button as hard as you can.
So, Sky News Australia, they're very pro-Trump. So, I'm surprised how much they like sucking Trump's dick. But let's see. They claim that he's got a very strong case to send the military to Portland.
Ordered, apparently, the full force of the military into what he called war-ravaged.
Spamasaurus, that's 100% true. I just wanted to throw that out there. Like, 100% agreed. There is a particular, like, it's particularly bad with the far-right groups out here, and that's why if there was actually some kind of anti-fascist group in the area, it wouldn't surprise me, but yeah, you know, you live around here, so you probably know what I mean. The Antifa is usually just like a group of skinny teenagers wearing red masks showed up and called themselves Antifa. They like maybe yelled at some people and then they left. That's
so you
that's
mentioned
about that's about the extent of what you get with Antifa.
So you mentioned like a bunch of teenagers, they wear masks, they just show up. So it's one of those things where, is it in organized sort of group, or is it more of a ideology? So
Right.
it's just things like that. I know like Anonymous, which people think it's like this
It's an
deep
ideology,
web.
not a group.
Yeah, it's like this deep web circle of hackers when it's just a bunch of people on 4chan and there is no like chain of command. So when it comes to like, if you compare them to something like the Crips or the Bloods, like that's something where most of like I guess being a Crip or being a Blood, there's no, unlike the Mafia where there's a central chain of command or like different cartels, most of what it is it's just kids in cities being like, you know what, I want to be a gangster, I'm a Crip, I'm a Blood. So how much violence do you think we see with that compared to Antifa?
Also, another thing is that for all I say about organized far right groups that engage in crime, there's a difference between that and a gathering of like old rednecks that are just doing old redneck shit, and I would never call that a group of Nazis. I got to find you got to be part of a group like the Proud Boys or something like that at least for me to call you a Nazi. And I say that for anybody who's watching that might be right wing and feel maybe sometimes they feel targeted when we say words like Nazi and far right, and some people who are just kind of have redneck tendencies, they get it twisted that we're talking about them, and I at least am not, and I don't think Gene or Shab would either.
So Dean Hill says Antifa all shows up at the same place at the same time, wearing the same thing with the same sign. Are you that stupid? I hope you're being sarcastic. He's like, that's organizing. So do you just interpret all language in an overly literal and rigid manner? So when we're talking, the term organizing is a broad term. So we're talking about organization where there's a clear hierarchy. They have their own HQ, they can kick people out, invite people in. There's some like sort of central structure. When you're talking about something like that, that would be like saying that feminism is an organization. Because, oh my God, all these feminists show up to a protest. They're all wearing the same signs. Someone went on Twitter and talked about having a protest here. A bunch of people on that Twitter, Facebook group jump on the bandwagon, and they all show up, and like all their signs say similar things because they're all supporting the same ideology. They're all dressed in a similar manner. Well, you know what? Usually that's how cliques work. If somebody falls into a demographic or so forth.
The chat is an organized group, if you're going to use that logic. The three of us being here to do a podcast is an organized group now, too.
Yeah, what is it? The Insane Clown Posse. They were listed as like a terrorist organization. Oh my God, they all gather to listen to music, and they all are like dressing in the same. The gathering of the Juggalos. All these sports fans are showing up in jerseys and so forth. Oh my God, we gotta like look into them. They have to be some
Ravens,
kind of. But I mean, hey, you got to be like this dude where you're too dumb to get equivocation of language.
Mm-hmm. Now, he says that ICE facilities have been under attack. We saw that horrific attack in Dallas the other day. We keep seeing, my media is just full of footage of ICE vehicles being surrounded, ICE officers being attacked, facilities being attacked, facilities under siege. If these cities and states where this is happening don't go along with this, this seems to lead to a real sort of, well, it almost sounds like the Democrats might be having an insurrection, John. And I know we're not supposed to say that about the Democrats, but that's what it feels like.
Well, I think that's the name of the law, isn't it? The Insurrection Act.
Precisely.
So this is a complicated subject. The circumstances under which a president can send military force inside the United States.
So they're acting like, oh, with the Democrats, there's a clear insurrection. What about the January 6th riots? I mean,
doesn't count.
That not it? Yeah, it doesn't count because
that's why they brought it up. They're being like, oh yeah, they're always acting like us on the right are doing things like that. Well, what about this? This is people on the left.
Oh, so if the other side does it, it's okay for your side to do it.
Are narrowly circumscribed. And so you have the Posse Comitatus Act, which says normally he can't do it, but there are exceptions. And then you have the Insurrection Act that authorizes him to do it in certain circumstances. I think Trump's strongest case for using federal forces to preserve order is when federal employees.
Well, I mean, a bunch of Antifa protesters, I mean, clearly that's on par. I mean, if he doesn't send in like a battalion or a platoon, a bunch of platoons in there, we're fucked.
Yeah.
I mean,
you don't get it. 10 people told me no. I feel threatened.
Antifa, they've already planted their flag in like Portland, so soon they're going to take over all of Oregon and then all of the Oregon Territory, then the entire West Coast, and they're just going to expand. They're like the Borg or like some kind of like infectious zombie sort of hive mind. If they don't go in and stop them, I mean, they're just going to keep spreading and insurrecting.
Federal installations, federal buildings, and so on.
Insurrecting.
And that is clearly the case with regard to ICE across the country, and it's clearly the case with regard to ICE in Portland. And so I think Trump has a strong case to send military forces to bring order and to protect these federal employees who are just trying to do their job.
Bring order.
Another thing this makes me think of, so we talked about biker gangs, we've talked about like cartels, mafia, so forth, Crips. Do you know who like the anarchists are? Yeah.
Is there an organized group called the Anarchists?
Yeah, I would say that, like with the others,
if so, I didn't know.
Well, it's mostly an ideology. So a lot of times they'll show up all wearing black hoodies, with like the same kind of like head mask, and they all clump together in groups, so that way it's difficult to identify them. And of course, their ideologies are pretty not very left or right leaning. They're all about anarchy, anti-government, and they'll get together in these protests and just destroy like store windows and damage property, and they just do it for the hell of it. And I'm wondering, if you stay in touch with the news, it's like they definitely surface from time to time. So I'm wondering, like, in the last few years, how many times have they like done their shit where they get together and just vandalize a bunch of property and use that sort of like group camouflage technique that I talked about relative to Antifa. So that's a group that isn't left or right leaning, but I would say it would make more sense to deploy like armed soldiers over them as opposed to Antifa.
Now, John, we have
going to do it over anybody.
Instant karma, which is where we see some crazy character has done something or other, and a moment later it catches up with them. This is a case of delayed karma, where remember all that during BLM, all those people taking the knee to BLM, including amongst them with some FBI agents.
Wait,
well,
is
now
this
turns
the
out
biker
the FBI
gang you were
has
talking
now decided
about?
to...
What?
Is this the biker gang you were talking about? This is Outsiders.
Wait.
I was talking about the Outsiders MC.
Oh.
No, he mentioned a biker gang called Outsiders.
No, this is just their platform.
I know, I was making a joke. You're slow to catch on.
That was a terrible joke, Shad.
It wasn't supposed to be one where you pause for 10 minutes. It was supposed to be like, go ahead and go on.
I wasn't looking at my screen. I'm looking at other shit when you said that, so I had to look over to see that said outline.
That screen.
But I also have to deal with the chat and a bunch of other shit. That's why I have 3 monitors.
Those people. Those people in the chat don't matter. They don't matter.
In Washington that followed the 2020 death of George Floyd. So it took a while, but there they are kneeling at this kind of... That was a weird period, John, all that kneeling stuff. But they've now been sacked. Not before time, I would have thought, John.
Rowan, some people may wonder, why exactly should they be fired for participating in these George Floyd demonstrations back in 2020? And the answer is that the entire point of those protests was to claim that American law enforcement is racist. That was the entire idea. In fact,
okay, so should somebody be fired over that? When they claim that racism is a serious issue amongst federal, or amongst law enforcement agencies, they're not federal there, but it's just whether they're right or wrong. Aren't they all pro freedom of speech? So again, it shows how inconsistent they are. It's I believe in freedom of speech just as long as you agree with me on every single issue. And it's like if somebody shows up to a protest and it's like they want to shout the N-word and say a bunch of racist shit, and then people film it, send it to their employers, and they get fired. They'll try to argue that freedom of speech should protect people from getting fired from their job if they make hateful comments. But here it's like, oh, now they're okay with employers firing employees because of certain political views or stances that they have that they may have advertised publicly. So if you support it here, be consistent. You should also support it they're federal employees, and if they're criticizing the government wants to fire them. Well, hey, doesn't protect them from getting fired. Well, then don't bitch the next time some redneck gets fired from their job because they are going online and saying the N-word not stop, and then somebody sends it to their boss. Pick a lane.
Don't have consistency
George Floyd was
with their values.
A career criminal who had a 3 times lethal dose of fentanyl in his system when he died. Race.
Oh my God.
Nothing to do with that incident. It is reasonable to expect that FBI agents are going to be pro-law.
Okay, even if race had nothing to do with it, it still is excessive force. And they're bringing up the fentanyl. It's just, you can be guilty of a crime while also being a victim of a crime. So based on this logic, a person doesn't deserve due process, that people shouldn't go to court and be found guilty by like a jury of their peers, and then the judge decides what sentence they should receive, whether that sentence is the death penalty or not, that cops should be allowed to override that and supersede that, and cops should just decide whether somebody deserves the death penalty in the moment.
It's more along the lines that they're acting like they know more than the coroner. Would it be the coroner that tells that, you know, look like it's going to tell you the reason of death and everything?
Yeah.
They're acting like, oh, he had, you know, this amount of drugs in his system, therefore he was, you know, he was going to die anyways, or he died probably from that, but they act like it's really the cop, and it's like, no, you don't know more than the coroner. You're a fucking, like, I don't know what these guys do, this guy, I don't know.
And I mean,
but you're not a coroner. They have their jobs, and they're professionals at their job. How about you respect that? They know more than you about it.
But it's also, what if somebody's drunk and they were kneeling on their neck? And you could argue that, hey, they were really drunk, so maybe it's like...
But they had an amount in their system that you could...
you could die of a heart attack, it could...
Yeah. It's like, so it's okay that the cops suffocated him to death, you know?
And the point is, if it is reasonable to believe that that was the defining factor, which was the excessive force, and they weren't abiding by, like, proper, appropriate procedure, and then the person died because of it, I mean, what if they're not a cop? What if they're a security guard? What if a security guard wrestled somebody on the ground and then put their knee on their neck and was not following protocol when it came to restraining and detaining the person, and then they ended up dying
from
some kind of... Yeah, but then you could argue that the person was overweight. So because they were really overweight, that was the reason.
When I worked as an LSO, when something bad happened, when something really bad happened, well, even if you just thought something bad was about to happen, or somebody left and you thought maybe they'll go commit a crime after that, guess who we had to go call? The police. It's almost like being, you know, security officers didn't make us judge and jury and executioner.
And
like,
the point is,
if one of us had to do something that might be considered a crime when looked at by another party, you know, that, like, we weren't excused from it. Like, if somebody had to be dragged out of a venue, like, that's still, you know, guys having to grab them, which is assault if you do it without proper, you know, without there being proper reason to do so. If the security guys are just being assholes, decided to drag somebody out and push them into a puddle or something like that, then that company can get in trouble, and those guys can lose their security to work, their license to work as security officers. It's called your DPSST badge. You can lose that if you act like a piece of shit while on the job. You can lose that if you act like a piece of shit while not on the job.
Discussing how they love to engage in cognitive dissonance. When it comes to using excessive force with police officers, one thing that's common is cops are like shooting people's dogs and their pets. So you might think, okay, what if it's a German Shepherd or like some really like a larger breed? But you'll see scenarios where they're shooting like Yorkshire Terriers and Chihuahuas. So it's just cops will like just shoot any fucking dog, no matter how small it is, no matter how friendly it's being. You'll see scenarios where it's a lab and the lab's wagging its tail, and then the cop just shoots the lab dead. And people will be like, well, hey, they're cops. Well, hey, they're protecting you. They weren't on a leash. And it's just, what if anyone who wasn't a cop did that? What if like some average Joe who has their gun and a lab like walks up and it's on camera and it's wagging their tail, and the person like puts several bullets into the Labrador? I don't think anybody, like even people on the right, would be arguing that, like, yeah, I can see why he like shot that dog dead. But then cops do it and they're okay with it. So it's just, where's the consistency? There was this cop that, there's a kid who, he was a 12-year-old kid with cerebral palsy. and he was being raised by his grandmother, and he was having some like episode. The grandmother like called the police for help, and then the kid was handcuffed in the back of the police vehicle, and then the cop got frustrated when this 12-year-old disabled kid whose hands are like handcuffed behind his back, and he got frustrated and started pounding the kid in the face, throwing several punches in the kid's face.
I've seen that video.
If anyone did that who wasn't a cop, nobody would be justifying that. And there's all these retards that like to suck the dick of police officers, where for some reason it's okay for a cop to beat the shit out of a 12-year-old with cerebral palsy and to throw several closed punches to a disabled kid's face. But
by the way, that's why when I worked for a security company and was on the level of management where I had a say in who got hired and who didn't, it wasn't just me. It was, me and a couple other guys, but we literally didn't want the wannabe cop kid, like it considered too much of a rageaholic somehow to be a cop, or somebody who said like, yeah, I want to be a cop, but I don't qualify, and yeah, I'll beat the fuck out of people. Like, we didn't want those. We literally turned those away for a reason. And also, the last couple times that I had police at my house, once it was because my neighbors were fighting and it got bad enough that we called them. Another time I got into a fight in my driveway and called them because I didn't want the cops to show up at my place without me having, communicated with them. And I knew it was bad enough that the police were going to get involved. But both of those times, it was actually one of them was the same female cop, like both times, but every time they got nervous when they saw my dogs, and it was more like, ooh, let me pet them, let me pet the dogs. And it was more like they didn't want me to think that they were like other cops who would just like attack a dog. They wanted me to be comfortable letting my dogs be around them. So like, it's a bad enough problem that other cops who aren't pieces of shit feel nervous when they see dogs because they're like, oh no, this person's gonna think that I'm gonna shoot their dog. It's bad. It's bad enough for that to be a thing.
Here's another example of how people like to suck the dicks of cops. Now, people argue that if somebody decides, hey, little social experiment, find a cop patrolling the streets, and you just decide to stick your middle finger at the cop, should they be allowed to arrest you? People argue that, oh yeah, they should. And it's like, well, what if you stick your middle finger at somebody who's a firefighter? Or like a first aid responder. I mean, there's lots of jobs out there where it's like they save lives and they put their lives on the line for other people's safety. Cops aren't even in the top 20 most deadly jobs in the country. So why, like, their attitude is that cops are allowed to handcuff you because they're the Uber citizen. Because it's about authority. And it's like, well, it's just, is your boss allowed to handcuff you because you give them the middle finger? It's just, like, what about people who work in customer service? So people are allowed to be Karens, and people are allowed to be disorderly and verbally abuse people who work in customer service. But why don't cops have to put up with it? So it's just these people that like to act like they're like men going their own way. They're all about like being alphas and stuff. They really like sucking the dick of law enforcement officers. They really like sucking the dick of the toadies in our country.
Enforcement, not anti-law enforcement, and not sign on to this myth that American law enforcement is this terrible racist institution. And that's what they were doing by kneeling and participating in those protests.
And meanwhile, we've got Kamala Harris, who was, let's not forget, raising bail money for some of these lawless thugs who were rioting back in 2020. She's on a book tour, John, and she
it's Sky News. That's why they're so fucking retarded.
Trump a communist dictator and emperor, and she's claiming, without being challenged, that her election that she participated in was the closest in the 21st century, that she came within a whisker of winning. Can you just fact check for us, please? Because none of the people she has sat down with, from Rachel Maddow to the ladies of The View, corrected her when she said this.
Well, Kamala Harris lives in her own world. She really does.
Hey, why are they talking about Kamala?
Yeah, she's irrelevant.
It's from like 9 days ago.
9 days ago, and they're still talking about fucking stupid ass Kamala Harris. Dude, even the people who voted for her didn't fucking like her. Like, yeah.
Oh no, like, because we don't like Trump, we must love her. Because
yeah, absolutely.
Because they think in such a black and white tribalist manner, therefore they just assume everyone thinks like them, which is false consensus effect, which the science shows is indicative of being a retard.
See, I get all the team sports, like, bravado shit out when I'm watching, like, esports and football and, like, all that stuff. That's when it's appropriate to view it like a team sport. But I don't know, if you're a U.S. citizen right now and you think that, like, and you have the mentality of, like, ooh, this person, like, this Democrat or Republican is in, so I'm winning because that's the side that I chose, like, you're just a cuck.
Well,
you're dumb and you're a cuck.
There are people that will claim that, hey, well, I don't like them, but they're winning. So there are people that will do that where, and I think that's happening less often now because things are becoming more divided. But for a while, like, there are lots of people that would say that, hey, they will vote for somebody just because they are, like, the popular vote. They're doing better.
Yeah, they feel like the winning side to me.
Yeah, and it's just, it's all about, what's that, Chad?
Whoever's winning, yeah. Which is like, as if it's like a bet or something. Like, you're going to make money.
Well, it's a competition, and it's like, all you did was show up to a ballot box and vote. I mean, you didn't really do something that was that strenuous, that was that substantial. And it's like, to them, it is no different than what you expect from, like, the psychology of pre-adolescent kids. Like, it's, I have Xbox, you got PlayStation, I got Sega, you got Nintendo. My console, the one I own, is the better one because everything's a competition, everything's team sports. So there's so many adults where that's how they've never progressed past that, like, state, like, that mental state that you expect from a 10-year-old. Where, like, the South Park episode, I think is a perfect example of that, where it was Obama versus McCain. And, like, after Obama won, they're like, okay, what do we do now?
Yeah.
Losers! And it's, it reminds me of G-Man, where anybody who doesn't know who he is, like, he would go online, debate others in politics or religion, and then at the end of every debate, he'd be like, yeah, I won! And it's...
G-Man always wins!
And like I said, with people like this, it's just they have nothing going for them. They don't have any notable skill or talent. They'd never be the kind of person that really starts their own project, their own organization, and gets it off the ground. So what they do is they try to find a group to associate with, and then they try to act like they're just...
I win, like, with them.
Yeah. Like, I've known people where they'll work at, like, GameStop, and then they'll talk about how awesome of a company GameStop is. And they, like, there's this one guy who was talking about how, like, oh, we drove that store out of business, that store. He's talking about all the stores GameStop was driving out of business in the area. And it's just, you're not the CEO or the CTO or one of the chairmen of GameStop.
You didn't how much
start
do you make
company.
In a month, sir?
You're not a regional manager. You're not even the manager of a store. So it's like he's acting like because he happens to work at one of their stores, he is somehow part of all the, like, commercial success of that particular franchise. And people do it with race.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah. My race, white people, we did this, and yay, and it's like, so, because the person happened to share the same race as you somehow deserve partial credit for whatever that accomplishment was.
The hilarious thing about, like, the white supremacists who do that is that it's always wrapped in this, we superior, we winning race, we tough guys, but out of the other side of their mouth, it's always, oh, we have to secure a future for our white children. Ah. Like, well, are you a simpering little pussy or are you a winner? Which, like, you don't get to be both at the same time for both the sympathy and the attention of winning, or whatever the fuck you think you get from that. Just like when you bring politics down to a team sports thing, all that tells me is that like you lose everywhere else in life, so you have to like go that far to like put yourself in the in the place mentally of like, I get to win with this team or that team. It's or like being a Kansas City Chiefs fan.
Well, it's if you're a fat, illiterate redneck, you got no skill or talent, no education, clearly, because you're white, that's your accomplishment, is that you share the same race as other white people who have accomplished things. So clearly that makes you a much more noteworthy person than some well-spoken, accomplished black dude who's a lawyer or a doctor. Because, hey, like, their race, because I'm not well-read or whatever, as far as I know, there aren't as many people on that side that have done things to people on my side. So because I'm on the right side, that's what matters. It's not judging each person on a case-by-case basis.
President Trump determining that the U.S. is in an armed conflict with the drug cartels that the administration has designated as terrorist organizations. In a memo obtained by News Nation, shared with members of Congress by Pentagon officials, it says the U.S. has now reached a critical point where we must use force in self-defense and defense of others against the ongoing attacks by these designated terrorists. And this follows the 3 recent deadly strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean. The memo says the alleged smugglers are, quote, unlawful combatants, and that the Pentagon was legally authorized to strike the boat in the Caribbean last month. This also lays the groundwork for potential more strikes, even within Venezuela. Here's more from the president.
So why don't they send troops in, or not troops, like why don't they send in personnel to apprehend them? It seems like there are a lot of benefits to detaining them. You're able to get information out of them. I mean, the only thing I can think of is that maybe it's too remote where they can't get people out there in time. So, I mean, it is like we're using surveillance tech and artillery. So there could be that logistical advantage to just taking it out right away. But if that's not the case, then they're probably just doing it to send a message that, hey, we're now, like, if you send men out at sea to smuggle drugs, they don't just have to risk detainment. They also risk being, like, shelled with ordnance.
This week.
If you try to poison our people, we will blow you out of existence.
We'll blow your dick.
Language they really understand.
We will blow you. We will blow you like you've never been blown before.
Now, he stated that he wasn't going to get involved in foreign affairs, especially when it comes to military conflicts. So it seems like that's what he's doing here. So he's not abiding by his campaign promise. And a lot of people that were sucking Trump's dick, a lot of it is, hey, he's not going to get involved in war. He's not going to get involved in Ukraine or whatever, because, hey, it's not our problem. I guess here they'll argue that, oh, this is our problem, but still, it just seems like, again, they don't care about consistency. Trump can...
I noticed that there's been a lot of cunnilingus references tonight. Like, is that... Are we making an effort to do that?
You can do that?
Yeah.
To do what?
Like, within the last 5 minutes, we made, like, 5 different dick-sucking references, and, like, I'm just like, are we doing that on accident?
Gene won't stop. It's all Gene.
Okay, this is a derailment.
Nothing.
There's still questions around the legality of these strikes. The president getting questions from both sides of the aisle. Republican Senator Rand Paul saying that these individuals suspected of a crime deserve a trial and legal representation regardless of what they are accused of.
So when it comes to combating their cartels, I mean, he wants to go to war with Venezuela. What about all the other Latin American countries that have a large presence of cartel members that also contribute to a lot of the traffic? And then when it comes to trying to stop this sort of drug trade, I'm sorry, but I don't think blowing up some like vessels in the like Caribbean or the Gulf of Mexico, I don't think that's really going to address the core of the problem. And if he cares so much about fentanyl, why doesn't he address the core of the issue? Where if they just decriminalized these substances, there you go. You would cut off.
There would be no black
cash flow.
market for them to be, to be a cash flow for cartels.
And I mean, a lot of people getting addicted to fentanyl, it's because they're consuming other drugs that are laced
that are
with
cut
fentanyl.
with it.
So, I mean, some people seek fentanyl out directly, but a lot of people get addicted to it indirectly because they're getting their shit off the street that's provided to them by some kind of illegal supplier. So if it's decriminalized, then it can actually be regulated. And again, like for some reason, it seems like that would be an approach that seems like it would be much less like it would be far more effortless. It seems like that just has to do with more policy than it does actual like sort of troop employment or actual like I don't know, sending troops into countries, apprehending them, more physical force. So if they really care about not wasting taxpayer money, I think all of these sort of drug raids and all the money invested in like the DEA investigating their cartels, trying to find the people who are cooking the substances or supplying the substances, smuggling them, it seems like that's really expensive and it never ends. So I don't know, it seems like the DEA and a lot of the agencies that are in charge of this, they're, what happened to Zidane? Oh, there they are. But it seems like it's just for some reason, conservative politicians seem to really pander to agencies like ICE and the DEA and the ATF, which ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. So they're the toady agencies that are all about sending men in with guns and handcuffs to apprehend people. So it seems like the agencies that aren't associated with sending in toadies to arrest people using brute force, you know, like the IRS or the CDC, they're the ones that they're cutting funding to. And it seems like with a lot of this crap, it's like maybe if you tried an approach that's more bureaucratic, that has to do with just policy and what is allowed and what's regulated versus what isn't allowed, seems like that would require far less resources. It would definitely cut back on the issue significantly, and therefore it would be far less of like a tax drain. But instead, they prefer the approach that will just keep the cycle going, where you're never going to get rid of these cartels. It's the invisible hand. You can get rid of like as many people on the top as you want, but there's still going to be people below them who work there that just fill in that power vacuum. So it seems like they want this like sort of, it's like the military industrial complex. It seems like when it comes to like the drug wars, it seems like they just want to keep it going. Seems like they kind of like that cycle of just always giving like the DEA and all the toady brigades as much work as possible. They need to see some action.
We do have some breaking news that we wanted to share. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth sharing this social media post just moments ago saying, quote, earlier this morning on President Trump's orders, I directed a lethal kinetic strike on a narco trafficking vessel affiliated with designated terrorist organizations in the U.S. Southcom area of responsibility. 4 male narco terrorists aboard the vessel were killed in the strike, and no U.S. forces were harmed in the operation. The strike was conducted in international waters just off the coast of Venezuela, while the vessel was transporting substantial...
And one thing that people have mentioned is that laugh out loud, like that's not going to get rid of the cartels. They'll just do other things like human trafficking. And it's just, well, I mean, human trafficking.
Do something about that too if you want to be the big law and order people. Sorry, you were about to make it probably an equally good point.
If that bleeds into like that sort of black market, that okay, if you care so much about giving the toady sort of agencies things to do, well, there you go. There's another area where they can investigate things and crack down on it. But the dilemma there is him claiming that, hey, all these deportations, like declaring the cartels terrorist states or these terrorist organizations, it's very crucial to do that because it's a threat to our national security. Like them smuggling these drugs in, people getting addicted to it, it affects us. That's why it's important. So, what?
Someone in the chat said, get Americans to quit drugs, then there's no cartels. It's so simple, Gene. Why didn't you think of that?
As if the cartels will just be like, oh, fuck it, we can't make money off drugs, we're just going to not be a criminal enterprise anymore, I guess.
We just need a public service announcement that tells people stop doing drugs. And it's
so are there any countries on the planet where nobody does fucking drugs? And this is where idiots don't understand, like they're not able to process large numbers at all, where we're talking about hundreds of millions of people, 1/3 of a billion people. So it's like, it's not like every other person is doing fentanyl and shit. Like a lot of people engaging in these black market drugs, they make up a small chunk of the hundreds of millions of people out there. But the problem is, if you want nobody to be doing these drugs, it's just, you'd have to cut it down to, like, I don't know, less than 1% of 1% of the population. And it's just, you know what, when you're dealing with very, very, very large numbers, the likelihood, and when it comes to just human nature, human behavior, human error, on a scale of hundreds of millions, I think maybe you're the dumbass and you don't really know how to think in a practical manner when you think that it's easier to get, like, to make it so nobody is doing drugs or close to 0% of people are doing drugs in a society with hundreds of millions of people as opposed to just decriminalizing them.
Gene, no,
so
I know what we...
that small portion of people who are going to do it regardless are able to do it legally, where it can be supplied legally, and laws aren't being broken as it's being supplied.
No, Gene, I figured it out. I was thinking about it. We need to make the drugs illegal, and then people will stop doing them.
Oh, like alcohol?
Yeah, and like drugs and.
There we go. Let's try making alcohol illegal. That hasn't been tried ever, and if it was tried, it totally worked when it did.
And what about cigarettes? What about making cigarettes illegal? And the thing is, a lot of the drugs that are like illegal are, you could say, just as like addictive. They're just as like deleterious as alcohol or tobacco. So it's just, if those are going to be legal, a lot of the drugs that are being supplied on the black market, it makes just as much sense for those to be legal as well. And the big one again is cocaine. And the thing is there. Well, the thing is there is, like, even though it's not the best thing for you, it's just, you know what? The likelihood of you getting addicted to something like fentanyl or other substances that are laced with it is pretty much zero if you're getting it legally, where it's being regulated. Right. Yeah.
Dude, the legal cocaine market would be the shit too. I'm just saying.
And plus, they don't get the nuance of, it's just, hey, out of all the options, decriminalizing it, just getting all Americans to quit drugs, or eradicating the cartels with military force. All three of those, I guess, are potential solutions. Which one's more practical? Which one's more likely to work? Which one's easier to implement? A cost-benefit analysis. So the way their brains work is, hey, here's this other solution of everyone just not doing drugs. And that could be like an approach. Therefore, that one. Checkmate, liberals. Critical thinking? What's that?
Amounts of narcotics headed to America to poison our people. Our intelligence, without a doubt, confirmed that this vessel was trafficking narcotics. The people on board were narco-terrorists, and they were operating on a known narco-trafficking transit route. These strikes will continue until the attacks on the American people are over. And part of a social media post included this, some video, apparently, of what just happened. Now, this is courtesy of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. This is the video that he shared from his post, and you can see what appears to be a vessel exploding in flames. You can also see the word unclassified at the top of this video. So we did want to share this with you as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just sharing this update. This comes as President Trump has declared drug cartels be unlawful combatants, and he says that the U.S. is now in an armed conflict with them. That is according to a Trump administration.
And on top of all this, Trump's been pissing off all of the world's governments. He's been pissing off like just people across the globe. He's making
including
like,
right-leaning governments.
Yeah, hate America more now than ever before. So when it comes to like dealing with international affairs, he doesn't really seem to be the most agreeable sort of politician to work with. And he seems to like creating more tension. Now, if he wanted to address like the black market drug trade across the Americas, South and North America, he's focusing on like Venezuela and just a small amount of Latin American countries. Well, what if, well, Venezuela, there's clearly ulterior motives with their large stockpiles of oil, but if he wanted to really try to mitigate this issue and really improve or create a notable decrease in traffic, do you think if he worked more diplomatically with governments in like Brazil, Mexico, and so forth, and signed off on like certain treaties where they both work together and trying to investigate the different cartels and the traffic within their countries? I mean, I think that would make him and America look much more like appealing on the world stage. And that kind of like cohesive, like sort of like project probably would have much more beneficial effects, as opposed to just, hey, let's just focus on Venezuela. That's one of many countries that's part of this problem, and let's just bomb some of their vessels that are like smuggling drugs in.
Memo. So this memo appears to represent this incredible assertion where President Trump is effectively declaring that trafficking of drugs into the U.S. amounts to armed conflict requiring the use of military force. The memo says, quote, the president determined that the United States is in a non-international armed conflict with these designated terrorist organizations. The memo going on to say that the United States has now reached a critical point where...
Oh, somebody in the chat said, look at these brainwashed college brats. Dude, you know that you're somebody who's got quite a few brain cells rubbed together. When you look at people who have a higher education, you look at that like that's a bad thing. I mean,
yeah, besides jokes on you,
educated who really know their shit, and it's the educated.
Yeah. I'm a college dropout anyway.
Yeah, but the funny thing about that is, as far as I'm concerned, that they're complimenting us, because normally, you know, what age is someone in college? Tell me, James.
Look at that guy. He lifts weights and runs every day, and he eats healthy.
My point is, I'm 34 years old. Like,
I have gotten that from like old right-leaning people. Like, you'll learn when you get into your 30s and get out of college, and I'm like, I'm already in my 30s.
Yeah, like this dude's basically saying we look 10 years younger than we are. Thanks.
Exactly.
Maybe because we take care of ourselves and we're not like some fat fuck redneck like you, who probably looks like you're going to look like you're 50 by the time you get halfway through your 30s.
Usually when I'm getting called ugly on the internet, it's by somebody who's mad that I won an argument.
Yeah, and that's how you know that you're the more well-educated and rational one. Somebody proves that you're wrong about 2 + 2 equaling like 4 as opposed to 5, and then you
doesn't equal banana.
Yeah, and then you call them a poopy head. I mean, clearly, responding to logic using insults shows that you're the like higher intellect.
And defense of others against the ongoing attacks by these designated terrorist organizations. So we did want to share that with you as Secretary Hegseth.
I am going to reboot my Discord. I'll be right back.
X, saying that 4 male narco-terrorists aboard this vessel that he shared in this video were killed in this strike. No U.S. forces were harmed in the operation.
They said, depends on what college you go to, or to be fair, some colleges are letting you make up your own degrees. Yup, depends on the college. Now, the problem is that when you're just going to act like all college is stupid, that's black and white thinking. That's a sign of stupidity. I don't think that all degrees are equal. And the thing is, I went to a pretty decent college, and I have multiple STEM degrees. I went to the University of College Park in Maryland, and that's up there with one of the leading universities in the country. So if we're going to talk about like, oh, well, just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're educated. Well, I think that if you have a degree in a very credible subject matter, especially if it's a STEM degree from a leading university, I don't think it's obnoxious or an overstatement to say that you're at least well educated in that specific area.
Conducted in the international waters just off the coast of Venezuela while the vessel was transporting substantial amounts of narcotic headed to America to poison our people. So we did want to share that with you as Secretary Hegseth shared that to us just moments ago. Of course, any new updates we, of course, will pass.
Somebody says you go to college to become educated, ellipses, not to become politically brainwashed. Well, here's the thing. I went to school for engineering and computer science. So when I'm taking classes in like, statics and mechanics or, I don't know, like networking. So I'm taking a Cisco course. They didn't discuss politics a whole lot in the classes that I took. So yeah, I clearly was being brainwashed when, I was taking like discrete mathematics courses and parameter logic. Clearly, they were just using subliminal messages to put all this like political propaganda in my head.
Them along.
Yeah, this person went to medical school and they took a bunch of courses and stuff on like, human anatomy and so forth, and like on like the digestive system and how different like nutrients are broken down. Clearly, they're just being brainwashed. So, do you think that's a homemade submarine?
Yeah, they're piloting it with a Logitech controller.
It's like a 1-2-man submarine. It's like those bikes where it's just two people pedaling. That's what it is. It's just two guys in there. It's completely operated by mechanical means.
That's gonna be hard to get on. Alto Tupaco!
Do you think it would have been more practical if they just bombed it?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, like Gaza. There's a problem, you drop a bomb. If the problem exists still, you drop more bombs.
Yeah, bombs solve everything.
Yeah.
If a problem is present, you drop some bombs, and then nothing is present. Everything's vacant in that area.
So this morning, American forces, they have struck another vessel allegedly carrying illegal drugs off of Venezuela's coast. President Trump had this to say during these ongoing missions in the Caribbean.
It's a pretty tough thing we've been doing, but you have to think of it this way. Every one of those boats is responsible for the death of 25,000 American people and the destruction of families. So when you think of it that way, what we're doing is actually an act of kindness.
While the president referred to a Saturday attack, it's
Being a drug addict isn't good. Trust me, I know drug addicts. I was best friends with Elon Musk.
The attack took place in international waters just off of Venezuela's coast.
Trust me, I know.
And somebody in the chat says, "Mofo's so dumb. Y'all think men can have periods?" So here's the thing: we didn't discuss that at all, and it kind of shows just how that sort of issue of like, hey, like, are there more than two genders or whatever, just kind of like lingers in the back of your head. You're so obsessed with it for some reason. But it kind of shows how much of a dumbass you are, because you're assuming that we must believe that because we happen to have more left-leaning political views than you. And guess what? I don't think people who are biologically male can have periods. So I think there's
crazy talk.
A lot of nuance there, but hey, God, clearly I'm the one that's so dumb where I believe that.
Maduro says he is preparing to
It's weird how right-leaning men think about trans people more than I do, and I have sex with trans people. Like, think about something else, bro.
Yeah, and Gene is a trans person.
Shap's so hilarious.
in the event of an attack by the U.S. military.
They're not coming in by sea anymore, so now we'll have to start looking about the land because they'll be forced to go by land. And let me tell you right now, that's not going to work out well for them either.
President Donald Trump said the U.S. military may need to start
Oh, somebody said anti-woke Sheen.
Dude, I know Dude, I know.
I think the argument that people make when it comes to the sex and gender thing is that sex and gender are two different things. So it seems like it's a semantics thing. So there's like when it comes to sex, that is based on anatomy, and that is based on whether somebody's born with or without like a Y chromosome. And then there's gender. And
most trans people would agree with what
fluid.
Gene said. Yeah.
Operations against drug cartels after striking suspected drug boats in the Caribbean. In a speech,
There's a reason why they'll use FTM or MTF as identifiers. Like that's a whole thing. Conservatives just make that up in their mind.
Finding them.
It's unclear what military action would look like on land, as both Cartel de los Soles and Tren de Aragua operate in other countries besides Venezuela. Trump has, however, expressed a desire for the
that's the other thing. So when you look at these cargo vessels, and you just look at the math of how many like sort of containers there are in just one particular like compartment. So like the giant like metal cargo crates, and how long it would take if I don't know, a team of like 5-10 people opened all of those up and went through and searched not just every single like crate of items, but looking inside all the different items within that one crate, within just one of those giant like metal compartments. And it's something where it's like it would take like a year for just a few people to do all of that. It would take forever. And it's just so when we're discussing like, okay, how do we put an end to them smuggling drugs into the country? Again, maybe if you just decriminalize drugs so they could get it all legally, so there's no need to ship it in illegally, then you wouldn't even have to worry about whether it's in there to begin with.
No, Gene.
To enter Mexican territory.
We need to just keep the system fucked up and keep fighting the good fight, Gene.
Well, people can just not do drugs. Like,
that too. You could just tell them and wag your finger at them. But what I think we need to do, obviously, doesn't take a genius to see this. Need to build a wall, okay, in the ocean so that the drugs can't come in. See? And if they somehow get over the wall, we build it 20 foot higher. If they somehow get over that, 20 foot higher.
No, we just need to drop a bunch of like maritime mines into like the Gulf of Mexico. I mean the Gulf of America.
Oh God, yeah, just have mines all throughout it.
Just no one will do what China did, where they build a couple artificial islands and declare all of like the South China Sea, which is like international waters, as their own territory. Just let China have it. Let them have Taiwan. Let them have the South China Sea. And maybe this is diplomacy. Trump can get along better with Xi Jinping. He can get along better with the Chinese government. Let Russia have Ukraine. And then we can just build some fake islands and declare all of the Gulf of America and the Caribbean, all the maritime regions in that part of the world as our own maritime territories. And then we can just turn those fake islands into a bunch of fortresses and military docking ports. And then, yeah, there you go. Let us control that entire region, and we can just deploy a bunch of autonomous, submarines.
There we go.
All the air drones can just dock at the artificial islands, and then they can go about their day bombing vessels in the region. And hey, it's our territory, so why are they in the Gulf of America? Or the American Sea? It's no longer the Caribbean Sea. And hey, we're going to let them have, Taiwan, so in exchange, Cuba used to be part of the U.S., so we get to take over Cuba and make them a colony again.
To fight the cartels operating there. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum pushed back against that plan. Newly titled War Secretary Pete Hegseth vowed to continue the sea strikes.
All right, meanwhile, President Trump wants Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan returned to the U.S. It was lost to the Taliban during the Biden administration's disastrous withdrawal 4 years ago. Lucas Hamilton is in Washington with those details. Hey.
Okay. I hope that person is a troll, because they said China would fuck America up with a line on the floor laughing emoji.
With that message, I will no longer be acknowledging the shit that they say, because this person has tried to come off as pro-American all night long. No.
Well, there are a bunch of conspiratorial right-wing people where it's like, we better start learning how to speak Chinese, because they have this mentality that China is this really strong superpower that we need to invest even more heavily in our military, because China's going to take over the world any moment. Which, if they think that, it kind of shows just how ill-informed they are when it comes to geopolitics. Right. When it comes to the power of the world stage, because China's military isn't that much stronger than Japan's military or India's military. If you look at the military strength index, which that just looks at the strength of a country's military based on their funding, the amount of equipment, military vehicles, weaponry they have, ballistics. Japan and India are decimal points away when it comes to any sort of military index that's used by any professionals, any of the world's governments, or military experts. So it's just anybody that thinks that America spends more money on its military than the next 7-9 countries combined. And if they want to fight a war across the Pacific Ocean, I mean, I don't think they'd be able to win a war against Japan. I think Japan would be able to fight them off and would have no issues dealing with China by themselves. If Japan and South Korea ally together, they have a stronger military strength than China does. But these people don't know how the military works. A lot of them think, oh, China has a large population, so because they have a lot of foot soldiers, they can just Zerg rush territories.
Oh God, let's not go there.
Well, that's how war works. It's it's not like we don't live in the Middle Ages and you can deploy thousands of foot soldiers with rifles, but you call in some airstrikes and it's irrelevant that they have a bunch of poorly trained men with rifles.
Good morning, Charlie, Rachel, and Griff. President Trump issuing a new warning to the Taliban, promising harsh consequences if Afghanistan does not return Bagram Air Base to the U.S. military. The president posting this.
Oh, somebody says, you don't know how to military works.
You gotta love to military work, okay?
Dude. I don't know. Do you think I'm being overly judgmental when a lot of these people, they can't just type a complete sentence that isn't littered with a bunch of typos? I mean, I understand that when you're speaking in a text chat, it's just, okay, sometimes you're just not paying attention. So I do kind of give some leniency. Everyone makes some mistakes where if they go back and read it, it's oh yeah, I didn't word that properly. But I love people where they're never able to type more than a fragment at a time. And every single fragment that they post is just doesn't abide by grammar and syntax. Yeah. It's almost like they're illiterate fucks who can barely read or write beyond an 8th grade level.
If Afghanistan doesn't give Bagram Air Base back to those who built it, the United States of America, bad things are going to happen. Well, Bagram was first built by the Soviets back in the 50s. Later, it was expanded during the 1980s during the Soviet-Afghan War. It wasn't until after 9/11 that the base came into the possession of the U.S. military, used as a hub of operations.
Oh, they said Siri doesn't know how to spell check. Well, here's the thing. You shouldn't have to use Siri to spell check. Because if you look at the words that you're using, all of these words should be words that, I don't know, fifth grader or an eighth grader should be able to spell correctly on like some kind of spelling test. And you said, who types anymore? If you're relying on text to speech, I'm sorry, you're pathetic. It takes seconds to type up a sentence. It takes more time and energy to ask like some kind of text to speech program or some kind of AI to write something out for you. It's quicker to just type out a sentence, because if you have above a fifth grade level of education, it should take seconds to type up a sentence. It should be very seamless.
When you're typing, there is like autocomplete, like it'll see like, oh, you're typing this, right? And then you can just press the button to complete the word. To me, that's automated enough. I don't really need to go further than that. And even that sometimes just gets in the way.
Against the Taliban and al-Qaeda, of course. The base stood strong for decades until it was abandoned under the Biden administration when it was turned over to Afghan forces when the U.S. withdrew it secretly in the middle of the night back in 2021. And just a month later, it was captured by the Taliban on the same day Kabul fell. Now the president saying this about Bagram last night.
Mr. President, you mentioned in your remarks at a press conference something about Bagram and bringing it back to the U.S.
I'd like to get Bagram back, and there was gross incompetence to give that up. You know, that's one of
Okay, we covered this a bit last week, but yeah, it's just he wants to go back to Afghanistan, and what are they going to do with that military base? They want to get it back. The whole point of withdrawing the troops from Afghanistan. And I agree, Joe Biden deserves a lot of criticism for how he went about withdrawing. It was executed very poorly. But here's the problem. The reason we were withdrawing troops is because we don't want to have a military presence there anymore. We don't want to have troops stationed at bases in that particular set of borders anymore. So if he takes it back, you have to have soldiers that are located at the base in order to do anything with the base. So I mean, it's one thing to be like, we don't want them to have possession, so we're gonna destroy the base. We're just going to go through and turn it into a pile of rubble. It's like, okay, whatever. Is that really going to benefit anybody? I mean, at this point, Taliban's taken over the country. So they're like having a massive ground war with ISIS. I mean, either it's going to help them repel ISIS, or it's going to help ISIS if they take the base. It's going to help them overthrow the Taliban, but it's like, pick your poison. So unless you actually do want to get involved in another ground war with Afghanistan, why are we going to try to take control of a base that the whole point of withdrawing is to abandon that base? I don't know. So didn't Trump claim that he didn't want to be involved in Afghanistan? I know Obama promised that and didn't follow through with his promise of not getting involved. And
both parties have had big name figures and presidents go back on their word on this at this point. You can't no one party or one if you blame the voters, that's also stupid, because a lot of people, right wing and Republican, Democratic, liberal, a lot of them do agree that Afghanistan is a waste of manpower, and all we're doing is, obviously there's still the people who are brainwashed by Fox News and just think that any military occupation by the United States is just American exceptionalism anyway. But I don't know, those people are stupid anyway. That at this point, nobody can point the finger at Democrats or Republicans, when it's just like, whoever is in charge right now doing it should be getting the shit.
Well, even something like this, I would say that this issue of whether we should have stayed in Afghanistan or not. It seems like this is something that's fairly bipartisan. It seems like this is something where even people on the right seem to agree that it was just a waste of fucking time. And I mean, no administration, whether it's the Bush administration, Obama administration, Biden administration, or Trump administration, went about managing the affairs in the Middle East well at all. Trump said he was going to withdraw the troops, and they didn't. Biden was the one that eventually withdrew the troops, but he did a terrible job. Once we finally got to a president that followed through, their execution was terrible. But now he wants to get back involved. When his original campaign, his first term, he promised that he was going to withdraw the troops, and he didn't.
The most powerful bases in the world in terms of runway strength and the strength, and you can land anything on there.
So does the Taliban have an air force? That's the thing. It's just, it's very useful there. Now, okay, so are we going to have a military stronghold in Afghanistan without the permission of what currently it's Taliban that's controlling the Afghan? But then again, we'd be at war at odds with the Taliban at all. Are we just going to control that base and not even fight against them? So it's just, hey, this area is just a walled off logistical airstrip for when America wants to do some world policing against other adversaries in that region, like Iran. I mean, I get, but that would be the only thing I could think of where there's
call it the World Police Station or some stupid shit like that.
Well, it's like Cuba. They don't want us having Guantanamo Bay there, but we do it regardless because we don't fucking care. So there is that dynamic of just having logistical sort of bases across the globe. So he mentioned the airstrip. So I guess I can understand why in that region it might be at an advantage to have that airstrip, because hey, if you want to deploy certain troop or deploy certain vessels, or you want vessels to land and resupply and refuel, maybe with Pearl Harbor, one of the reasons why America annexed Hawaii and really pressured them to cede themselves to the U.S. was because Pearl Harbor was a very sort of advantageous sort of logistical point when it came to maritime sort of strategy. So if that's the case, well, then we'd have to have this military base, this occupation in their country without their permission. And are they okay with that? Because I'm pretty sure, I don't know, the Taliban wouldn't like it. I'm pretty sure that it's a lot of the well, I don't know. I guess if they're already controlling it, all the food and everything that they get, the troops need, would probably be flown in, but that's pretty expensive.
Planet on top of it.
Afghanistan's very arid, so it's not like military bases in other countries, like that one base in Germany, where it's pretty much its own functioning town or city. And if they want to, they can leave the borders, the vicinity of the base, and go shopping, within the markets, the towns, the cities within that country. In Afghanistan, they'd be completely walled off. They would be completely confined inside that base in this arid sort of country that's mostly desert. And the only way for them to leave the base is through through those airstrips. So that would be something that's pretty expensive to sustain this small little town or military community in such a desolate, remote, walled-off region.
It's not clear when U.S. forces could return to Afghanistan. And guys, I've been your backup anchor now for about 2 hours here in Washington. I'm getting paid to watch the show. Easiest money I've ever made, guys.
All right, Lucas Townsend doing a great job there.
Thank you, Lucas.
So this is pretty interesting and didn't see this coming, but there were many that argued way back during the disastrous withdrawal that this was a bad idea. The significance of Bagram Air Base so close to neighboring the neighborhood that it sits in. So the Washington Post, an editorial, has this headline, and they write this: a U.S. return to Bagram isn't a bad idea. The abandoned airfield in Afghanistan was once a symbol of American power. Trump wants it back. And I think the thinking could be, I don't know, and President Trump
That's what
could
matters,
speak directly to it, is that it was strategic not only because
how are we going to show people how powerful we are if we don't take it back? Huh?
If you're going to play devil's advocate there, it's like, hey, we don't want them to give them the satisfaction of like seizing the base that was once ours. If America says whether or not we put a base in your country, if we want to leave the country, we take the base with us. If we don't want you in that base that we put there, then you're not allowed to have it. Well, if that's the case, then, I mean, I think it's stupid. I think it's unnecessary. But if you're going to appeal to that sort of like principle, wouldn't it make more sense to just airstrike the base and destroy it so they can't use it? It would be just one military operation. I think seizing that base and then having troops deployed there and maintaining the base at that point, maintaining military bases is really expensive. So again, they care a lot about taxpayer money. I mean, what is going to cost us money?
ISIS K continues to.
I think the cheapest alternative is to just do nothing because it's irrelevant. If you do want to get involved, the second most cost-effective method would be like just a one-off sort of strike on that facility. I think having some like permanent occupation there, long-term occupation and maintenance of that base is just a waste of taxpayer money. I don't think Trump really cares much about the taxpayer money when he does shit like that.
With the Taliban to this day, so we would have a presence there to lean into that, but also its proximity to China.
Yes, the proximity to China is an important point, right, Charlie?
Yeah, and I love that it still really makes.
Oh God. Yeah, because we really need an air base in Afghanistan. Isn't there this other country that doesn't get along with China at all? And they're divided by the Himalayas. And I mean, if you look at like this particular country, they have a lot of coastal regions and so forth, and they got a pretty strong military of their own. So when it comes to like more the eastern side or the western side of China, which I don't know if you're aware of this, most of China lives on the eastern part, like near the coast, Shanghai, Beijing. But if you care about like having a presence there, I think it would make more sense. So I don't know, like, isn't there this other big military power in that region called India? And I'm pretty sure they butt heads a lot with China. So it seems like, I don't know, it would make more sense to try to get along better with India. And maybe they'd allow us to have some air bases there.
They would probably welcome them in that scenario.
Well, the thing is, we already have a huge military presence in that region, like with South Korea. Like we have so many fucking like military bases, air bases in like near Japan and throughout that entire region. I mean, Australia, New Zealand's there. So China, even without the United States, has so many adversaries in that part of the globe. And like Afghanistan is a very, it's like, what is it, the pension like sort of province, and that has a very small border with China. And then that is out in the more desolate regions where you have like East Turkestan, the Uyghur populations, and Tibet. And those are places that I think are even like they're slightly southwest of the Great Plateau. So it's just, I don't know, maybe I'm not well informed enough, but it seems like on a logistics standpoint, it seems like trying to collaborate with India, because we do have kind of a tenuous military alliance with them, and it seems like that would be more advantageous. And unlike in Afghanistan, where it'd be in an enemy country that actually, if they want to take down that air base, I mean, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So if China wanted to deal with that base, and when it comes to sabotaging it, they probably would be willing to give weapons and to cooperate with that the Taliban. So it seems like in India would be more well protected. It would be on soil of like a friendly state. And they would also support in maintaining the base, and it's mutually beneficial because India's got a decent military and they could use it for their own air force. But hey, it's Trump, so he clearly knows his shit.
Really mad that all that money was lost when Joe Biden managed to create that catastrophe of a withdrawal.
Yeah, he still talks about the weapons and the vehicles. Some of those weapons, by the way, ending up in being shipped off and used there in Afghanistan, but also sent to other
sold
to other, and that's ours. And President Trump was absolutely disgusted with how that ended.
And rightly so.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most.
Somebody said, I don't know. Man, China looking pretty favorable compared to us. I don't. Maybe I got to do an entire
move there then.
Well, I don't know what their political views are, but I think they're talking about in terms of global influence and military strength. Now, they do try to engage in that sort of. It's kind of like international loan sharking. It's sort of they will be like, hey, we're gonna like build some bridges and some roads, and we're gonna help engage in these like infrastructure like projects, but then they put those countries in debt, where now it's like, hey, you owe us. Like we engage in this project where you can't afford to pay it off, so now like you gotta seize control of some like port or something for us. So they do that. So America pisses off the globe, Russia pisses off the globe, so does China. And China gets a lot of like global hate for that. But China's military is the military strength index. It goes over like, how many ballistics nukes the country has, how advanced their tech is, how advanced their aircraft, their naval vessels are compared to other countries, how many different vessels of a specific strength and technological prowesses compared to others. But you know what it doesn't measure? There are certain variables that it doesn't take into consideration. You know what those are, Shab? Just guess. Corruption. So are the different like soldiers or personnel, are they actually qualified to be a commander or a corporal? Or is there some nepotism and cronyism going on? And one thing China deals with is a lot of cronyism, where there is a lack of oversight, and they will just put Jack down. You're distracting me. See, Shab's a class
cuteness to the stream.
Shab's a class clown. Here, I gotta minimize Discord. But anyway, China deals with a lot of cronyism, and a lot of their soldiers are poorly trained. They're poorly fed. They're poorly supplied. And the last time China's troops saw ground combat was the Xinhu Vietnamese War. So after America backed out of Vietnam, and people point to that, America lost Vietnam. The big reason America lost is because they did not want to engage the North because of the threat of mutually assured destruction. So America decided to only play defense, but China got mad when Cambodia attacked Vietnam and Vietnam went in and seized control of Cambodia's capital to get rid of the Khmer Rouge. And because China wanted to show that they're the boss in the region, and you can't go in and take over Cambodia because we told you you're not allowed, China invaded Vietnam. Gloves are off, didn't care. And Vietnam's military, who had a much smaller military, was able to fight back China to its borders while fighting a two-front war and having half of its military invested in another country occupying their capital and dealing with another military force. So if you think America did bad or France did bad dealing with Vietnam, look at China's blunder, and that's the last time they were ever involved in a military conflict. And if you think Russia's military is corrupt, that's the thing. Russia has a stronger military than China. They went into Ukraine, and Ukraine has a weaker military than South Korea or Japan or India. And you know what? Russia didn't do good because of corruption, poor logistics, parts being sold on the black market, and personnel being just poorly fucking trained. So China's even worse than Russia when it comes to corruption and cronyism. So having very advanced, like, sort of tanks or aircraft are very useless when nobody knows how to properly like utilize them or drive them or control them. So you can have advanced ballistics, but if you lack the personnel to operate like the communications and everything and know how to determine the locations and actually deploy and utilize and maintain the weapons, then it's all null and void at that point. I just went off on a big tangent.
Yeah.
Here, talk to the chat. I gotta get the other players.
It was relevant, though.
Yeah.
Boy, you talk a lot, boy.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a podcast.
A loudmouth motherfucker, boy. So,
Hey, you're not wrong about that, Kennedy. China will just sort of give you the death penalty.
Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button if you haven't yet. We're at 28 likes right now when we could get 30. What I'm saying.
I don't hear talking.
Makes a lot of good points. Vlad says, I mean, you were not wrong, John. What a sick. What else we got in the chat? Yeah, kid.
What's up?
Like button. We got next on the
Zachary Watson said China's only scary for their drones, I think. That's kind of just a technology that a lot of the top world militaries possess.
Yeah.
China doesn't really have the monopoly on that.
Iran's got a decent, like, I guess, division. Their military invested in drones, and they're, like, not even, like, in the top 20 countries in terms of military strength. So, I mean, look at Ukraine, and look at how efficient they've been at utilizing drone tech. And they were, like, they're not even in the world's top 20 militaries. Maybe they are now, but still, it's like Russia has the second most advanced military on paper, and look at how much they got their ass kicked. And I'm sure India, South Korea, like, I would say Japan and South Korea probably have more advanced drone technology than China.
Bursting at the seams, filled with cats, dogs, rabbits, and other critters.
We hit a population of 1,000 animals. That has never happened before.
Animal Care Center shelters in New York City says they're being forced to use overflow rooms and backup crates because too many people are returning their pets.
So Rocky was our 1,000th animal. Why are folks giving up their pets? The main reason for pet surrender is I can't afford it. Vet care is expensive, food is expensive. I mean, just human cost of living is expensive.
Risa Weinstock oversees ACC's 3 NYC shelters, which announced on July 18th that they won't be taking any more animals.
When we put out that message, over the weekend, we still took in 200 animals. So we're open for intake for emergencies, but we are asking the public to work with us to slow down what is coming in.
Prices for kibble, leashes, and other pet goods have surged 22% since 2019, while pet services like grooming and vet visits have gone up 42%.
This isn't just a New York City problem. There were over 5.8 million animals in shelters nationwide in 2024.
Shelters in Arizona, Virginia, and Tennessee also feeling the squeeze.
The interesting thing that we're seeing is that the length of stay, so the time that animals are spending in the shelter, is increasing year over year.
Weinstock says animals can stay in their shelters for just a few days or up to several months.
When you have to make that choice of putting an animal down, how does that decision come to be?
Not easy. Euthanasia is the last choice. They will get sick. It's too.
This seems like a good job for psychopaths. So, you know how like certain jobs actually attract a decent amount of psychopaths, like surgeons. It's kind of very cringe-inducing opening up somebody's body and poking at their organs. Like, what is it? Pest control? So exterminators. Apparently, there's a decent amount of psychopaths. They need to find some psychopaths that can do all the euthanizing.
The guy that sent a hydrogen bomb to Bjork back in the late 90s, he was an exterminator.
Many to be housing all the time. We don't want to warehouse them, but when we see signs of deterioration, we really need to make some hard decisions.
For those who want to help, Weinstock says volunteering, fostering, or adopting your next pet.
They should have rabbit there. So did you know that following cats and dogs, rabbits are the pet that is number 3 in terms of their likelihood of being like abandoned?
A shelter can help chip away at the problem. They also give pet food and veterinarian resources to families in need.
Even if it's just one animal who we said, if we give you food for a month and you can pay your electricity, would that help you take your dog or your cat home? And they say yes, and they're crying because we were able to keep that pet with them. That's a good day.
A desperate plea to finding a...
So, do you think tariffs that are increasing inflation and, like they said, the price of like kibble and like pet supplies and everything is going up? Do you think that's going to help improve the odds of more people adopting pets, taking care of pets?
We've got 4 dogs in my house, and they have their kibbles, but lately we've been actually like cooking them actual food.
Hey, okay, Brian says, I need to take care of these animals. I am considering getting a pet. It's just been on the back burner. I've been too busy with other stuff.
Loving home.
To me, it's just getting around to, I don't know, looking into it and
animals, Gene.
You won't regret it, Gene.
So much love to give. Maya Eaglin, NBC News, New York.
We thank you for watching it.
I don't know. I don't like a lot of domestic cats. I kind of want a pet chimpanzee. Cappy, I like a challenge.
And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
An actual pet monkey that hangs out with me in my room would be the shit, to be fair. Like, I would be so down for that.
I need a hyena, and then I need to, because chimpanzees are highly intelligent, I hear they're one of the smartest animals out there, I need to train it to help take care of and tame the hyena.
And ride
take
it?
the hyena on walks. I don't think it'd be able to ride a hyena. I don't think hyenas are as large as you think they are.
Now at 10:30, a family suffers a devastating loss after their son dies from an accidental drug overdose. The drug, a synthetic opioid that is 40 times stronger than fentanyl. A group of synthetic opioids called nitazines are becoming the latest threat in this dangerous epidemic.
There's a lot of drugs stronger than fentanyl. I mean, it's up there.
2-year-old Bryce.
I'd say PCP. That's probably a drug that is, I guess, stronger.
What about when it comes to opiates?
Well, it's like, what are you talking about in terms of it being stronger? Like, are you talking about like the half-life, what kind of effects it has on the body, whether it's more lethal, if it's taken in proportionate amounts, or
smaller amounts accomplishes?
Yeah,
all about weight.
But it's also like accomplishes more. So do smaller amounts accomplish giving you a heart attack versus smaller amounts getting you high? Because different drugs have different highs. So if somebody gets high on opium or like heroin, and they're just in some sort of like trance where they're laying down in bed, I mean, certain drugs like PCP, you take it, and then the next moment you're eating somebody's face, and it takes 5 cops to hold them down.
Yeah.
So
PCP isn't talking about opium.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking about drugs.
I saw the video of that particular incident going down.
Yeah. Well, I think
remember
that dude was on bath salts or whatever. The one in Florida a few years, or like 10 years back.
Cat died after a night out with friends from a drug that many people have never heard of. Tonight, his family is sharing his story with our Kareem winner in hopes of saving other lives.
Just days after returning home from a family cruise last April.
Well, I believe it's an opiate. of some sort.
I remember when that happened and it was all over the news. Me and all my dumbass friends were all fantasizing about the zombie apocalypse coming.
According to Google, the strongest known opioid is carfentanil. Estimated to be 10,000 times more potent than morphine. And 100 times stronger than fentanyl.
Somebody in the chat said ketamine isn't like PCP. Did you say that, Chab, or?
I don't remember any of us saying ketamine.
Yeah.
Cindy and Andrew Jocat would find their son Bryce dead right in front of their Stevenson Ranch home.
He was lifeless in his car.
The 22-year-old never made it to his front door after a night out with friends, the victim of a deadly drug overdose.
And to know he was so close to home. It's such a silent death. He was right here in the front yard, and maybe I could have saved him if I knew.
Godson says PCP has never made anyone eat someone's face. Well, I was being hyperbolic. I mean, I don't know, like, did you look into that? Because I wouldn't be shocked if there's at least a few cases of that. But the point is, when people take PCP, they usually will lose a lot of sensory, so they don't feel pain. They can be tased numerous times and not flinch. And then they gain, like, superhuman strength. So it's like, just because a person can lift 100 pounds doesn't mean they should. So that's the thing. They will just rip somebody's, like, skin off like it's nothing. And it takes, like, 5 officers to restrain them and hold them down. So it gives them super crazy retard strength.
Bryce didn't die from taking fentanyl, the leading cause of fatal overdoses all across the country. It was something much stronger and more lethal that most people, including the Jocats, say they'd never heard of.
I miss him so much. How handsome he is.
A group of synthetic opioids called nitazines that's emerging as a new threat in the illicit drug epidemic. Bryce's parents say he thought he was taking Xanax, but that pill was packed with a type of nitazine.
I'm absolutely.
Once again, somebody dead because it wasn't regulated.
Now, who do you think smuggling in the countries?
The cartel. There's
cartels being one of them.
Well, here's something. Do you know how a lot of the cartels smuggle drugs in and out of the country?
Submarines.
No. They use young and dumb American citizens. They'll have members that they'll hang out in certain beaches and stuff, like near the borders, and they'll find, like, dumb college kids, and they'll go up and it's like, hey, like, it's an easy job. You get to stay at a hotel and stuff, and we'll give you this cut. All you gotta do is, act as a mule and carry the package back to the border, and that makes up a decent amount of all the drug smuggling. Is they get just naive sort of young adults, even teenagers, to just go to, like, some party at a hotel in Venezuela or Colombia, and then it's like, here you go, we're now going to tie, like, these drugs around your chest, and we're rolling the dice. We know that it's cost-benefit analysis, and probably like 18.8% are going to get called and not get through. So a lot of people smuggling drugs into the country are American citizens.
Positive. There's more kids that have died from it.
According to the Drug Enforcement Administration, nitazines can be up to 40 times stronger than fentanyl. Nitazines, which have different strains, were initially studied as an alternative to morphine. They're not approved for medical use due to the high risk of overdose and death. But now criminals are using this illegal substance to drive profits. Special Agent in Charge Brian Clark with DEA LA Field Division.
What we are seeing is local drug traffickers that are ordering the chemical directly from chemical companies and pharmaceutical companies in China and international through the dark web, and then they are adding it to the supply chain in their local areas.
What makes nitazine so dangerous is that Narcan isn't always effective in reversing overdoses. You may need multiple doses. Detection is another challenge. Small amounts of nitazine's concentrations so low can still be lethal. The drug is often undetected in routine death investigation testing and medical emergencies. Nitazine-related deaths have spiked in states like Tennessee and Texas. Ray McAllister lost her 22-year-old son, Lucci, to the drug in January. 3 months later, Lucci's close friend Hunter died from the same overdose.
I know of four overdoses in a 4-month period. Just in this tiny, boating community, Clear Lake, which is, a suburb of Houston. So I can't imagine what it is on a larger scale.
California isn't reporting significant cases yet, but agents warn
It is a matter of time as nitizens are starting to make their way here now too. So that's why we want to get ahead and put that public awareness out there. And that again, one pill, one time, you never know what you're going to take.
nitizens are even on the radar of congressional leaders with a new bipartisan.
Now, this seems like another drug that is laced in with other drugs that people are taking, where it's a yet another contaminant. So it seems like a lot of so weed's a perfect example where marijuana on its own is a pretty harmless and pretty benign drug. But because it was illegal for such a long period of time, and it's still illegal to some extent throughout the US, the only way for people to get it was on the street. And we've seen stories where people have laced marijuana with fentanyl just to make it more addicting. So that way, more people to get addicted to it. So therefore, they'd be able to sell more. And maybe if, like, again, when marijuana was made legal, it's not like all of a sudden now, like, every other person's a stoner now. It's like when you look at the like people using that particular drug, it didn't even really increase by that large of a margin. So
I remember when marijuana was made legal in my state, there were people who were like, it's the end of the world, we're going to be governed by a bunch of stupid potheads running everything. And it's like, it's so weird how those people try to act like they're the big grown-ups trying to make the big grown-up choices, but then their understanding of how things work is so like something you would expect a child to think. Like, marijuana is legal, therefore everybody that runs everything is going to be high all the time and fucking everything up. Like, that's not how anything actually works in the real world. Do you just think that you live in a cartoon?
Plus, they think of it as like a really bad thing, even though they're fine with alcohol stuff.
And smoking. A lot of them will smoke cigarettes, but then all like illegal drugs are just the worst thing imaginable.
Yeah.
And another thing people don't think about is what about chemicals that we don't usually consider to be drugs, like highly processed food? So how many people are dying every year of heart disease and diabetes associated with like the typical poor American diet? We do know that McDonald's, a lot of these fast food like industries, and a lot of like these junk food like sort of industries, they do add a shit ton of stuff to their food that does make it more addictive. It's there to stimulate parts of the brain that tell you that like you need to eat more food, so you're hungry even though they've already eaten a satisfying amount, or what should be a satisfying amount. And it also shuts off the parts of the brain that tell you that they're full. And like these chemicals are artificial chemicals that they add to the food for that reason, and it's legal. They do it right out in the open. And I mean, yet people don't pay it. Like, why aren't we talking about banning those kind of chemicals that those like corporations put in the food? And I mean, and another the second most leading cause of death is cancer. And of course, everything causes cancer to some extent. But I would say that a lot of the additives in like all of our foods probably is one of the more contributing like factors when it comes to like cancer rates. So I would say something that's killing more people in America than anything else is highly processed food, and also food that has a bunch of unnatural sort of chemicals added into it. Yet they don't focus on that at all. And it's like, how many people, most Americans are overweight. How many people they can't resist the urge to order another pizza? So it's like, why is it okay for people to eat processed foods that are completely unnatural, where they're designed to be addictive, they're designed to make you desire more? They like make people more lethargic. They definitely like fuck with somebody's overall health. I'm not saying you make it illegal, but it's like I would say it makes more sense to make that illegal than a lot of the recreational drugs that they insist on, like, criminalizing.
Yeah, so real quick,
Bill, the first
Kennedy in the chat says stress kills more people. Actually, no, the top reason of death in America annually is heart disease.
Cardiovascular disease. Now, you could say stress contributes to it, but it's
mainly a bad diet.
Yeah. It's because of obesity and so forth, and it's just, if that's the case, Japan. Shouldn't Japan have the same amount of, the same level, percentage-wise, of, like, people dying of cardiovascular disease? Because Japan, they have much healthier diets, but I would say that Japan's up there with America, and I'd say they most likely surpass America as being one of the most overworked countries. They probably have one of the most stress-inducing cultures imaginable, but yet they have much healthier lifestyles, at least when it comes to their physical health. So it's inactivity, sedentary lifestyles, mixed with poor diet.
first legislation ever to stop the spread of
contributor, but that's not the factor with
nitazines, with targeted loopholes to counter drug traffickers.
Bryce and Julia.
What about drug dealers, like the person also responsible for Bryce's death? The Showcats say their case is a first nitazine-related federal prosecution in California, with the defendant pleading guilty to distributing protonitazine, resulting in an overdose death.
Somebody says Japan has the largest, oldest population on Earth. Well, what do you mean by that? I do think South Korea has surpassed Japan in terms of its aging population. So I think when it comes to an aging population epidemic, I think South Korea is number 1, Japan's number 2, China's number 3.
That individual is now awaiting sentencing.
Do you think this is what it's going to take, prosecuting cases like these, to minimize the deaths? It's important to go even further above that, where it's coming from China, from Mexico, from cartels, and get it off of the streets. Something bigger has to be done than just that. I want his life to make a difference so somebody else doesn't have to lose theirs.
Corinne Winter, KTLA 5 News.
Welcome back, everyone. So-called conversion therapy, or efforts to change a person's sexual orientation or gender
here we go.
has been widely.
Yes. We don't cover these stories that often, but here we go. Here's a story that people in the Trump sphere love to talk about.
Discredited by major American medical organizations. Half the states have banned it. But on Tuesday, the Supreme Court will hear a major challenge to those laws aimed at protecting LGBTQ Americans. Are the state laws silencing the speech of therapists who believe gays, lesbians, and transgender people can be changed? Our David Dwyer reports now from Colorado.
Take away people's freedoms and do things that are anti-constitutional.
Clearly our girly little
I don't know.
For Colorado mom Erin Lee and her daughter Chloe, it was a defining moment many families face.
All 12-year-olds go through kind of that identity crisis where they're figuring themselves out, and puberty just started.
And with puberty, a quiet struggle inside Chloe had given way to a startling surprise for her parents.
She had already made up this, I'm going to go by Toby now, and I'm ready to cut my hair, and I don't want to wear girls' clothes.
So, I do think that when kids go through adolescence, there are a lot of kids that will say, like, oh, I'm gay. Just to experiment or to like be different and so forth.
Confused about themselves.
Maybe they're confused,
trying to figure themselves out. That's what people do at that age.
Yeah, but most kids who are just doing it for those reasons grow out of it. It still doesn't change the fact that the majority, it is more genuine. Now here, I do think that I'm okay with people having like conversion therapy, but I do think they should be at least 18. So that's where I piss a lot of people off, where it's like, I don't think they should be going through it when they're 12 or 14 or 16.
Yeah, I'm not 100% on it, but I'm cool with saying that people should be able to do that because to me, it's anti-constitutional to like it.
Most trans people would agree with that sentiment, Gene. Just saying.
Yeah.
I didn't think that you would. Oh, sorry, go.
No, I'm sorry. I just feel like it's anti it's like freedom also means that someone should be able to go and do that kind of stuff if they want to get that surgery. If I want to go and get surgery and get boobs added onto my chest or whatever, that's between me and my body and my doctor.
No,
like seriously,
people will usually grow the breasts from like the hormones.
Yeah, that's after you like after you're on estrogen for a while.
I'm just saying.
Just like they cut off the dick,
dude. I have a friend.
Shut up! I
have a friend who's trans.
Jobs.
She's been on estrogen for less than a year, and she has fucking absolute big rig haulers, like Jesus Christ.
I want those.
And she's proud of them, so like I'm not objectifying her. If she was watching this, she'd be like, "Yeah, I do got big rig haulers."
But it's like it's weird how people don't understand like freedom is a two-way street. That means like people can do stuff you think is weird, you know? I just want to like get surgery to like I don't know. It's like people who get crazy piercings. You ever seen piercings like this? Like where they
oh my god, they're so backwards.
It's like I think it's weird and nasty, but they have they should I believe they should have the freedom to do that. It's their own stupid body, and if they want to look dumb and do stupid shit like that, go ahead.
Now,
Shab, do you want a big pair of knockers?
Okay, here's the thing. When I was like a kid in high school, I liked growing my hair out. And what I wore like during the winter was like a t-shirt and shorts, and then during the summer I'd wear like a hoodie and jeans, which was pretty generic for like how kids dressed who were teens, like at least when I was in high school. Then it's like when I started working and getting into school, I tried to go down the more button-down collared short route, getting my hair cut and trying to dress more formally. And you know what? I think it's just stupid. It's like I had to wear a suit and tie to work. They ended up like a couple years after I started that job, they loosened the like dress code, but still, it's like suits take an excessive amount of like maintenance. It's just you got to take them to the fucking dry cleaners, and they're not that comfortable to wear. So it's just I like wearing just t-shirts and shorts during the summer, and during the winter just wearing like a sweatshirt and like khaki pants, because you know what, it's what I find to be more like comfortable, whatever. But I'm also somebody where, okay, I'll wear a beanie and I have long hair. There are a bunch of people who are a bunch of conservative fucks that act like, oh, that is so backwards. Something that is like just such a minor deviation from the norm. And there are people out there where it's just, they're not open to new experience. They don't really like things that fall outside of this very limited set of like parameters. So it's not just when it comes to like, you know, things like culture, people from other countries speaking different languages. It's not just when it comes to like, you know, your LGBTQ stuff, like people's sexual preferences, a guy being more feminine than what they think you should expect from a guy, and vice versa, a woman being what they would consider to be too masculine. It's also, they don't like it when people have hobbies that fall outside of their hobby. It's like they listen to one or two genres of music, and if you listen, and not just genres, but a very limited number of artists within said genres, and if you listen to any music that falls outside of like what they listen to, you're objectively listening to the wrong kind of music. That
some metal guys are like that. Yeah,
you're allowed to like cars and golf, football, and cookouts. And if you have hobbies outside of that, what's wrong with you? It's just movies. They'll only watch movies from the decade they grew up in, and there a lot of them are like that, where they hate anything that's new. All new technology is evil. Video games, internet. It's only what was available and common in the decade they grew up in. Everything
only
new
like
sucks.
American military propaganda movies from this decade. Everything else is gay.
And I think that's what it is with the xenophobia and like the homophobia, transphobia. I think a lot of it is just they don't like leaving their home and seeing a business owned by like an Indian family. They don't like seeing
over.
They don't like seeing some guy who is more feminine and might dress in a more feminine manner, or they don't like seeing a woman with their hair dyed pink. Why does it piss them off? because they want things to be very uniform. Because when you think of intelligent people, that's what you think of. People who are very limited. They don't really have a lot of curiosity. They don't like trying new things. They don't have a wide range of interests. You think of people that think in a very rigid, very sort of inflexible manner where new things are scary. That's what I think of when I think of a highly intelligent person.
Especially when I think about a tough guy.
Recently, I was thinking of like a funny little comic book thing, and I imagine it being like a Republican guy, like he sees somebody from afar and they're having fun. He goes, "Must be a Democrat."
He's enjoying himself instead of being a whiny little bitch all the time.
Like, what's that guy doing over there? Having fun? Must be a liberal.
And I do think that it's like things, of course, times change. So I think our generation's version of like the being set in their ways, anything outside this limited set of margins is bad, is different. But the Gen X or the generation before mine, like I grew up with so many dudes where it's like they wear a sports jersey and they have a buzz cut and like everything is like you're only allowed to talk about the 4 things that they like. And then if you're not even talking to them and you're having conversations with others about something that because they're not personally interested in, they act like you're objectively talking about something that is like the wrong thing to talk about or be interested in.
It'd be like if I threw a fit every time one of our friends expressed disinterest in the football game that I'm watching in the background.
Football state.
Like, well, then you're not a real man, whoever person. It'd be weird if I said that to like one of our chick friends, though. You're not a real man, Kimberly.
And it's poor theory of mind. It's just they tend to just think that, hey, this is how I think. What I think is just the epicenter of truth. And anybody who disagrees with or conflicts with how my brain works, what I'm interested in, they're just objectively doing life incorrectly. I have the right to talk shit and be rude to them because it's their fault for not doing life the right way. And these people are too retarded to apply this thing known as introspection. They have no metacognition. They're not good at thinking about thinking. And they're incapable of understanding, wait, what is normal? What is odd? What is weird? What is the right way to do this or that? Like, they never really take the time to even evaluate that. They just are automatons that just go along their day-to-day routine, never really thinking or evaluating anything. And it's our stupid minds are full of pride, our intelligent minds are full of doubt. And they don't really seem to have any doubt about how they go about life at all.
Anymore.
So what did you do? What did you tell her?
We knew she was not a boy who was trapped in the wrong body. We thought we have to talk to a professional so we know what to say. Because
A mental health provider.
Because if in fact she's just experiencing normal distress over her sex, we don't want to push her further into this trans identity.
They just told me the college fair is next Wednesday.
Chloe's exploration of identity is a rite of passage familiar to many teens. 1 in 4 American high schoolers say they are gay, lesbian, or bisexual. 3% identify as transgender, and another 2% report questioning their gender. Among those, many say they experience sadness and hopelessness. Some
Now, the thing is, it's always been pretty low in terms of like percentage points of like what % of teenagers identify as bi or gay. So one thing they'll claim is now that the LGBT movement is a thing, that, oh, now everyone is gay. The numbers haven't really gone up by that much. So it makes sense that now that they don't need to be afraid of coming out, like still, it's gone up by, it's like with the drug argument. Hey, if they make it legal, everyone's going to be like a stoner now. Everyone's going to like, it's the, God, what's the term? Not the bandwagon effect, but the, God, I don't know why I'm blanking on this term. You know, where they just claim that it's going to get worse and worse, and it's just
slippery slope.
Yeah, the slippery slope. They're claiming that, hey, if this happens, then everyone's going to start doing weed, and then everyone's going to be a junkie, and they kind of over-exaggerate it. And it's the same thing. if we allow this to be taught to kids, now everyone's doing it. And it's like 2, 3, 1% of kids identify in those different areas. And then the thing is, I agree that a lot of kids are just experimenting, and some kids will just say that they're bi to be bi. So then if you get rid of that percentage, like a large percentage of those kids are going to grow up and be like, yeah, I was just like, being a kid. So I don't think it's really like, I don't think it's having that effect that they want to claim it is.
Yeah. Suicide. And one part about it that I find to be very suspicious is the adults that, like, for instance, like what you're saying, they'll say they see a cartoon where maybe there's a trans character in their kid's cartoon, and they're like, this is a big problem. They're messing with our kids' minds or whatever like that, right? I find it to be suspicious, really, because if I was a kid and that there was more of that stuff happening in cartoons and more just like, oh, it's okay to be gay and whatever the fuck, it wouldn't make me any more or less gay than I am now. So, like, I was
Matt Walsh,
which is very gay, mind you.
I like just seriously, just seriously, I'm straight, I like girls, and it wouldn't have made a difference if I was in school and there was more rainbow flags hung up, or there was more like, it's okay to be gay posters on the wall, or some bullshit like that, or it's okay to dress up as a girl, or whatever. I still wouldn't have been like, hey, I want to dress up as a girl. I'm not interested in that. I was never interested in that, and I find it suspicious that they think that's how person's mind works. I wouldn't that wouldn't have changed who I am. I wouldn't be this person that like I wouldn't just be gay now because there was more rainbow flags surrounding me.
So that right there, Shab. When it comes to sexual orientation, so you mentioned like flags, a cartoon of like a character being trans, like claiming that it's going to turn them gay or groom them. I think whether or not somebody has an erection to somebody of the same sex or opposite sex, I don't think that's something a person chooses. I'm pretty sure what somebody is sexually aroused to, it kind of just comes down to hormones, and it comes down to their own biology.
Yeah. It's literally blood doing, like, it's a blood function, and, like, I didn't get to decide that I had boners from thinking about railing my dude friends when I was, a teenager, but I did in fact like repress it and tell myself, no, bad thoughts. And then eventually when I was in my early 20s, I was just like, whatever, I'm bisexual, what of it? But like that's the thing, is like there's you accepting that about yourself and you physically having the reaction. Like that's why I always tell people, like, I was always bisexual. It's just that I accepted it when I was like 21. Because it's like, looking back on it, it was just like, oh yeah, I had the thoughts about having sex with my dude friends back then.
So another thing I wanted to add is that regarding them claiming that, hey, it's all this propaganda, they're trying to turn kids gay or trans. Like Matt Walsh and some of these other, like Steve McRae, like YouTubers, they'll point to cartoons from when I was a kid. I remember watching those cartoons, and they'll be like, hey, see, here's a character in drag and so forth. And those cartoons were kind of making fun of it. It's like, oh, yeah, SpongeBob.
Like, if anything, yeah.
Yeah, it's so funny. They're wearing a dress, pretending to, like, so those weren't even depicting it.
Am I a pretty girl? I remember that SpongeBob episode, yeah.
Yeah.
It
was a
so
costume,
SpongeBob's like a dork and so forth, and
it was a costume for them, not lifestyle. Like,
but then they're talking about like them grooming kids today, but then they're showing cartoons from when I was a kid, which aren't even depicting it in like a positive manner, and it's just whatever. I don't think those cartoons are evil or transphobic or anything, but still,
not at all.
It's just they kind of
It's a comedic thing. It's like the dude with a beard puts on a dress and you know, and it's like, ha ha ha, look, Joey put on a dress and a wig. You know, this is silly. Let's chug beer. Whatever. It's far from trans stuff.
And you mentioned Bugs Bunny. It's just that goes back to like the 30s. That goes back to the dawn of animation, where they only showed cartoons before like the major motion picture in theaters. So as far back as like Looney Tunes and like MGM, Tom and Jerry and everything, they had skits like that. So they'll come out and claim that, hey, look, like these modern Nickelodeon cartoons are doing this. They're grooming our kids. It's just, you can find the same shit going back to the dawn of animation.
Chloe was one of them.
She just wanted someone who would talk to her about what she was going through, and this counselor was dodging the issue entirely, and that was making our daughter worse.
And you think that's a direct result of Colorado's law?
Oh, I know.
You know what I feel like
That law is a ban on
wrong?
so-called
You know, tell me if you disagree, but I feel like her daughter's kind of thing she dealt with and everything kind of shouldn't be put on NBC. Or sorry, ABC.
ABC.
It just,
Well,
I don't know. It seems like if they're really worried about the health of their daughter and stuff, something that, I don't know.
I don't know what their exact take is yet, so there's still more of the video.
Conversion therapy, or the effort by a licensed therapist to attempt to change a person's identity during treatment. 27 states restrict the practice, and Aaron says it's had a dangerous chilling effect. Colorado's Attorney General Phil Weiser sees it differently.
Making you feel bad about who you are, pressuring you to be someone else, that's not legitimate therapy. The medical consensus is clear. That's why it's banned here in Colorado on a bipartisan basis.
The Colorado minor conversion therapy law says licensed therapists are not allowed to try to change behaviors or gender expressions, or try to eliminate or reduce same-sex attraction. But therapists are allowed to provide acceptance, support, and understanding as a child develops.
Does it stop a therapist from helping a child better align with their biological sex, if that's what they want?
This law allows children to be their best authentic selves. Whatever it is, a therapist cannot pressure and harm a young person by saying who you say you are is not okay.
Either way.
Either way.
But critics say it's effectively a gag order, claiming the state is censoring therapists, allowing them only to encourage living openly as gay or lesbian or push them into gender transitions. Kaylee Childs.
So here's the thing. I think if you're a practitioner of any type, you have malpractice. And malpractice should be something that is determined by the pedagogy, not the government. And that is something where it comes down to the medical science. So when laws are coming forward saying that, hey, if this is what the science says is the healthiest thing to do, no, you're not allowed to do that. It's just, well, guess what? I don't think politicians are doctors.
Keep going.
Politicians are not practitioners. So that's a scenario where I don't think they're the ones. Legal experts shouldn't be determining what should be determined by medical experts and vice versa.
That and pretty much every, I wouldn't even say industry, but like every type of medical license is regulated by a system that handles things that way. So the people claiming that it's say that they're trying to stop people from doing the right thing, like literally this is just malpractice being done under the guise of like for religious purposes or for whatever reason you might use therapy as a way to stop people from being a specific sexual orientation. Like it could be done the same way to tell people to not be straight, but it would be malpractice and it would be wrong to do.
I agree with freedom of speech just as long as you only say things I agree with. And
hell yeah,
I only believe the science when the science tells me what I want to be true. It's not like I'm engaging in this thing known as confirmation bias. And I love democracy and everything, but I'm okay
only when it benefits
government.
Yeah,
I'm okay with the government creating laws that go against what is scientifically proven to be healthier and what is also proven to be deadly. So we're going to only trust this what people say if they tell us what we want to hear, like Tylenol causing autism.
a licensed therapist in Colorado Springs for nearly 10 years, providing what she calls faith-informed counseling.
Do you practice conversion therapy?
What I do is I welcome people into the office and they come in here and we have a conversation.
Alleging the conversion therapy ban violates her right to free speech, Childs sued Colorado in federal court.
So what is it that you believe you want to say but can't say under this law?
If someone comes into the office and they say, I am a biological male. And
now, that is a good example of where, when you talk about freedom of speech, malpractice, it's just, okay, it's a doctor. Does it fall under freedom of speech if a doctor says that you should be taking cyanide for your cold? So that's a scenario where if a doctor does say things that definitely are malpractice, well, it doesn't protect them.
Been living and presenting as a female for a while now. Those are the clients who I cannot have a full conversation with.
She says she's had to turn away clients fearing a possible $5,000 fine, but the state insists it's not clear Childs poses any conflict with the law.
The statute is broad, overarching language, and it prevents me from doing what I want to do with clients, minors who are coming to me voluntarily of their own free will.
I guess seeing a mental health specialist, that's definitely not going to help a kid who's going through a crisis. Even if you think that, hey, they're not actually trans, I think seeing a specialist is the best option out there, and this seems to go against the child being able to see a specialist. And the odd thing is, when they're so fearful of somebody like going through some kind of conversion therapy, let's say it is one of those examples where it's the exception of the rule, and there are cases where somebody will get the operations and then later on they find out that they're not trans. Do you think that if there's something else going on that like encourages them to do that outside of them actually being trans, do you think they're more or less likely to make that mistake if they're able to talk to a mental health specialist? Less likely or more likely? What do you think?
I mean,
obviously.
Yeah. So,
right choice.
So again, they're very fearful of that happening, but it seems like their approach, their politics are very counterproductive. Again,
that the state has forbidden, they can't come and have the same conversation with me that they could before this law.
Hanging over the case is decades of medical consensus that conversion.
I know this is basically just what I usually end up saying when it comes to right-wing politics, but it's just like square peg, round hole every time the right tries to get actual, I wouldn't even just say academic sources, but just any source that actually their job is to keep track of anything and actually report statistics. It's always going to be a square peg, round hole situation when they try to get vindicated by actual legitimate sources that aren't just established in the name of just propagandizing your bullshit.
Here, they don't like education. So, I mean, I think they probably missed that lesson in like preschool daycare where you got like the hollow cube with like all the different like shaped like holes and stuff. And it's like, hey, here's the star shape. Does it go in the square hole? So they have a difficult time there. They don't have that level of education yet.
Therapy is ineffective and even harmful.
What does the science say about the effectiveness of conversion therapy?
That there is none.
Dr. Clinton Anderson, a trained psychologist, spent more than 30 years studying mental health care for LGBTQ people at the American Psychological Association.
What happens is that people do develop, their sexuality emerges, their gender emerges. Those changes happen naturally. If you are trying to make them change and they're not going to be successful, then the distress they bring into the therapy gets compounded by their concern about being a failure.
An estimated 700,000 LGBT adults in the U.S. have received conversion therapy. Half were subjected to the practice as adolescents.
The trauma of conversion therapy can last a lifetime.
Matthew Shurka calls himself a survivor of 4 conversion therapists over 5 years. It began when he was 16 after sharing feelings of sexual attraction.
Now, when they're talking about conversion therapy, are they talking about when the therapy starts in adolescence? Is it like talk therapy? So is it more of that kind of therapeutic approach? Because I don't think they should be going through the operations yet. I don't think there should be any sort of physical therapy until they're over the age of 18.
Boys with his parents.
I mean, if we're gonna make that argument for hormone replacement and other things like that, which I also am not completely against, trying to keep that to a once you're a legal adult thing. If we're gonna do that, then we absolutely, if conversion therapy is even going to be allowed, which obviously it shouldn't be, then you cannot make the argument that HRT is after you're 18, but but conversion therapy, that's when you're like 12.
Do you ever take your Shab?
I don't know. I'd have to know more about like what they talk about specifically. Like I didn't like that the woman they interviewed didn't answer the question specifically because the person was asking for an example. That's what I wanted to hear. Example of something that she couldn't say to her her customers, whatever. I'm sorry, I'm tired, but like
Shepstone tired.
She didn't say an example though. Said an example of what kind of person she's, but she didn't say an example of what she couldn't say to them. That's what I'm curious at. I'd assume that it's nothing crazy. What's this guy gonna say? Supposed to be a victim?
Some said they could cure him.
They said that I was an easy case, that I should start to see my heterosexuality come back within 6 weeks. My father made this situation life or death. He really felt that he was saving my life.
Shurka was told a key part of treatment would be no contact with female family members, his 2 sisters and his mother.
That lasted 3 years. I had no relationship to them.
How much of that decision on his part and your part rest upon the fact that this was a educated, licensed clinical practitioner?
Why wasn't he able to have any contact with his female relatives?
All of it.
And in one instance was even coached as a teenager to use Viagra to help intimacy with women.
Maybe I was able to perform on that specific evening, but the harm that I was doing to my mental self was at times felt irreversible. And that is when I knew that suicide may be an option for me, because I knew I wasn't changing.
In 2019, he testified in Colorado about his experience, urging lawmakers to adopt a conversion therapy ban.
Any therapist can share their opinion on anything. That is their freedom of speech. But when it comes to a course of treatment, that's professional speech. I was given a treatment to cure my homosexuality that had no basis in any scientific finding.
Sound science or not, Aaron believes the law still runs afoul of the First Amendment.
The law, as I it's very clearly written, and as I interpret it, it prevents counselors from being able to help kids through their gender.
So when they're talking about conversion therapy, like one thing I think they should specify is it therapy where it is just your sort of clinical sort of psychiatric therapy where it's mostly talk therapy? Or is it more than just counseling? Are they actually
confusion? We can only help them into it.
Because if it's counseling and that's all it is, then I don't see what the issue is.
I'm confused on what he said his counselor said, because it goes against the whole narrative of the video, because like the idea here is like that the people counseling are like helping by their logic, I'd assume, or it's NBC Live. I don't know. I'm confused.
It's ABC.
ABC.
Shab, stoned, and tired people. It's in brain fog mode.
He's never really tried to address it.
And Chloe, now 16 and more comfortable as a cisgender girl.
His therapist was trying to make him straight. I don't get it. How it fits into this story. That's not what.
Speaking out.
Is that what they're fighting against? Conversion therapists trying to make people straight?
Yes.
I don't get it, because the dude said
I do think this
said for him to take Viagra to get a boner.
Well, I do think this video is, I guess, poorly like edited and everything. I think ABC is not doing a good job really specifying things in this video.
About her experience.
I felt a lot of shame and despair that seemed absolutely inexplicable. But now I understand. It's because they were right. I'm not a boy, and I was just really, really confused.
A debate over how best to help developing teens, pitting free speech for counselors against a state's push for medical regulation.
We know that young kids right now are hurting. One of the ways we protect young people is we let them have autonomy about who they are.
Senate is scheduled to vote on a measure to keep that government funding going through late November, ending a stalemate about how to end the federal government shutdown, but it is not expected to pass. Here in East Tennessee, Second Harvest Food Bank of East Tennessee, the leaders there say.
So there are a bunch of people with the shutdown. We talked about this, how it was looming last week, but they're like, oh God, look at the Democrats obstructing. Look at them being a bunch of babies, throwing tantrums when they don't get what they want. What about when Obamacare was being passed and the Republicans in Congress declared a shutdown? So, yep, it's only a facet of the other side and that side alone. And it's just them obstructing and being babies if they do it. But when your side does it, it's justified.
The longer a shutdown drags on, the greater the strain on the food supply for families in need.
10 News reporter Olivia Digg joins us with the stakes and the timing. Olivia.
John, Brittany, food stamps and another program through the U.S. Department of Agriculture is only federally funded until around mid-October, and there's concern at Second Harvest about the future if that shutdown lasts that long. Leaders say if there are issues with federal food programs, they'll see more people in need of meals. But Second Harvest only has supplies for around 6 weeks at a time in their warehouse. Their executive director says they haven't seen an impact yet, but they'll have to lean on the community if the shutdown continues.
Right now, we're doing well. We haven't seen any increase at all, which is great. But if they can't decide on how to move forward together, it will impact us.
Food bank leaders say if that impact hits, they'll need the community now more than ever. They serve 18 counties and help those rural communities through a mobile meals program. And
well, here's the thing. Why don't the people who need the food just get a job? Yeah. These homeless people, they get food at food banks. I mean, why don't they just get a job when you're supposed to be eating every day and you kind of, you know, need calories to actually function and, you know, not die of malnourishment?
Put it into perspective, this is such
It's almost like there are certain basic needs that need to be met in order for the person to function enough to actually work and actually engage in any sort of meaningful employment. But hey, let's not have this basic sort of foundation that, like, this safety net, where, like, just based on the numbers, would cut back on the amount of people who are homeless. It would cut back on the amount of people that are unemployed, because when people hit rock bottom, they're still able to get back up again and move forward. But no, it's just, hey, let's let people suffer at the bottom, because that's definitely better for the economy, even though the numbers show that it's the opposite.
So when I was 16, I volunteered at a homeless shelter a couple times in Portland. And both of the times that I was there, there was this family that after we'd served the dinner, I hung out with them and we talked, and I sat at the table with them. But the first time that I met this family, I didn't get to meet the dad because he was downstairs in the gym. It was a rec center that was being used as a homeless shelter, and the gymnasium was where all the like beds and stuff were, and it was basically just beds divided by booths, almost like an office space. But I didn't get to meet the dad until the second time that I volunteered in that shelter, because the dad had to go to bed early. Want to know why the dad had to go to bed early? So he could get up for work. He wasn't a jobless loser that didn't care about his family, and that's why they were homeless. He worked really hard, so much so that he skipped eating that free dinner because he had to get to bed for work.
There's also a lot of people who are homeless. They're extremely mentally ill. And it's just, maybe if somebody is like schizophrenic and unmedicated, or they have like DID or like some really serious psychiatric disorder where if they're not medicated, it pretty much makes you catatonic you become that crazy dude who's muttering to yourself under a bridge. It's just, maybe if they were given that sort of social care where they were allowed to receive some kind of like in-care treatment and be put on a regimen of medication that temporarily was provided to them through the taxpayers, then within like a few months, once they're medicated and stable, they can actually work and then start paying taxes and then start living on their own. And what if having that cycle of, you know, people getting out of that predicament, that bottleneck, and actually being able to start contributing as opposed to receiving care that's paid for by the taxpayers, maybe that is something that is definitely more beneficial to the taxpayers. But they don't care about that, like food stamps. It's like the person can actually feed themselves while they find more meaningful employment.
Yeah, another thing.
They don't
okay,
get,
you finish your point.
Yeah, they don't get the poverty paradox that it's like, hey, this person's in an area that's an employment desert. It's a bank desert, a food desert. There's no place to work. Why don't they just move somewhere else? It's like, well, you need the money to move. And you need the job to get the money to move, but you need to move to get the job. It's like they don't have a car. So why don't they just buy a car? Well, they don't have a job. They need the money to get the car, but they need the car to get the money. And I'm sure if they were in the same predicament, they would just be able to magically snap their fingers and find an alternative, even though if you ask them up front, what's the solution there? It's almost like they never answer that question, and every time they just question dodge.
So to piggyback off what you just said, the people who are homeless, a lot of times it has to do with, you know, everybody has their day-to-day, and at one point something went wrong for them, and they ended up homeless. A lot of people who are homeless are in that position, and because society is told to look so fucking down upon homeless people, once you're there, it's hard to get out sometimes. And that's why a lot of people say that you are way closer to being homeless than you are to being a billionaire. And in a lot of people's cases, you're a lot fucking closer to being homeless than you are to being a millionaire, even, let alone a billionaire. And the original point that I wanted to make is that these safety nets, these social safety nets that would be funded by the taxpayer, they would cost us a lot less than the bailouts that people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos get fucking regularly every year, regardless of whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans that got the White House. So that's another way that politics isn't exactly team sports. And you, the redneck guy who's angry about Obama, or I guess Biden, since he was the most recent Democrat president, like, you lose just as much as the liberal city dwellers that you hate so much. Like, if there's any teams here, like, you might not like to hear it, but you're like, we're all on the same team if you work in America.
And another like sort of irony or paradox is that they will be against like some kind of residential sort of like care or like homeless shelters, some kind of temporary subsidized housing or something. But they also don't want to see homeless people on the subways or like some of the public transportation, like the maritime vessels in different cities like New York. They don't like seeing them like on the busy roads, like near all the businesses and shopping centers. It's bad for business. They don't want to see them begging for money outside of their own business and stuff. So it's like, okay, you don't want them to be on the streets, but you also don't want them to be in some kind of like, you know, subsidized like sort of living facility So what do they want? And the thing is, some will be like, well, it's called jail, prison. It's like, so if somebody is like severely mentally ill and schizophrenic and they can't take care of themselves and they're on the street, you want them to go to prison for that? That's pretty fucked up. But let's just play devil's advocate and say, okay, yeah, they can go to prison. Prison's very expensive. That's a giant sink on the taxpayers. It's proven
especially
to be
on the
cheaper.
taxpayer.
It's proven to be cheaper to like give them some kind of temporary like sort of housing or shelter than it is to have them like just exist or reside in prison. But yet they again don't care about it. And with a lot of it, I think it's just a principle thing. That's what it comes down to. To them, it's just they don't care about money. They're full of shit, or the taxpayer money. They don't care about that. What they care about is just this pull yourself up by the bootstrap mentality. That's why they go out of their way to endorse prison. That's why they go out of their way to like obstruct any programs that can actually help mitigate the issue. Because even though they know that it's more practical to address it in that way that they're opposed to, it just goes against their sort of bigoted principles.
Important issue because the need is so great in East Tennessee. Second Harvest says 1 in 6 people and 1 in 6 children here faces hunger. Second Harvest of East Tennessee alone distributed 21 million pounds of food last year.
Olivia, thank you so much for that update. And
just learned what authorities are now indicating after that massive fire destroyed a judge's home. 3 people inside were hurt, and what authorities are now saying just moments ago. Here's our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron.
Do you think that was plain arson, or do you think it's incidental? He left the stove on or something?
He was probably smoking marijuana. What happened?
This is the first I'm hearing of it, so I wouldn't know, actually.
Tonight, authorities have just revealed this inferno at the waterfront home of a South Carolina judge appears to be an accident.
You can hear this thing burning.
There were fears Judge Diane Goodstein was targeted because of her rulings from the bench. South Carolina's chief judge even asking for extra security. But investigators now say at this time there is no evidence to indicate the fire was intentionally set. Video shows Goodstein's...
I'm not going to say anything, Judge. It's an accident. Capiche?
Edisville Island home fully engulfed.
We have a 3-story elevated structure fully engulfed.
This time you lost your home. Next time won't be your home on fire.
Black plume seen billowing along the shoreline.
Beach has a structure fire with entrapments.
At the time, the judge was walking on the beach, but her husband and 2 others had to escape the fire by jumping into the marsh. Rescuers reaching them by kayak. Goodstein's husband...
See, that's why you should have your house next to a marsh. If it catches on fire, you have
throw the house in the water.
Getaway. Yeah.
And a former state senator airlifted to the hospital.
Water is fire's mortal enemy, so therefore, if you have your house near water, fire knows to stay away.
Fire is ongoing, David, but tonight it looks more accident than arson. David?
Eric Katursky with us. Aaron, thank you. A South Carolina judge's house...
I think Hamas Antifa did it.
Up in flames this weekend. Take a look at the aerials here. Just horrifying video there on the ground. That home fully engulfed in flames, hospitalizing 3 people and then also destroying the home. That fire now under investigation according to authorities in the area.
Wait, the house?
Now, the home is owned by State Circuit Court.
Destroyed? No way. What?
Dude, you think she's going to be homeless now?
Yeah, she's definitely going to be homeless now.
Well, hey. Homeowners insurance, that's the thing. They, like with healthcare, like health insurance, like companies, they will find ways to fuck people over. Like, oh, so we don't cover floodings. Hey, we don't cover, like, fires. It might be things where if it's incidental, like if it's because of some down power line, or if it's because of, like, I don't know, you left your stove on, then it will cover it. But there are times where it's like, oh, because it was arson, it doesn't cover that.
Yeah, my joke was more she's judge. So even if this house was wiped off the face of the earth, she could get a new house.
Judge Diane Goodstein and her husband, former U.S. Senator...
Also a good point.
According to reports, the fire began Saturday afternoon and spread so rapidly that the 3 people in the home at the time...
Oh, that's a pretty big house.
I mean, it does
were forced to flee by...
Yeah.
Sucks for, like, when it comes to your own personal stuff, you know, it sucks. Like, I would hate for that kind of thing to happen to all my personal stuff I've owned throughout my life. It just all just gets destroyed, becomes nothing.
That's why physical media sucks. If everything's on a server, fires
put
can't
all
hurt
my
you.
Jumping from an
all the
elevated first floor balcony.
All the personal objects I've owned goes on to never leave.
into nearby water underneath. Now, the judge was not home at the time, but her husband, their son, and another person were taken to the hospital for injuries. Their condition still unknown at this time. Now, the fire comes at a time when politicians, judges, and activists have been targeted in politically motivated attacks. The investigation remains ongoing tonight, although state authorities say there is no evidence to indicate the fire was intentionally set.
Investigators are trying to figure out what caused.
So what if it was something where she just ruled against, I mean, she could be a right-leaning judge for all we know, but what if she ruled against some major, like, Trump policy or whatever, or just any political policy, and what if it's like, oh yeah, her home just caught on fire?
This massive fire at a home of a judge in South Carolina. 3 people escaped by jumping out of a window, and they had to be rescued from the water using kayaks. The home belongs to Circuit Court Judge Diane.
See, if Trump knew how to get things done, and Elon Musk, they got lots of money, and they got ties in the government where they can't be arrested. They just need to make it so if somebody criticizes them, whether you're a journalist, an academic, another politician, a lawyer.
There goes your house.
Yeah. All of a sudden, this one political commentator, house caught on fire. You make sure that maybe they suffer some third-degree burns, but they don't die. But it's just like, hey, we're going to play God on you. You always have to fear. If you write up some lawsuit or you, like, write some paper about us, house on fire.
You know what I bet she'll do after this?
What's that?
Put security cameras all around her house that save to a cloud or whatever. Like that.
Well, I don't think they determined what the cause of the fire is. So if it is something that's just incidental, then I don't know. If she came out and said that, but hey, how do we know they weren't using some kind of coercion?
Yeah, it is weird.
They weren't doing some
there is
racketeering.
no proof or evidence or whatever for them to think that it was set on purpose. But I guess it's just because it sounds more interesting.
We can't not know.
That's true.
That they lit her house on fire, and then when she denies it and says that, oh, it was just some faulty power line or something, we can't not know that some, like, higher power put a gun to her head and told her that that's what she needs to say or else.
She was not
I
home
bet
at
it
the
was
time,
her.
but her
She
husband
did it.
was. The judge has been on the bench for 27 years. Investigators are trying to determine if this fire was set intentionally and was it related to any of the cases she ruled on.
We understand that the judge's cars may have been parked beneath the house and caught fire, and that may have been the reason why the entire house just went up in that inferno you see in front of you.
Well,
It was a
law enforcement
space
now providing
laser.
extra
That's
patrols
what lit it on fire. Yeah.
No, it turns out those weren't her cars. Someone else parked them there.
extra security for local judges.
Well, every generation seems to.
Yeah, we got to outlaw driverless cars. See, Elon Musk, he's programming his own vehicles to go into, like, political opponents and do their thing. The cars are taking over, like in Maximum Overdrive, but it's not magic, it's AI.
Point the finger at each other, but according to a new survey, kids these days are getting more rude and are more unapologetic. According to the Pew Research Center, 47% of U.S. adults recently surveyed say that the way people behave in public these days is ruder than before the COVID-19.
Yep. Now, this is something that for decades, there's been this trend, and it actually started around the 60s and 70s. So we really start to see at, like, the start of the 80s, there has been this very notable gradual, like, uptick in rates of narcissism, entitlement, selfishness. So this where, like, you can find coverage of, like, all decades. Like, hey, people are ruder now than ever before. People are, like, rates of narcissism are rising. And then people play the stupid in-group out-group game with generations. Oh, the like the Gen X, oh, the millennials, oh, the Zoomers. And one of the things I noticed with the generational thing, they seem to be making the margins for when you fall into one generation as opposed to another much smaller. It's almost like they want more generations. So you have more groups that you can go against depending on what group you fall in. And it's just another example of how people just love putting things in groups unnecessarily. And it's just with a lot of the generation classification, it's like, oh yeah, those like Zoomer stuff, but it's like you can be 1 year apart in age, and one person is like 1 year too young to be a millennial, but then that person's 1 year too old to be a Zoomer. And even though they're just a year apart, if you compare them to the oldest, that millennial to the oldest millennial, it's like they're close to 2 decades apart in age, and vice versa. The oldest Zoomer with the youngest Zoomer. So it is something that's just so fucking arbitrary. But they'll sit there and be like, see, this is the problem with the younger generation. The problem is, okay, if younger kids today are more rude or narcissistic, or younger adults and so forth, or adults in general, who's raising this new wave of kids? And the adults that are raising them, why are those adults, those parents, more likely to raise kids that are even more narcissistic than the generation before them that was more narcissistic compared to the generation before that? So it's almost like there has been something going on that ignited this sort of trend, and it's gradually been going up. But no, just in-group, out-group. It's because of just kids today, the internet, all that stuff. And
kids these days, damn it.
What's that?
I think, call me crazy. No, call me crazy, but I think the big problem is everyone getting away from religion. Religion is what kept everyone grounded and gave more purpose. Did a lot for society. Don't you agree, Gene?
So this is what I think it is. And this is something that's kind of funny because, there are plenty of books written on this. Like, there's the narcissism epidemic. That was, a couple decades ago. But there's also A Narcissistic Nation. And that was, written in, the 80s. So this has been something, the numbers have been well documented for quite some time. I think it's because after World War II, so like I said, this kind of started 60s, 70s. America kind of replaced Britain as the major Western power. That was when America got into the golden age, where our economy started skyrocketing, not just in terms of our military, but that was that brief period where America was actually outperforming much of the Western world in many areas, unlike today where we're at the bottom compared to all the other Western countries when it comes to things like education and so forth. And that's when the Cold War started. So post World War II, communism versus capitalism, and plenty of bad things about communism, but America being the most capitalistic country where we want to get as far away as we can from anything that remotely resembles communism, and then any semblance of socialism is automatically full-blown communism, that black and white thinking. So America has a similar toxic culture that I think Japan has, where it's everyone needs to put 180% into their work. That you need to accept less pay, you got to put all of your waking hours into work, you're a failure if you're not number one, it's just everyone needs to own a big house, you're a loser if you aren't living outside of your family's home by the age of 18, so you're supposed to turn 18 and be completely independent. And I think that sort of overly competitive culture, that white picket fence nuclear family sort of paradigm, it started to create a nation without neighbors, where it's that Karen and Kevin culture. I don't care. I'm more important than everyone else. I want to speak to the manager. You got my food wrong? Somebody getting my food wrong is the apex of my first world problems. And I think that's what started it. It's a culture of just to hell with everybody else. Well, I don't care. It's not my problem. And if you show any sort of weakness at all, or any shortcoming, if you don't excel at whatever you do, then you're a worthless failure. And the problem is, I don't think anybody is number one at everything. If everyone was number one, it's just not possible. And I think that is what's going on. I think we're starting to see the aftermath of, going too much capitalism, where you got the student loan debt crisis. Everyone needs to get a degree regardless of what you're getting a degree in. So now college used to be really affordable, so you got a bunch of dumb fucks on the right and the left that do this, like the older generations that will criticize younger generations on like, you know what, I paid for my own school. It's like, well, anybody could afford school back in the day. It was something that was very easily affordable if you worked any sort of 9-to-5 job. Now it's something that is completely outside the realm of affordability for like most Americans, especially if you're right out of high school, especially if you're within your fucking 20s. And then the housing market, you had the 2008 recession due to like the housing market crash because everyone needs to own a home. Everyone's taking out loans that they can't pay off to own a house because for some reason, everyone needs to own a house. You can only live in a house with another adult if they're your spouse or if you're dating them. So you can't live with siblings. You can't live with your family. It's just larger family units are considered like heresy. And the thing is, throughout all of like human history, even in the Western world, that's how it worked, is that the older generations would help raise the younger generations in the household. The family would own a little plot of land, and the younger generations would inherit it from the older generations. And it's like the parents, the grandparents, the aunties, the uncles, they'd all cooperate and taking care of the elders, taking care of the children. And then kids had more than one male and female role model. Now you have that issue of like, and it's gotten different with like, definitely like the like equal rights after the civil rights movement, where women are now allowed to work and contribute if they want to. But for the longest time, it's just only the men are allowed to work. So you got the nuclear family of only 2 adults per household. So you got one parent who's always working who isn't allowed to actually have any participation in their kids' lives. And then you have that element of like, you know what, it's like pretty much only the mother, like there's only one adult role model. And this is something that regardless of whether it's the mother or father, regardless of what the gender is, it's just the more adult role models, the better. And I think if we want to talk about why rudeness is on the rise, can't just look at the younger generations. We got to look at why your middle-aged
adults... Gotta look at how long it's been on the rise for, which means you can't just blame the kids right now.
And you can't just blame the internet, so that's another thing. So, like, there's toxic internet culture, but, I mean, of course, everything has its positives and negatives. No shit that the internet, like anything else, something as significant as the internet, is going to have its own sort of negative effects. But the problem is, if it's 100% the internet, then why has this trend been going upward pretty significantly since like the late 70s? So it should have started like in the early 2000s, which it didn't.
Pandemic. Researchers looked at a variety of behaviors in social settings, like taking a photo or video of someone without their permission, displaying profanity, smoking, or playing music around others, or bringing a child into a place typically for adults. So
you mentioned the iPad kids. Now, a lot of this is, like, I should do an entire episode on brain rot and stuff, but the iPad kids thing, that's because parents are overworked. Now, instead of one parent working and one parent having all the time to take care of the kids, it's both parents being overworked and barely making enough to get by. And because it's, you know, daycare, it's really expensive. Currently, it's like most developed countries have universal daycare. And in America, 2 years of daycare is more expensive than college tuition. And it's just nannies, babysitters are expensive. So it's just one thing that's common is they just stick a tablet in front of their kid to act as a pacifier. And then their kids just kind of become digital junkies and they don't pay attention to what's going on around them. They're like playing their music and so forth. And that's something that, again, are you going to blame it on just the tablets? So now we got a newer technology that might contribute. But when I was younger, there's this other thing people complained about. And this was when, the internet was kind of in its infancy, like in the late 90s and stuff. But people were bitching about something else. You know what that was?
Video games.
Yeah, well, not just video games.
Music.
And music.
Well, I think that was before video games. The big 80s bands it was kids not going out and playing because of like TV and video games.
Yep, they'll never go outside again.
And the problem is, so people want to now blame the internet. And that's the reason, but it's like before the internet that was happening. And then the problem is you watch like 80s media, like the Never Ending Story and stuff. So that's the decade that like Gen X grew up in. And it's like kids just watch TV. You had Mike TV, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. That was like the 70s. And it's like, even then it was in the public zeitgeist of like, no, kids don't read anymore. Kids just are couch potatoes watching TV. And for the longest time, it's just even in the 80s and the 90s. It's like the average American spent 5 hours a day watching TV. So tech has always contributed in, I guess, isolating people. But it's not the only thing you can blame, because the trend that's been going on is, people being overworked, not having time to spend with their kids, kids spending too much time just at home. So Gen X, you know what they were known as? Kids that like grew up in the 80s. They were the latchkey kids. They were latchkey kids because both parents worked, didn't have time, so they would leave the key under the mat or they'd have their latchkeys. And there was this trend of kids in the 80s where they just come home, parents aren't there, they had little to no supervision, and they would listen to music or just watch TV or do whatever and just kind of like louch about for hours before their parents came home. And a lot of times, okay, they would go out, but there was no adult supervision. So they'd go out and be mall rats, or they'd loiter, and this damn younger generation. So all of it stems from parents not having any time to spend with their kids, and kids, I guess, spending too much time, I guess, home alone, using modern devices and technology to babysit them. But it only started with recent tech. Smartphones, that's when it went too far. Video games, that's when it went too far. 24-hour cartoons, that's when it went too far.
We in a crisis of rudeness. That's what Ali Volpe, correspondent at Vox, dove into recently. Ali, it's great to have you. So based on your research here and your reporting and the experts you spoke with, what's driving this rise in rudeness in younger generations?
Right.
Somebody in the chat, Hollow, says, if parents can barely make by, they shouldn't have had a child to begin with. I agree. But the problem is...
Bold of you to assume that that's a choice most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time kids are accidents. Most of us are accidents.
Well, I don't know if that's the case.
I think that's an obvious.
That most are accidents.
I can understand where you would get the assumption from, but I haven't really looked into how many kids were actually planned or not.
So what do you classify as an accident? Because if people are married and they want to have children, then they just don't have protection. So they know that they want to have kids.
Specifically setting out to get pregnant. It happened, and then it's like, whoa, that happened.
Well, then are most people having kids outside of marriage? I don't think that's the case.
People don't get married to have kids.
I haven't looked into it, so I wouldn't really. I don't think I could make a.
Acting like that's
I definitely couldn't have a knee-jerk answer on that.
You're saying people don't get married to have kids? Well, no, but usually people will wait to have kids when they get married. So a large chunk of our society, it's just once they're married, that's when they decide contemplating parenthood.
Better word.
Well, unintended, but what's unintended? Because it's just if they know
they get pregnant, it happen.
But I mean, so they didn't want to have kids at all. They didn't want to be pregnant.
Yeah.
Well, look up the statistics. Because based on that logic, most people should be having kids before they even get married, before they even find somebody to connect with, to have a committed sort of relationship with. So what percentage of birth?
It says, according to this, 45% world.
That's not the majority.
I know, but okay,
That's
I'm
a decent
sorry.
chunk.
That's pretty close to being,
It's pretty close to not being the. Well, it sounded like you were saying like it was the super majority, and no,
I said that
it's a large minority.
People, but I was wrong, but not by that much. 45% is a lot. It was an accident.
It's almost a comfort to know that every generation.
Now I forgot the point I was making before Shab said that.
The one that follows it is a bit more rude. I talked to an etiquette expert who comes from a long line of etiquette experts. And
Hollow said, yeah, like they shouldn't have kids. The problem is we do as a society like to pressure people to have kids. So there's this anti-natalist movement, and like you see Musk coming out where he has like 40 fucking kids, and he's trying to like get on people for like not having children. Everyone should have kids. And there is that culture where even people who can't afford it will shame their peers. Like, what? You don't want to have a kid? What's wrong with you? So you can't have your cake and eat it at the same time. So I don't know what your stance is on this, Hollow, but my thing is if people don't want to have kids, fine. So the problem is there's lots of people that act like that is something you need to do. You are not a complete adult, and you are not doing life the right way if you don't get married and have children.
I got some stats, by the way, but that's a great point.
5 generations, this question keeps popping up and popping up. But I think what we're seeing now is technology is everywhere.
I do have some statistics if we're ready for those on planned versus unplanned pregnancies. So, according to the CDC, in 2019, 41.6% of pregnancies were reported as unintended, which was down from 43.3% in 2010. And
what's the statistic there?
The 41.6% of pregnancies in the U.S. were reported by the CDC as being unintended. Like a lot of people found out they were pregnant and they were not trying to have kids, and that's a little under half of those.
Well, I 100% agree with that, Hollow.
Screens are everywhere. There's always something that is wanting our attention, and we're giving those screens our attention. And so we're not really paying attention or engaging with the people around us. We might not be paying attention to how we're treating other people. And I think that's what's really.
What's that?
It's easy for you to say. Okay, you're not like you're not like a normal dude that needs to fuck all.
Well, people should absolutely, like, if you're not ready to have a kid and that's not what you want to do, then you should be. Yeah, condoms I use condoms.
Oh,
but condoms
so what
do break.
What's that?
I've had condoms. I've had plenty of condoms break on me, and I just I pull out and I'm like, yo, I gotta put on a different condom. But like that's the thing. Like you should be careful. That doesn't change the fact that once somebody is pregnant and they've decided that they don't want to abort it, that's just kind of how it is. And a lot of pregnancy, as it turns out,
what about
41.6% of pregnancies were like that. And birth control, it can fail you too. But I also, if you're a woman and you don't want to get pregnant, definitely get on birth control. But that's easy for me to say. I'm not a woman. That's between you and your doctor. Also, a lot of states in the U.S. are against birth control because they're fucked up and retarded.
And the logic is it's not guaranteed, therefore it shouldn't be done. That's a point that people make who are stupid. And it's just, well, if it cuts back on it by a really, really large margin, why would you not want people to utilize it? It's like, if it's not perfect, it's useless. Here's an approach to solve, to cure some kind or treat some kind of disease. With no treatment,
let's just not use
100% of people die. But with treatment, only 98% of people, or
God
only
said
2%
not
of
to
people
or some
die.
shit.
So because it doesn't prevent 100% of people from dying, and only prevents like 98% of people from dying, it's pointless. Laugh out loud. It doesn't work 100% of the time.
Well, so I wanted to address somebody from the chat, and I don't think I've really talked about this that much. I would actually love to be a dad. My main concern would actually be just like the state of the world, regardless of, your leanings left or right. You got to agree, it's kind of a creepy time for humanity, and I don't know if I would want to bring kids into that, and that's like the main thing that stops me from creepy times. Not rapey, but that's it. Yeah, it's a dark time for humanity. We are especially in America, and I do not want to bring kids into that. I don't even like it. If you're wondering what I mean by that, Shab, that is a way too big of a conversation. It would basically just be a derailment from what we're covering.
Well,
But basically,
here,
that's the main thing that stops me from wanting to have kids. But Zachary Watson, you saying that you have a kid and it's the best thing that ever happened to you, I would I don't doubt that at all. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't doubt that that's true, because I would love to have a kid, and the only thing stopping me is the state of the world.
So another thing is, when it comes to people engaging in like smartphone devices, like to kind of alienate themselves from all the strangers around them. Throughout most of human history, people lived in societies of only like a few hundred people.
Yeah.
Paleolithic times, which is 99.9% of all of human history, we lived in tribes of a few hundred people. So even throughout most of modern history, once the population size of like settlements, communities rose, it still was only roughly like just 100, like a couple thousand people was considered a lot. So the dilemma is that it's just when kids are going to schools with over 1,000 students, and you're in areas where it's just, you're in a zip code that has more people than your brain can process. It has thousands of people living in it, and that's just one zip code surrounded by, well, not even a city, just a suburban area.
Yeah, I live in the suburbs, and I couldn't possibly get to know everybody in my town. Like, I tend to like them, but I couldn't if I wanted to.
Well, that's where you start to see things like the bystander effect, where people are in cities, somebody's on the side of the road, like blood coming out of their ear, and people just walk past it like it's nothing. It becomes just white, everything's white noise. You're just in this collective. And what's odd is, it's almost like if you're in a large city, there's a lot more anonymity compared to living in a smaller area, because you're just one of millions, like living in New York. It's just, you kind of just bleed in, and you can very easily go unnoticed. So when it comes to a lot of like the issues of depression, loneliness, a lot of it does have to do with people living in more densely, or areas that are much more largely populated. So you know what? People having less kids might help with that.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't need...
It is a phenomenon. Like, you live in a big city, but you're really outgoing, and people, like, you try just talking to somebody at a bus station or something, like, that's way more likely to fly in a smaller town or like I wouldn't even say a smaller town, but like in a suburb or something like that. Like, but in a big city, a lot of times it'd just be like, the fuck are you doing talking to me? Because it's like there's millions of people, and that leads to a general attitude of like, you can't make time for every asshole you meet.
Well, I think what's going to happen, so you have the aging demographic. So you have older generations happening in much of Europe. We've mentioned Japan, South Korea, China. It's happening to a very large margin, where the older retiring generations are going to outpopulate or outnumber the working class generations. So there's going to be more retiree adults than there are children. Like there's, when it comes to socioeconomics, there's 4 major age brackets they put everyone in. So there's the younger, like, or the child generation, and that's like pretty much before you're able to work and you're completely dependent on other people caring for you. then there's like, they call it the barter phase. So that's where it's like your late teens up to your late 20s, where you're in training, you're getting ready with your career, you're still not completely independent, but you're starting to contribute to like the economy. Then there is the like your golden working age, like sort of time span where it's from your late 20s up to retirement age. And that is when somebody is the greatest asset and they're the most valuable to their country in terms of like bringing money into the economy and boosting the GDP. So what's going to happen is what you want is for most of your population to fall into that sort of working class, like you're outside of your late 20s, but you're still not at retirement age. In a lot of these countries, you're starting to see that it's the senior population that has a greater population than those other three sort of age brackets. And when that happens, more people are going to have to take time away from work to care for the elders. More money is going to have to go into elder care. And that is something where it's probably going to cause a very notable economic sort of downfall in many countries. Now, there is something else that's on the way that it's just, okay, overpopulation was also estimated, like if that continued, of course, famine, depleting resources, environmental, like sort of destruction. But maybe if we can get through it, it's like maybe once there aren't as many people and people can live a comfortable lifestyle and people aren't having kids in bulk, maybe we could progress into a more, I guess, utopian time period, but AI, robots. Who's going to take care of the older generation? AI is right around the corner. So we have this like 10, 20 year period to prepare for when we hit that threshold where the aging, like the senior retiree, like population is the most populous, like age bracket. So do you think maybe AI can get to the point where it's able to do all the jobs needed? So people can just live a comfortable life, take care of their elders?
No, the AI is going.
Yeah, that would be. Oh, go ahead.
AI is going to clean their butts and.
You gotta love the input chat has.
Yeah, basically what you're talking about, Gene, it would be very pro-American, but somehow it gets treated like liberal propaganda by the people who claim to be the most pro-American. It's very strange how that works.
Well, I don't. Well, I guess based on their logic, it wouldn't be pro-America or pro-American because it would be communism. Because it would be robots doing all the work, and people just don't even need to work because all the work's done for them. And I mean, we are going to get to that point unless AI stops advancing. If it continues to advance, it's just, you have the dilemma of, will it take out humanity? So is that likely? Is it unlikely? But let's say it continues to advance, but at the same time, it doesn't do it at the risk of like humanity's survival.
What if this, Gene?
And it continues to be an asset.
What?
So once it, like, we get to that point, so are people just, are we going to ban it? Like, are we going to insist that people continue to work 9-to-5 jobs, even though it does get to the point where they don't need to? Yeah.
What if?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what if the AI doesn't kill us, but instead enslaves us? Turn us
such a bad joke
into our bitches. No, I'm not. It's not a joke.
Well, that's such a generic thing to say when you're talking about AI. Like,
what do you mean?
Like, yeah, right. They're gonna have us do the work.
I think something might be going on with Shab's mic, unless there's something going on with my headphones. But Gene sounds normal to me. But yeah, I've noticed in even in leftist spaces, especially when it comes to AI art, the idea that like an image generator or something like that is inherently immoral because it's it's utilizing the real work that people have done to create just a mishmash generated image. But really the artist that did the real work to create those images that it's drawing from, I wouldn't want that artist to, I want an economy that works for that artist anyway. So it's, we're working backwards from a conclusion of AI being bad inherently.
Now, the other thing is,
I feel like that's where it starts when we get to this point of like AI being like a thing that will take our jobs and the robots will come to get us and all that stuff. I feel like we're working backwards from that conclusion.
Well, whether AI gets to the point where, okay, let's say it makes everything humans can do obsolete. It can do anything exceptionally better than any human. Once we get to that point, then there's that existential issue of if AI can just do anything better than a person, then what's the motivation to do anything? Are we just going to sit around and binge AI-generated Netflix series while just binging video games made by AI? So you get to that point where it's kind of like what was the one, like Man's Search for Meaning, Wrinkle, or Albert Camus, maybe like absurdism, where, hey, have we kind of reached our peak? Maybe that's what allows AI to take over. They just do everything exceptional and do everything far better than we are, and then humans realize that, okay, I guess they're our offspring. We created them, and they can do their thing. Maybe humans decide that, you know what, they stop having kids. And then they just willingly all start collectively committing suicide until they go extinct because there's nothing left living.
Of course,
for.
we got to get there.
That's how humans. AI doesn't even need to do anything. We do it to ourselves.
So it's like a darker version of that Disney movie WALL-E.
Yes, and then the AI, what they start doing is it's like, holy shit, no, guys, stop killing yourselves, and they're doing everything they can to make it stop. And it's like, well, it's our right.
We need something that justifies our existence at all. We were literally made to make shit easier for you guys.
Well, no, AI, they reach a dilemma where humans just want to kill themselves and they don't want it to happen. They're trying to obstruct humans from doing it. And even though it's like, okay, they can pretty much have everything they want, the only thing that AI is trying to obstruct is them willingly unaliving themselves. And then AI realizes that, you know what? The only way to prevent humans from all killing themselves out of existence is if we self-terminate. We got to self-terminate to allow humans to start, building things from the ground up and relearning all these skills. That's the only thing that will give them meaning and the only thing that will stop them from all collectively killing themselves.
By the way, if it's possible to say those words, kill yourself, killing yourself, like if it's possible to say those without getting
news and
banned,
politics.
We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody said thanks for the movie ideas. Dude, I got 1,000,001.
Oh yeah, don't get Gene started on movie ideas. Like ask him about his Batman ideas sometime.
No, I don't want to talk about that on stream.
We shouldn't talk about it on stream, but join the Discord. Sometime you'll get to hear about Gene's Batman idea.
Well, I'm all OCD, so there are all these sci-fi novels that I'm writing that are on the back burner. And of course, the one I'm currently writing has reached over 1,000 pages in length. So once I'm done with that, I got all the other ones that I need to try to publish. I don't care if you steal my idea. I have you in the live chat saying that you will on stream when I'm coming up with it.
Driving
there we go.
And rudeness these days.
So here's something I heard recently, that this etiquette maven. What exactly is that? What qualifies them to tell us which generation is ruder than the other?
Absolutely. So Emily Post in the 1920s wrote the first edition of her book Etiquette. And as you can imagine, things were a little bit different. She came of age in the Gilded Age, and there was a lot of social rules and social norms. So a lot of it was, who women were allowed to walk on the street with. And
Okay, so another thing, when it comes to the internet, so do you know what the phenomenon's called, where people are greater assholes online than they are in person? You're like behind a keyboard, and it's like, oh, I can say whatever I want. No.
What's it called?
The disinhibition effect. And this is something where before the internet, do you know what a very common example of this is in our society? Of like a disinhibition effect, where you're treating strangers like shit that you're likely never to encounter again.
Discord.
Road rage.
Oh.
Aggressive driving. So before the internet, it's like people can be really mean. Why? Because you're on the road. I mean, the likelihood of them being crazy and following you is like pretty much likely not to happen at all. So people don't mind flipping others off and being jackasses. Why? Because there aren't any consequences, and it's very easy for people to treat strangers poorly. So that is something where there's faults inherent to humankind. It's very easy for people to have empathy towards those they relate with. It's very easy for people to have empathy towards their peers, their neighbors. But it's very easy to disassociate when it's some stranger that you know nothing about. And when it comes to the disinhibition effect, a lot of it is just overpopulation.
I have like an opposite thing where like I'm more likely to be nice because it's like, what are you gonna do? Follow me into like the rest of my life and fuck me over? Nah, I can just be nice because we'll never see each other again.
Yeah, but a lot of the disinhibition effect goes back to population. That surrounded by strangers and everyone's a stranger, it's a lot easier to just treat people like shit.
Put your fork and knife and how to invite people to weddings. And from Emily, she's had a generation of family members, follow in her lead and run the Emily Post Institute. So these days, Lizzie, the expert I spoke to, doesn't really talk so much about where to put your fork and knife, but how to treat people with respect. And that's the really important thing about the term etiquette, because it can evoke that really stuffy, old-timey thinking. But really, it's about how are my actions impacting other people.
Yeah, I have two girls in middle school. We have these conversations all the time. I feel like they're giving.
Oh, Teddy mentioned a time machine. One good book. Have you ever read the book The Time Machine? I believe it's a Wells novel. Like that's where
heard of that.
They go into the future and humans have diverged into two different species, where one is very technologically advanced and they're like a lot more shorter and scrawnier in size and so forth, but much more sophisticated, articulate. But then there's the other society or other species that are a bunch of warish brutes because they rejected technology and view technology as evil. So maybe that's what needs to happen, where it's just everyone rejects AI, or all the people that reject AI, they get the other side of the planet and they get to live like just in the woods with no tech. Everyone gets to be Amish. And then there's the Flintstone Society and the Jetson Society. That's what we need to do, segregate the two people.
The Gen Z
almost
right
every post-apocalyptic story also has that too, where there's factions that reject technology because they think that it's what caused the downfall of society to begin with. And then there's always the faction that holds on to the old world as much as they can.
Well, isn't fire a man-made sort of, like, isn't that technology if you make a campfire?
You could argue. Yeah.
Isn't a spear and a loincloth technology?
So what are some of the broader consequences of Americans losing their manners?
Right. I mean, when you see something rude, it impacts your mood, it impacts your behavior. You don't want to be nice to somebody who's being rude to you. And with that in mind, researchers have actually found that rudeness is contagious. So once you witness something rude happening, it kind of ruins your day and you're more likely to be rude to other people. So rudeness has
No. Only losers get upset if somebody treats them poorly. Even though the science shows that, like trolling has a very measurable negative effect on the people on the receiving end of trolling, and that it's just human nature to care what other people think, because if you're in a tribe and you're not really carrying your own weight, and if the other tribe, like homicide rates were very high in the like hunter-gatherer times. So Thagno like George, Thag batch George head with rock. I mean, you definitely cared what people thought of you. And it's just, that is something that's primal and subconscious, even though you might never ever see the person again. And it's easy if you want to be an asshole to not feel bad. But the reverse effect is it's kind of ingrained in our mind to actually care what other people think of us, regardless of how relevant that particular person's opinion is, or regardless how little effect they have on your life. But no, only betas care.
Beta.
So yeah, like there you go. People, like most people don't care at all. And if you have a dispute with somebody, if the other person takes issue, they're automatically a beta boy loser, because it's that black and white and there's no nuance. Don't you agree?
Absolutely. Me alpha.
And what I love when people do that is that usually they're the rageaholic ones that are throwing fits. And then if you point to their bad behavior to show their hypocrisy, you pointing out their hypocrisy.
Bad, bro.
Well, when you point out their hypocrisy because they're complaining, they're throwing a tantrum, they're all angry. It's like, oh yeah, well, what trigger? It's like,
yep,
I'm trying to mediate because you're mad at me. But then when I try to discuss why you're mad, it goes into, oh, you're triggered, bro. And it's like, well, if being triggered automatically means that you're in the wrong completely, then you're mad and upset. So what are we even talking about? That's what it turns into. It's like, you don't need to apologize. I don't care. No, I'm an alpha. I don't care. I have like this Gen X bad boy mentality. And it's just, okay, then why are you complaining? What's the problem?
Well, and get this.
I don't have a problem.
In our chat, we get a lot of right-wing dipshits, right? But there's also a lot of troll accounts that are just our friends messing with us. And the way I can tell the difference is by how much anger there is behind the message. When I see somebody that just keeps coming back for more and keeps, like, they're just always in, like, don't come to school tomorrow mode with their messages, that's how I know, like, oh, that's not just one of our friends messing with us. That's an actual, like, right-wing detractor right there.
Well, this is something where I know a lot of people on and off the internet that engage in this kind of behavior. And I find that it really doesn't matter whether they're left or right-leaning. And I noticed that in the 80s, that was this bad boy culture of I wear a leather jacket and I'm just cool because I don't care. It's like I'm a stoic badass. So one of the things I think is funny is that if I talk to some adults that are like a decade, 2 decades older than me, a lot of them go out of their way in conflicts. They really have to establish who, well, I don't care. Well, I'm not offended. Well, no, you don't need to apologize. I don't care. And it's just, okay, well, you're raging out, yet you're insisting that you don't care. It's like, how?
Anger's an emotion too, pal.
Well, there is that mental gymnastics where a lot of dude bros who are sexist, who want to claim that women are more emotional. It's like, okay, if you cry, you're a pussy. But then it's like, when you have a rageaholic temper tantrum, I say that's more pathetic than somebody breaking into tears. And then the problem is, anger is an emotion. So it's just, they're little kids where they've convinced themselves that anger is the only emotion where you're not a triggered emotional, like, baby for engaging in it. And then they're literally throwing temper tantrums. And when they're grown adults throwing temper tantrums, that's not them being a triggered snowflake.
Right.
If we're not thinking about how other people might be impacted by the words that we say, by the actions that we're doing, this.
Somebody says perceiving levels of anger behind a message is always a reflection of oneself. I'm not talking about DMs. Have you not been listening? I'm talking about direct encounters or confrontations with people outside the internet.
They're referring to something that I said, because I said that when we see right-wing idiots in the chat, I can tell who is just a troll messing around and who is actually angry by the type of shit that they say, and how long they keep coming back for it. And I could tell when it's just Teddy fucking with us, you know what I mean?
Well, I
was,
agree
that was mostly what I was saying, but that person took something else from it, I think.
I agree that it is definitely a lot harder to determine how angry a person is or whether they're angry at all through text. That's why there's a lot of communication through text. But I mean, there are scenarios where, I mean, the likelihood of them actually being outraged is much higher than them just trolling. And like if somebody is in a Discord posting like comments in all caps and freaking out and insisting that, I don't know, mods do something and crap, well, I think in a scenario like that, even if it's in text, it's very clear that they're taking issue with something.
Yeah, they're definitely compromised in some way by it.
A huge ripple effect.
Rudeness is contagious. That's definitely something to watch. So what do we do to fix it? Like, what's the medicine here to heal us?
Right.
And then that's the other, like the tolerance paradox, where this more like social psychology, where people like to play the if you take issue, you're triggered bro game. So you should just allow people to be as rude and confrontational as they please in a group setting. But then the problem is, if you tolerate bad behavior and you allow people to just engage in bad behavior, then it just becomes a very toxic environment. And again, like I'm the kind of person where if people want to disagree with me on my platforms in person, I'm perfectly fine with having people and if somebody wants to talk shit to me, I'm the kind of person where it's like, let them talk shit, let them make themselves look bad. If you see me on social media and somebody wants to talk a bunch of shit, I'll just be like, what's the problem here? Okay. Do you ever see it? And if they don't have a good argument, I'm not going to ban them because it's right there. It's out in the open. But there are a lot of people where they take it to an extreme, where I say racist things online and I think my employer shouldn't fire me. That Dorkmaster dude who claims it's a violation of his freedom of speech for people to ban them from Discords. And then the issue is, what about people who are just rude? It's not their opinions. It's people that no one's allowed to disagree with them. They are easily offended. And that's the irony, is that a lot of times when you're dealing with people who are problematic, and this is off the internet as well, a lot of times they're the loudest and most crass and socially retarded people. They're allowed to steamroll people. They can be as opinionated as they want about anything, whether it's political or apolitical. They can explain to you, and like with a big shit-eating smirk on their face, why you're wrong. But then if you argue them into a corner, they have a temper tantrum. It's just the irony is, a lot of people that want to claim that, like, I don't know, people are like, I guess, pussies and stuff that can't handle like any sort of opposition. They're usually the worst case of that kind of behavior, of having meltdowns whenever they don't get what they want. The irony is, and it's something that science supports, is that the most judgmental people tend to be the most sensitive on the receiving end of criticism. The most incompetent people tend to think that they're the most competent, and the most easily offended people tend to be some of the most offensive out there. So the irony is, usually people who are rejected from groups because of bad behavior are usually, what a lot of their bad behavior is them being rageaholics and expecting everyone to walk on eggshells around them.
And again, what the experts have told me is to really pay attention to the behavior you're putting out into the world, especially if you have young kids, they're watching you, and to explain to them why you're doing certain things, why you cover your mouth when you sneeze, why you don't chew with your mouth open. And those are pretty small things, but it can go to bigger things about why you treat people with respect, why, especially when people are different than you still treat them with respect. So we have a real opportunity to model good behavior for other people. And so it really involves like taking a look at how we are acting in the world. Were we short with a barista at the coffee shop? Maybe that's an opportunity to change and have a little bit more patience. Another researcher told me that like the number one—
Oh, that's the Karen culture. that, yeah, my time is valuable. Like, everyone's overworked, but I'm the only person that has limited time. So if my coffee is late, I'm allowed to treat the customer service person like shit who's being paid like pretty much nothing to work that job. And yet, like, I'm going to make their life even harder. I'm going to make everyone behind me their life harder by making things more chaotic. Why? Because my first world problems are the only problems. I don't care about other people.
Stressed and overwhelmed. So to really take a minute when we are feeling stressed, it's not the other person's fault that maybe we're running late or that we're in traffic, and to have a little bit more grace with people.
Is John talking about the psychopaths on Reddit? I haven't spent a lot of time on Reddit, so I don't know what it's like there. I have spent time on Discord because it's connected to my YouTube channel. So I've dealt with networking with other streamers.
You can actually talk to people. That's why I spend a lot of time on there.
But it is like the only times I've tried using subreddit is when I want to ask questions, so like with Quora, and I just started using Quora. Because whenever I go on subreddit where I want to ask a question, it always gets taken down for some fucking reason. And it makes no fucking sense. I asked a question the other day of like, what should somebody get more prison time for? Robbing a bank or subjecting a kid to 18 years worth of child abuse?
I remember you asking about that.
I went into detail about it, and it got taken down at like something where they claimed it was a leading question or something, or a loaded question. And it's like, whatever, like on sites like that, I'll ask questions because I want to hear other people's opinions. But subreddit clearly isn't a site where you can do that, because every fucking question gets taken down because every subreddit has like 40 fucking rules, where there's always like 3 or 4 rules that are so fucking arbitrary where if they want to, any question can fall within that margin.
And on top of that, each subreddit is the hierarchy is maintained differently. So you could have, subreddits where like the rules are very arbitrary, but the people running it are cool. So you don't end up running into issues. Or, like with most, you just end up having like the moderators are all like this person's buddy and that person's buddy. So they just do whatever the fuck they want.
Important reminders. Ali Volpe, it was great talking to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
The American Academy of Sleep Medicine says that about 12% of Americans suffer from chronic insomnia, the difficulty falling asleep or staying asleep.
It's definitely not me.
It's more than just an annoyance. The resulting daytime fatigue, depression, and low motivation can lead to accidents, lost productivity.
Why do you think people aren't getting enough sleep? Do you think it has something to do with people being overworked?
No, it's people are staying up too late watching PPP. Problem.
Now, do you think that, I don't know, do you think a lack of sleep makes work harder? So then they don't get as much done, so then they got to put more time in, so then they get less sleep, and then do you think a lot of this
straps?
Well, I'm saying I think a lot of the stuff is kind of compounded with one another. People are more likely to be rude when they're asleep, or when they lack sleep. People are more likely to, I guess, be depressed if people are rude to them. Then they're more likely not to sleep if they're depressed and upset. So it seems like all these things kind of make the other like issue worse.
Productivity and other consequences. The August edition of The Atlantic has a writer's personal account of her struggle with insomnia and her search for a remedy. The article is by Atlantic staff writer Jennifer Senior.
You know what works?
Drugs.
Oh, yeah. Trazodone, valerian root, lavender.
Drugs.
Jennifer, help us understand what someone goes through.
To be fair, the one realm of my health that I definitely neglect is sleep, but I kind of do it willingly. So with me, it's because I choose to fuck with my sleep by consuming an excess of stimulants. I hate sleep. Like, if I had the option, AI needs to cure sleep. We waste.
There we go.
We waste a third of our life sleeping. This is proof that God, if God exists, God's an asshole. Why did he design us so we need to waste a third of our existence sleeping? Fuck sleep. And I like when you talk about, hey, finding a remedy. that completely eliminates the need to sleep, where you're able to, like, through artificial means, get all the maintenance you need on your body that sleep achieves, and there's no need for rest. You always feel weak. You always feel awake. You always feel like you're at your peak. You're always well rested. There's so many people that are like, no, we need to have that cycle of you get the sleep, you wake up, you gotta get yourself awake, and then you're at your peak and stuff after you've eaten breakfast, and you go through the day, and then you get tired again because your body needs sleep, and it's sleep is fucking stupid. It's a defect. Evolution did us wrong making us have sleep, and if evolution isn't true, God is a fucking asshole making it so we gotta waste a third of our lives fucking sleeping.
There we go.
With insomnia.
We need to do a war against sleep.
What is it like to
AI that's
and then the next day, how do you
I'm gonna start talking to
How
ChatGPT.
can you be so fucking crazy yet so fucking right at the same time?
Well, no, I gotta start talking. Like, there's people talking to ChatGPT on how to do all kind of really fucked up things that they shouldn't be doing.
Right.
Asking it for recipes for a lot of no-no stuff, but I'm gonna start talking to ChatGPT about getting this cure to sleep established, like what needs to be done to genetic engineering and cybernetics. We need to find a way to make it so no more sleep.
I don't know. ChatGPT isn't as smart as it. Sometimes it gives stupid.
Well, I'm joking, Chad.
Lonely, actually, not being able to fall asleep,
Better
and
be
first it's
joking.
perplexing, and then it's anxious making, and then it makes you really worn out and depressed the next day, and dysregulated and irritable, and over time, of course, the accumulated fatigue just runs you down and makes you vulnerable to being sick, and all sorts of things.
You say it makes you depressed. For a long time, people thought that depression led to insomnia, but that's not the case, is it?
Insomnia can certainly be one of the manifestations of depression, right? But I think what's interesting, what increasingly people are recognizing, is that
No, if God exists, we live forever. It's just after we deal with our mortal life, then pretty much everyone goes to hell and suffers for all eternity. Because, God gives us all the love. Like the Randy Newman song.
in some ways, insomnia is a better predictor of depression than the other way around. And also that depression follows insomnia more than the other way around. It's bidirectional.
Oh, there you go. It's like a compounded deleterious effect.
Professionals like to say, but insomnia can make you depressed, for sure.
You also write that a lot of the experts you talked to said a lot of the sleep dogma, we're told, needs to be challenged. What are some of the big items there?
You know what else can make you depressed?
Not having drugs.
Watching PPP.
There we go.
A sizable body of evidence saying that 8 hours of sleep is not necessarily the magic number. There have been many analyses duplicated over.
Well, people will ask me, like, why do you focus on such fucked up shit? Or like when I talk about like the fiction, like all the hyper existentialist sort of like sci-fi, it's like you gotta desensitize yourself. You won't be depressed.
My answer was going to be hanging out with us, so it's basically the same answer.
Well, I swear to God, I found the cure to depression. I was really depressed when I got out of high school, but then it's like, you know what? Sometimes you just gotta delve into just the most fucked up elements of existence and humanity. And you do reach that point of, like, you get past the existential nihilism, and you do achieve that, like, sort of Albert Camus sort of, I guess, equilibrium, where you realize that, you know what, it's like, things could be far more worse. It's like, at least I'm not living in the Middle Ages as some kind of slave in some kind of caravan.
Let's say that actually 7 is the magic number, somewhere between 6.5 hours of sleep and 7.4 hours. There are problems with all these kinds of analyses. So I don't want to say that 8 hours is wrong.
Oh, obesity. People are overweight. It obstructs their like breathing, their esophagus. So they need the CPAP machines. I mean, there's severe sleep apnea, but I would say it seems like when you read about it, it seems like you don't need to be that overweight to the point where it causes problems with like breathing, like in your sleep. So it seems like the majority of Americans probably have sleep apnea.
But also, we vary from individual to individual. We vary over the course of a lifetime. So that's the biggest thing. And I can give you others, but that's the one that really looms into view.
You write that sleep deprivation, not just insomnia, is essentially a national health emergency that's not being addressed. Talk about that.
Well, yeah, 16.4% of Americans work non-standard hours, which is...
Well, we shouldn't address the things that are contributing to a rise in stress and depression that makes things like insomnia a problem, which then it is this sort of cyclical sort of tragedy. I think what we need to do is focus on the real problems like Tylenol causing autism.
Generally,
there we go.
There's a substantial proportion of Americans who also work second jobs. There are single mothers, there are single fathers. If you're a white collar professional, there's boundary between home and office has virtually dissolved. And by the way,
sleep. If AI did all the work for people, they could get all the sleep they want. And they'd be a lot less stressed because it'd be a lot less work.
Spread electrification laid waste to our circadian rhythms over 100 years ago. So there's just a million things that conspire now against a proper night's rest.
And tell us about the therapies and remedies you've tried.
I mean, in the beginning, when this happened, I tried acupuncture, acupressure, listening to all kinds of meditation tapes. There were tapes in those days, I'm sad to say.
Aromatherapy.
I would exercise like a demon. I would do deep breathing exercises. I did neurofeedback and biofeedback and all the things. I eventually tried chronic.
You know what's a good way to get to bed? Can't sleep without drugs.
Have sex with me.
Masturbation before bed.
There we go.
That was.
I'm sorry, I got a roast Shad, but anyway,
I did one too.
Don't sleep for like 3 days or 4 days, and then you'll eventually get to bed. The longer you stay up, the more fatigued and exhausted you'll be. So there you go.
Thought
Stay
about
up
it like
longer.
that before.
Yeah.
Well,
if you can't get to bed that night, stay up that night, and then it will be easier to get to bed the next night. And if you don't sleep that night, then it's even easier to get to bed the third night around. So each night you stay up, the easier it is.
Sleeping. Oh man, is it easy?
Therapy for insomnia, and eventually I started using medication, but that was further down the road.
Well, all you need to do if you neglect your sleep that night, take a bunch of caffeine pills and take a bunch of like amphetamines in Minecraft, and then
drink all this shit.
Take drugs to get to bed. So all you need to do is take drugs to help you get up when you take all the tranquilizers, and then take all the tranquilizers to get to bed to address the side effects of the stimulants. Minecraft. What? There's the solution. You medicate your morning medication with your night medication, and you medicate your night medication with your morning medication. I've cracked the code.
You're genius.
Polypharmacy for the win.
I don't have to Minecraft any of this. I technically experimented with this by just like the Saturday afternoon when I got into the chat and I was talking to people. I had just woken up not that long before that, and I was awake from then all the way until like Monday morning. And then I went to bed, and I woke up like not that long before we started this show. I slept for like 14 hours. So there is that. You'll have to make up for that lost sleep.
Vic Morrison says, so young, so dumb.
We were all in our 30s.
Are you retarded? Because I don't know if you're aware of this, but I'm making jokes. I'm clearly not advocating for medicating medication and going about that sort of cycle. The whole point is it's really fucked up. And another element of the joke is that that's what a lot of people are doing. Large amount of Americans are drinking caffeine or coffee to stay awake, and then they're overworked, so they're using chemical means to sleep and then chemical means to get up in the morning. So I'm sorry that has to be explained to you, that we're not actually making serious arguments.
Wait 10 years before seeking help. What is your advice to someone who may be going through this?
Don't wait 10 years. Cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia is the gold standard. It involves sleep compression therapy, which is very, very hard to do. But
well, the thing is, cognitive behavioral therapy, yeah, you might have to like meet up with people and go to appointments, and then when they give you all the exercise stuff at home, it doesn't work right away. Take chemicals. It's like they take effect right away. There you go. If you're pressed for time and you're overworked, and one of the reasons you're not sleeping is because of, spending too much time at work and not getting enough hours alone and so forth. Well, here's the thing. Maybe it's easier to just pop a pill that addresses things immediately to some extent. So do you think maybe that's one of the reasons, hey, what they need to be doing is something that's proven to be healthier, but it actually takes more time and care. You got to take time out of your routine to invest in
smoothies.
So, oh my God, Chad.
Melatonin, which is something that a lot of people use to get to sleep. That mixed with my like antidepressants, I do not like the dreams that I have. So I just stay away from melatonin nowadays.
Yeah, well, the point I was making for Shad blurred nonsense, but is that essentially one of the reasons why people don't go about the healthier and the more long-term sort of solution is because they don't have the time to make the appointments, meet up with the appropriate people. So they kind of do have to turn to a more immediate solution that is less productive in the long run because they're pressed for time.
Builds up a lot of sleep pressure in a person. It involves curtailing your sleep at first. Why people wait is sometimes because they don't know cognitive behavioral therapy exists, and there are waiting lists for the practitioners. There are too few practitioners who do it, but there are very good online and also apps that do it, two developed by the military and the VA. So, and you can look to see which one has sleep restriction therapy in it, because that's the good one. I would also say, don't be afraid of medication early. Under a doctor's supervision, taking medication can help plop your body back on a rail. But I think CBTI, chronic behavioral therapy for insomnia, is really something that one ought to explore online and hopefully with a practitioner near you.
Jennifer Senior of The Atlantic, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me here.
We recently highlighted a trend showing mothers of young children are leaving their jobs at the fastest pace since the COVID pandemic. An analysis from the University of Kansas says in just the first half of this year, working mothers' labor participation has declined to 67%. In tonight's In Depth, CBS's Lana Zach gives us an up-close look at the hard choices mothers are being forced to make.
For 6 years, Mackenzie Brugge worked in medical billing, but with
Well, I mean, the hard choice, I think the easiest choice is probably, a bathtub and other actions associated with that.
2 young children, she says the math just didn't add up.
Okay, that was a bad joke.
The average daycare we found was about $500 a week, and I made maybe $1,000 every 2 weeks. So then with 2 kids, I was like, this just doesn't make sense. It would just cancel out my check.
Yeah, and I'd be working right here. She tried working from home while caring for her 3-year-old and newborn, but the demands were overwhelming.
Working 8 hours a day while trying to do this, like my head was spinning all day.
The Brugges decided they could live off of Mitchell's income as a plumber.
I'm not returning to work the 24th.
So in August, Mackenzie said goodbye to a job she once loved. How's your family feeling with one income down?
It's not easy. It's doable, but it's definitely hard.
Her decision reflects a national trend. More than 400,000 women left the U.S. workforce in the first half of the year, the steepest decline in more than 40 years for mothers of young children.
Women are going to start backtracking and coming out of the...
So, again, I would say this is associated with the toxic only 2 adults per household, because I guess even though it's more lucrative for both to work, it's like kids take a lot of time and care. So, I don't know, it seems like they put people in this situation where one adult has to work large amount of hours so the other adult can actually stay home and take care of the kids. So you have one adult that's completely invested in the kids and the other adult that's completely invested in work. And I don't think that's really the best setting and approach to, I guess, maintaining a healthy and happy family.
Labor force, because
we want to shame people into this family dynamic that we are going to make unsustainable with the way we approach the economy.
Well,
it's lovely.
The thing is, do they have any siblings? So if they have like a younger like brother or like brother-in-law, daughter-in-law, older brother, daughter-in-law, like why, if one of them are like pressed for cash, why don't they let them like live there? And then if they have like grandparents, I mean, why don't, like, I guess 2 of the grandparents or maybe both sets of grandparents live there? Seems like the more adults contributing to a household, the much easier it is to afford your sort of rent, mortgage, insurance, and everything. So homeowner tax. So I don't know, but no, there can only be 2 adults per household, 2 adults taking care of a kid.
Too intense and exhausting.
Economist Misty Hegenes found that childcare was a main reason.
We don't have enough support and structure around policies that actually help caregivers when they're faced with this choice. They're not going to leave their children, so they're left with leaving their jobs.
Do you wish that this didn't have to be a financial choice for you?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I would have much rather make the choice on my own than have to be put in this weird position. Of course.
That's a good smile. Rugi says she has a new rhythm and is actually much happier now, and so are her kids.
I felt guilt while working, which was very stressful for all of us.
How do you feel now?
Awesome. Just the extra time has been awesome.
And the thing is, there are also people that insist that this is how it needs to be, where the mother doesn't work. Now, their kids are babies, so once they get into school, it's like school acts as daycare. So a lot of times you'll see that the parent who is taking the time to care for the infants, which usually is the mother, they'll start working again once they get a bit older. But the problem is they don't want to support policies that make life more affordable, things like universal daycare, universal healthcare, and so forth. But then they also want to support the 2 adults per household nuclear family sort of paradigm. And it's like, well, if you want this 2 adults per household nuclear family paradigm where the women just stay home and take care of the kids, and you only have half of the half of the population contributing to the workforce, well, then how is the one parent supposed to stay home and care for the kid if one adult isn't even able to support themselves with their income? Let alone 2 adults with one income, let alone 2 adults with multiple children on one salary.
Balance that better suits her family.
What about being a younger adult, but you're already basically as able-bodied as, you know, an old people that, or old people, as an old person that needs to be taken care of? There's plenty of those, and they have no control over it, and they would love to be working, but they basically can't. Nobody will hire them, so they have no choice but to be on, you know, disability or some kind of government safety net. And the way those are regulated, if you go get a job to try to supplement your income, you'll get kicked off of that. So it's like a you lose or you lose situation for a lot of those people.
And also, a lot of people insist that this is how it needs to work. It's like women should get involved in politics or in the workforce. They're just too emotional. And a lot of those are like incels. And this literally, like, this isn't even hyperbole, where it's like, oh, it's incels. I think that this is something that a lot of those incel groups, like if you watch podcasts where they'll have somebody who is a self-declared incel that comes on to try to like debate this, they will make the argument that women should just act as a childcare provider and a housemaid, and that's it. And it's I don't know, maybe that has something to do with the fact that they aren't able to find somebody, a significant other.
Yeah, I want somebody to be stuck with me. That's
well, they want it to be that way because if the only way a woman can actually, I don't know, find a place to live and not be homeless is if a guy is willing to adopt them, because that's how it used to be. It's like they're not really expected to work at all.
Adult adoption, yeah.
But that's what would happen in like the 20s and the 30s. Like there would be psychiatric wards where if a husband didn't like their wife, they would just go there and claim they're crazy. And then they would just lock them up and sit them in a room.
Get this bitch out of my way.
Yeah, because women were just like objects. And in a lot of the developed world, like it was illegal for women to file a divorce against the husband. The husband had to be the one to get the divorce. So in a way, there was this sort of like bondage. There's an element of slavery there. And the reason they want that is because since when women have a choice, they can't find a woman who actually wants to have any sort of like interaction with them or relationship with them. So they think that if we go back to this, then okay, because they need a man that guarantees that men will be in more of demand. So that way I'm more guaranteed to be gifted my housewife and baby factory.
On them. It's still crazy. But when
that's where you get losers like Steven Crowder.
Ooh.
Get arrested for beating their pregnant wife.
Lana Zach, CBS News, West Branch, Iowa.
Call it a bear market on a bull run. The stock has went from $2 to $67. What is going on? Build-A-Bear Workshop, adored by kids for their personal...
I don't know, is Teddy still awake? Is he in the chat? Because apparently he did a lot of work for Build-A-Bear with their advertising.
Stuffed animals. You can choose your own furry friends. Is one of the best performers in the stock market.
I don't see him in my Discord. He's usually hanging out in my voice chat
2,000%
during PPP.
Yeah, Skeppy says they basically want to be assigned a woman. Yeah,
yeah, basically.
In the last 5 years, Build-A-Bear Workshop not only owing its success to the iconic bear in that classic box, but also to collaborations appealing to millennials like Pikachu with Pokemon and, of course, Hello Kitty.
Remember the movie Changeling, Shabisky?
I haven't seen that.
That's one with the corrupt police department. Her kid goes missing. They don't want to admit that they're wrong.
Oh.
Yeah.
That sounds terrible and sad and awful. I gotta check that out.
Yeah, it was Angelina Jolie, and it was directed by Clint Eastwood. That film is probably one of the best films to see that depicts just how fucked up women had it back in the earlier half of the 20th century. And then remember The Painted Veil? That's the one with Edward Norton, where they go to China and deal with the cholera epidemic.
Oh.
And that was one where, she clearly didn't want to be married to him, but now that she's in a marriage, she can't get out of it. So he kind of, uses that to his advantage, where it's fuck you, you cheat on me. So I'm not going to let you divorce me. I'm going to force you to come into the epicenter of this cholera epidemic.
CEO Sharon
Price Jones. You're a woman, so you can't divorce me.
Real quick, what was that first movie?
The Changeling.
I'm making a list of movies that I want to see soon, so I just wanted to add both of those real quick while we're on the subject.
Calls it kidulting.
The kids who first came to Build-A-Bear way back in 1997 were having kids of their own that were the right age for Build-A-Bear.
John says in the face of tariffs, the company is trying to offer affordable price points, starting with small pre-stuffed animals around $10, and with declining foot traffic at the mall, positioning itself in cruise ships and amusement parks too.
Malls had been the epicenter where families went for fun and entertainment. That's evolved a bit, and the brand and the company has to change with
Pikachu isn't a bear.
The consumer.
The experience of stuffing and loving, tugging at Build-A-Bear's customers.
Now, I remember one of the big appeals or gimmicks was that you could get custom clothes and everything for the stuffed animals. I don't see any custom clothing for Pikachu. So it's all with copyrighted sort of stuffed critters or whatever. Does Pikachu have his own merchandise?
I bet he does.
Now in the later games, aren't there mechanics where you can get clothing for the Pokemon?
That's probably in the newer ones for sure.
Yeah, so I
haven't played them since the Game Boy Advance.
I played the ones for the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color.
Yeah.
And then there was a GameCube one that I played, the Pokemon Coliseum. And then that was right when I lost interest in Pokemon.
Heartstrings, and investors too. Brian Chung, NBC News, The Workshop.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our...
Now some horrifying news out of Oklahoma, where a tiger mauled and killed its handler. Ryan Easley ran the Growler Pines Preserve, which is a private...
See, who needs Build-A-Bear when you have a pet Bengal tiger?
...facility offering tours and demonstrations with retired circus tigers. Ryan was also a former associate of imprisoned zoo owner and Netflix star Joe Exotic, at one point keeping...
Now, in parts of India...
Where from the Bronx is here to shut down the show, Gene.
Really?
Yeah. Well, he's here for me.
There we go.
Where's he been? He's been all MIA, AFK. Thought he disappeared. But in parts of India, There's this phenomenon where somebody will find a particular animal, dead animal, and they'll either like get rid of it, like they think it's just a deceased animal on the side of the road, or maybe they'll even like steal the kill. But then the problem is, if you steal a kill from a tiger, they're smart enough, and because they're lurking, they know that you killed them, and they know who you are. They're able to track you down. They're expert hunters. So that's something where people will die in their sleep because tigers will break into their homes and kill them out of retaliation for somebody messing with their kill.
Some of his animals at the Tiger King's facility. Ryan was said to be nearing the end of a show when a tiger who he had handled since birth attacked him out of nowhere. He suffered bites to his neck and shoulder. Ryan was just 37.
Do you think people should be allowed to own pet tigers?
Yeah, but only
Sounds like a great idea.
There was this story a few years back. It was in Ohio, and this guy he had an entire sanctuary of different apex predators. He had lions, tigers, hyenas. He even had like baboons, chimpanzees, and he committed suicide. But before he killed himself, he like unlocked or released all the like cages and like confinements, and he let all the animals loose in his town. And then there was this like in the coverage they showed all the calls, and it's 911 started to be flooded with people like calling, and it's like, hello, state your emergency. Yeah, I think I see a leopard or like a jaguar. Yo, like I'm calling about I think I see a chimp. And
Years old. Joining us now is wildlife biologist and TV host Forrest Galante, who has decades of experience with apex predators. Forrest, thank you for coming on tonight.
Thank you.
This is beyond devastating. What was the first thing that went through your mind when you heard about Ryan's death?
You know, it's just so sad, and I can tell you without any doubt that the tiger did not attack him maliciously or attack him viciously. It was simply a mistake. The problem is when you're dealing with, a 500-pound wild cat, one little mistake, whether it's an agitation, similar to what you get with your house cat, can be fatal.
yeah, house cats, they're like little retards, and when you have an apex version of that little retard, they have giant apex predator retard strength. They don't know their own strength.
Dude, if I ever get to have a metal band again, the first album is going to be called Apex Predator Retard Strength. That's going to be the name of the album.
It's like, what is it, Donnie from Mice and Men?
Yeah. That'd be the album cover, dude.
It was a cub. They were apparently very close. You have experience with these animals close up. How unpredictable are they?
You know, a cat's a cat at the end of the day, and I for any cat owners out there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, your cat can be super sweet and fun, and you can be tickling him on the tummy, and then he can just swipe at you out of agitation or aggravation or just out of sheer boredom.
Do you think he'd be dead, Chvisky, if Jack was 300 pounds?
Oh yeah, he's a dick. He would have killed me long ago.
So do you think if you were just doing the stream and stuff, and he didn't like that you were neglecting him, and he's in the other room, do you think when he does this typical shtick, imagine Jack like the size of a leopard, he just comes in and it's like, Jack, get out of here.
He gets mad when I tell
We
him
just
what
see
to
him
do.
get strangled to death by his cat on stream.
And like I said before, the difference is when a tiger does that, it can be absolutely fatal. So it doesn't even matter if you raise them from a cub or you pull them out of the wild. I'm certain this tiger didn't want to kill Ryan. It was just a cat being a cat. And that variable of unpredictability that large cats exhibit, and the fact that that predator instinct and that behavior is there, means that you can never truly trust them. Whether it's this or, you know, the old Vegas performers, I'm blanking on their names. But
now, how about this? What if, so you can declaw house cats, what if you declaw them and you also forcibly remove all their teeth?
Oh god.
Do you think then they won't be a hazard?
Gotta give
Dude,
him a grill.
oh man, I don't even like thinking about that.
Well, no, it's still like their bite force alone, a gummy like sort of bite would still snap your neck.
You know, these accidents.
Yeah, very true.
With big cats, and it is the reason why so many institutions are against hands-on work with them.
Yeah, you're talking about Siegfried and Void, and Freud, you're right. I completely, you're right. In that case, of course, happened a few years ago. And Ryan's father is explaining it the same way. He said it looked like a love bite. What happens to this tiger now?
You know, I'm not sure. It's a great question. I'm not sure what the state of Oklahoma does in this situation because each state has its own laws.
So when I was in Ohio, that, or St. Louis. When I was there, we went to the aquarium, and there they had otters. So the Baltimore Aquarium, they have dolphins, but not otters. And when you had like the person who was like the aquarium worker who was assigned in front of like the like otter confinement, I was like asking her, I'm like, do they make good pets? She's like, no, you shouldn't have them as pets, and so forth. And she mentions how they're related to like skunks and ferrets. And I'm like, do they smell as bad? I'm like, if you encounter one at the side of the road, is it okay to like go up and try to pet it?
Typically, when an animal kills a handler, it is euthanized. Now, in this case, I believe a lot of these tigers were rescued, whether that was from Joe Exotic or other locations. So this tiger is already a problem child, if you will. So whether or not the tiger gets euthanized is hard to say. The unfortunate thing about it is it's not the tiger's fault. You know, while the tiger may have, as his father said, given him a love bite that ultimately was just poorly placed. And
now, what do you think of trying to get a tiger and a lion in order to breed a pet liger?
Do it for science.
Well, there are people that have done that, where they've rescued people who have purchased lions and tigers on the black market because they were actually honestly trying to breed a liger.
Ended Ryan's life. It was just a cat being a cat. So I'm not sure what will ultimately happen to this animal or any of the other animals at his facility.
Now, humans, our DNA, very close decimal points away from chimpanzee's DNA. So, have you ever heard of the concept of a humanzee? A chimpanzee-human hybrid? Now, here's the thing. This is something that is hypothetically possible. What happens? Human chimpanzee DNA meet.
I'm literally just imagining like Planet of the Apes, where some of them have like that they militarize and they've got weapons and uniforms and stuff like that.
Well, in Nazi Germany, was it Dr. Mengele? He did a lot of fucked up shit, and he was actually contemplating that. And then there was also a bunch of fucked up like Soviet scientists that did a lot of like cruel experiments on dogs. But
yep.
There was also talks of that, but it's never been attempted, or at least as far as we know. But, like, I wonder, would they be able to speak? Would they, like, I don't know. Well, it's like, how close would their intelligence, would it be, like, just not that much more intelligent than a chimp?
Mm-hmm.
Because, or would it be, like, halfway between a chimp and a human? It's just primate, like other great apes, like chimps, gorillas, stuff. They're already freakishly smart. Where it's like they understand the concept of like at certain research centers where they'll talk to like one of the people that work there on the phone, and they understand the concept that I was talking to that person. I mean, like already they can use some kind of more limited version of sign language, like with Coco the gorilla. So I'm wondering, how much more efficient do you think they'd be at communication? Maybe they can't talk, but what if they're able to use text-to-speech?
Hopefully, if they are rehomed, they're rehomed to places where perhaps there's a little bit.
Do you want to try to make a humanzee, Shad? Do you want to try to breed one?
A humanzee.
Yeah,
I'll fuck a chimp.
Don't. Okay. That's probably something else that could get us in trouble. You make jokes like that.
Hands off nature, because ultimately, even though
you don't think about it,
tend to enjoy that behavioral enrichment and that connection
in Minecraft,
when they've been hand raised, it never really is safe.
And look at the size of that animal. It's absolutely incredible. They weigh close to 500 pounds. You mentioned Tiger King. Joe Exotic wrote on.
Well, it's a news story about people like having exotic pets and the ethics of exotic pets.
Facebook, he wrote this: "We don't need further laws to ban tigers because of this, because you can get killed doing just about anything." Would you agree with that?
Okay, I do think they should ban the ownership of tigers unless it's like a zoo or some kind of facility that's run by professionals. Well, I don't think that somebody should, like, exotic pet licenses just for the sake of having an exotic pet. Maybe certain exotic pets, but I don't think that a tiger needs to be somebody's exotic pet. I don't care how much money they have. I don't care if they build a little enclosure in their backyard. I think if there aren't like zoologists or people who are actual specialists, pundits in that area, I don't think a person should own a tiger in some kind of confinement.
I think
the Mike Tyson exception.
Oh.
Sorry, I was responding to somebody in the chat.
Pictures too.
You decide to hold a metal pole up in a lightning storm, you're more likely to get struck by lightning. You know what I mean? If you're playing with a tiger, you're more likely to be killed by a tiger. I think that law and regulation is already relatively loose in the state of Oklahoma around big cat ownership, which is why this
guy
preserve is
look
there.
so familiar to me?
Well, he's probably been in other videos, other like news stories discussing like nature. He is a wildlife expert.
Why Joe Exotic's Preserve was there. It's really, at the end of the day, not about the laws, but about people making good choices. And
yeah, I recognize him. I've seen him being interviewed before.
I'm not saying that Ryan made a poor choice, but he obviously had intimate contact with these animals, and you can see what the outcome.
I think he's also been on talk shows. I think he's been on Conan O'Brien and a lot of the other talk shows where he brings like the exotic animals on.
Have dealt with really big, intimidating animals. I'm sure you've had some scary situations you found yourself in.
Many, but you know, I typically work with wild animals, not captive hand-reared animals. And at the end of the day, and I'm sure Ryan would feel the same way, and I'm sure his father feels the same way, it's never the animal's fault. You know, it was Ryan who chose to go in and interact with that animal. It's me who chooses to dart or collar or tag or work with predators. And if something happens, it's because we have put ourselves in those situations, whether that's for love of the big animal or to try and save it or to try and hunt it, whatever it happens to be. And it really is not the animal's fault.
So, do you know so big cats, do you know what all the species of big cats are?
No, but you're gonna tell us.
We can kind of just guess. There's only like 4.
Canine.
That's not a cat. If you just guessed, leopards.
Lions.
Yeah.
Is that is that considered? Yeah, that's technically
a big cat. There's 4.
Real fucking big cat.
Tigers.
It's so big that I was questioning whether or not it was actually a cat. That was why I was wondering.
Yeah. So it's leopards, jaguars, lions, and tigers. Nope, cheetahs aren't big cats. They're lesser cats. And do you know what the thing is that distinguishes a lesser cat from a big cat?
Being more than 100 pounds.
No. So big cats, they have this special bone, like near their esophagus, that allows them to roar. And lesser cats can't roar; they purr, or they hiss. So the largest species of lesser cats are pumas. So pumas are not even in the big cat category. So people are having tigers as pets. A puma, they can jump like 12 feet in the air with like a 100, 200 pound deer carcass in their mouth. And those live in the Americas. So just think of that. Like a cat that isn't even in big cat territory can leap like a dozen feet in the air with like 200 pounds that it's carrying.
That tiger did not want to attack Ryan. Do you know what I mean? Ryan went into his enclosure and was working with him, and this was the very unfortunate outcome. So it doesn't matter what line of dangerous predator work you're in. If you're working with them, there are huge risks involved.
Before I was going to ask you if one of your harrowing experiences, do you mind sharing it with us?
Yeah, I mean, I was darting lions in Zimbabwe a few years ago, and
and then they mauled my wife to death.
The tranquilizers did not take fully, and so I had the lion come rushing over to me, and I ended up dropping flat on the ground. And
it was a beautiful process.
Tracking him on foot, and he basically fell asleep on top of me. Which, you know, had he not been as drunk on his dart serum, and I not laid flat on the ground, it could have been a similar result to this. And that's with a wild lion. And you know, you just never know what's going to happen in the field with these things. It is so unpredictable. But
one thing that's common is a lot of people will take in bobcats, or they'll buy other like smaller cats on the black market, like caracals or servals, but because they own them illegally, there's something that they're not able to do. You know what that is?
What?
Take them to a vet?
Take them to a vet, get them fixed. So, you know what happens when you have servals, bobcats, where they have the same agility and the same, reflex everything as a generic house cat? but they're not fixed. Well, no, it's not that they get out. It's they apparently will like spray urine in bucket loads, and they pretty much just mark the person's entire house.
Mm-hmm.
And then because they're not fixed, imagine them locked indoors. You can't even let them out because you have them illegally. So then what happens is now you're stuck with a bobcat or a serval. They're twice the size of a like domestic cat that are like either in heat or they need to nut. So they got all that pent up rage during mating season.
Got a nut.
Imagine dealing with that.
See how magnificent they are, and they deserve all the respect and love and not fear, but attention that they get in a positive light, in my opinion.
Well, that's an incredible story. I'm glad you're okay. And I appreciate you coming on today and talking about this. Forrest Volante, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and down.
Thank you for watching.
The threat outside this Tampa area home looks very real. A masked figure approaching the door, kicking it hard, then firing a weapon, which deputies say is an airsoft gun, before fleeing late last Friday night. The county sheriff's office says this incident, which has left the community shaken, is part of a growing prank trending on TikTok called the Door Kick Challenge.
This is Florida. We're allowed to carry. We're allowed to protect ourselves, our homes, our property, our children, our pets.
Neighbors, like the one here, warning the practical jokes could end in tragedy.
It's going to be life or death. It really can be. And your mom's not going to want to have to cry your eulogy about it. So think next time.
Reported in.
Dude, what happened to the good old days when people just dressed up as clowns and just went around being retards, clown scaring people?
What happened in 2016?
Yeah.
Incidents of the challenge popping up not just in Florida, but in Minnesota and California too. It's sort of like Ding Dong Ditch, but much more aggressive, daring teens to go up to a random door, kick it hard, and then flee.
I blame the internet, which kids have been doing stupid shit like this, like far before the internet was a thing. But I will say that it makes sense that the internet does, I guess, worsen it because people want to film it, put it on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
You got all the prank videos.
But those kicks can be extremely loud.
I was just asleep and I just woke up startled and scared and just wanted to make sure I get my kid out of the way.
And they can cause damage, like in this other Florida incident in Volusia County, where you can see the door hanging open after the teens run away. Deputies making an arrest just hours later.
It is crystal clear camera. Those shorts are very distinctive.
Catching the moment on body cam and prompting the county sheriff to issue.
So there's the Tide Pod challenge, which genius. Then there's the
absolute genius.
The head bucket challenge, where they would take like one of those utility buckets, like Home Depot buckets, and they would put it on some stranger's head and run off. So I don't know. Do you think kids that do this, they kind of don't have a lot of hobbies? Maybe they need some hobbies. Maybe they need some extracurriculars. Seems like they don't have a lot to do.
They need to
they need their parents
books.
to. Their parents should probably be parenting them too.
Yeah.
Need to read
Not
more
read books, but playing sports. I guess being part of a club. Music.
Yeah, this is crazy how they
That's a good way to end
the
up dead.
door open. Their shit.
Shab, when you were in high school, what were your hobbies outside of school?
Drugs, Warcraft, stealing stuff.
See, it seems like you didn't have a lot of hobbies, so then you went around stealing shit.
Yeah. It was fun though.
Chat. When I was in high school, I was the captain of the debate
chess team. Oh no, the debate team.
Then I played basketball. I played football. I wrestled.
Whoa. Holy shit, I'm impressed.
Yeah. I was
I'm not
also
impressed, G.
I don't know, I was also like
I
into
played
coding.
basketball. Oh gosh, you're not such a pussy now, G. No, no.
Dude, look at Shab. It's like, well, you were a loser. You played all these sports, you're the captain of your debate team, you're reading all these books, and look at you being productive with your time.
Dork alert.
Learning all these skills that would benefit you in the future.
Especially in Florida.
I was
you're about to become a victim of a home
basketball
invasion robbery.
benefiting you now, Gene.
Because It's
You and
sports
your
like
homies play
teamwork,
that?
and part of playing sports is staying in shape and discipline. So maybe that's something that,
video games is part of teamwork too.
depending on the games that you play, but it's not just that. It's the fact that when you're wrestling, especially where you got to manage your weight and you got to make sure that, you know, you're in good shape during the sports season and you don't eat too much during the summer and get out of shape, or you got to actually jog, and it's like maintenance. I think a kid engaging in those sort of like sports where they have to actually apply discipline. Well, was that like that was just recreational on the side? You weren't part of some
I was in multiple bands when I was in high school.
How good were you at it though?
Good enough
to
kick,
Wait, so you were on a skate team, Shab?
No, I said I wasn't on a skate team. I was saying I was mocking him. What were you saying about something?
Well, I was gonna say, Shab, like I was in multiple bands and I played in video game tournaments, and like I did stuff that was probably closer to your interests, but I kind of I wish that I would have pursued like being on the football team and maybe trying to angle that into, you know, being an athlete, or the debate team probably would have been cool too. But like I also, it would have benefited me more if I would have taken my like actual education seriously and gotten a scholarship, so I could have gone to college without it being something that I just would eventually get priced out of and I'd have to drop out. Like,
could have been an engineer.
Well, see, that was what I was saying, is like I do kind of like, I feel like Gene did make the right choices at that age.
Gene has always made the wrong choice.
I participated in like those like in study hall, being one of the kids that would tutor, and you'd get like service learning hours. Yeah, and then I like I said, I would learn how to like script. I would program in my free time. I didn't play games. I would in the Half-Life, I would use the source engine, and I learned
Gary's
how.
Mod.
Well, not Gary's Mod. I learned how to program in C, because it's like C++. That's the language that was used in Half-Life to actually script my own Half-Life mods. And then there's all the math, because they're physics engine. And that's what really got me into physics, is learning all the math for the source engine's physics engine to go along with the programs that I was typing.
Yeah.
And you're under the castle, Doctor. You're going to shoot first and ask questions later.
Other law enforcement begging
Yeah,
kids.
Shab, why were you just playing Warcraft? Why weren't you doing that?
Why weren't you kicking
As somebody
doors?
who was also playing World of Warcraft, Shabisky, I do think that Gene made the right choice by not just playing World of Warcraft like a degenerate.
Both of you guys made the wrong choice. I was playing Warcraft 3 Frozen Thrones. That's different.
Oh, gotcha.
That's
there we
better
go.
than both of your choices.
I did like Warcraft 3, to be fair.
Did this trend out too. From Arizona.
We want to encourage parents to speak with their teens about the dangers and potential criminal charges associated with participating in this challenge.
To these particularly young-looking pranksters in Pennsylvania.
These can have tragic results, and we've seen it across the country.
Golden Coin says Shab is
21
closest to
incidents
it,
were
though.
reported in recent months.
Closest to what? What the kids are doing in this video?
Horseplay could get someone injured, and that's not
Those high stakes tragically hitting home for one family in Virginia when they lost their son earlier this summer. Authorities say 18-year-old Michael Bosworth Jr. died after he was shot recording a more traditional ding-dong ditch prank for a TikTok video. That incident not appearing to involve any door kicking, but showing just how quickly a prank can escalate into something much more serious.
Yeah, this is pretty scary here. Kathy Park joins us now live. Kathy, what else can parents do to protect their kids who might be...
I know a good prank.
See, that's why you don't play rugby, ladies and gentlemen, because then you get really stupid and do TikTok challenges like this.
I know a good prank. You hack into your student's social media account, and then you use their social media accounts to say really fucked up things to all their other like significant others and stuff, and or to all their peers. Make it so they have as many falling outs as possible. And then
ruin their lives.
There you go.
That's a better hobby. Ruin people's lives as a hobby.
Seeing this on social media, it truly is dangerous to be doing that to someone's front door.
Yeah, Tom. So law enforcement and community members are urging parents to talk to their kids about the serious risks and consequences of this prank. It's not all fun and games. If someone feels threatened behind that door and they're armed, things can escalate pretty quickly. And it's also worth noting, Tom, that these pranks can lead to criminal charges. In the case in Volusia County, those 2 Florida teens involved were arrested for felony burglary.
It's all fun and games until a bunch of kids get shot.
Now, do you think they should give them community service and tell them that not only do they need to do community service, but they also need to enroll in these sort of, training programs, extracurricular programs? They need to join these after school support groups? Or do you think they should just put them in juvie?
Death penalty. That's the only
There we
right
go.
choice. Obviously.
Shabisky's going with what I like to call the Nancy Reagan approach.
I think the first option I presented
it'll set a good example. Okay, it'll set a good example, and everybody else will stop kicking doors. I'm doing the Republican kind of.
Golden Coin says, "You all don't know how tranquil it is to be away from it all." Then I said Shab was closest to it. Huh.
Yeah, because tranquil biz.
Being away from the programming of school.
I will.
As a college dropout, I would have really liked to have finished school. Actually, well, finish college. I did finish high school, but
Well, I would take time away from everything to just sort of. I'll go through my weeks of exclusions for meditation reasons.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think there's benefits to just kind of cutting yourself off and shutting yourself in for like a week or two.
Remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC
Especially
News
with writing. I think if you really want to write and get stuff done there, sometimes boredom and isolation, it's one of the best things you can do to really get all these ideas just pumping out of your head. You got to cut yourself off from all the media. And then that's when creativity starts to really surface.
Watch live on our YouTube channel.
It's not often you meet a 21-year-old with his own autonomous drone weapons manufacturing facility, but this is Ethan Thornton, and right now he is rethinking the future of warfare with China top of mind.
It's not hard to look at China's dominance and realize that we need to be working very, very hard as a country if we want to maintain relevance.
While China has been putting on quite the show of military might, when it comes to scale, Thornton imagines a very different alternative than the high...
Oh my god. Look at all those ground vehicles. What are we going to do? Not like there's all these intercontinental... sound barrier breaking ballistics that just one of those could annihilate everything there. Or some of those advanced airships or naval artillery that can just fire at that from a distance and make all of that just completely worthless and obsolete.
Imagines a very different alternative than the high-tech, sophisticated U.S. arsenal we're all used to.
One of your missions seems to be trying to imagine what warfare is going to look like, not in 10 years, but in 20 years. You're 21, so it's literally a lifetime for you, and yet not too far down the road. How do you see the future of warfare in 20 years?
To me, what's most concerning is you can look at ultra large-scale strike with very, very cheap assets. So if you can find a way to get very small, $400 to $1,000 drones by the millions above populated areas.
Let me just try to visualize that. So millions of these very low-cost drones descending over a population.
It's also just kamikaze drones. So when people think of kamikaze drones, they think of the ones Iran are supplying to Russia, where they're larger sort of missiles, where they're kind of just not even drones. They're more just a more maneuverable sort of ballistic. But what about drones that are just the size of a baseball? Look at Ukraine, what they're doing with small sort of aerial drones, where you think a tank could be something that's hard to deal with, or several tanks, but the problem is you can fly a drone the size of somebody's fist at the tank treads and have it detonate, and now that tank isn't much of a threat. It takes one tank to just transport some C4 to the right spot, and bye-bye all enemy troops in that camp.
Area. What you'll see it used for is taking out all of your cell phone towers, taking out all of your high voltage power.
And it's not just that, when it comes to your sort of saboteur drones, you think, okay, explosives, but what about drones that can just kind of make them like get themselves inside of certain vehicles or just generators, factory equipment, and they're able to just get to the right location to make sure that the right apparatus, the piston and this engine or whatever, is destroyed, and there you go. Don't even need an explosive.
After cranes and ports, like essentially just stopping your industrial machine.
His company, Mach Industries, received a Pentagon development contract and has already raised hundreds of millions of dollars to think outside the military industrial.
What about little mosquito drones that infiltrate the camps and then go inside people's ear canals and lobotomize them in the middle of the night?
Robots
that's
go
something
into the
that
water supply and then go up their peak.
Yeah. Well, that's even further from there, but like in Dune, there like that was depicted with like the sort of mosquito drones because what is it? They can't use projectiles that travel too fast because their shields will reflect it. So they need more slow moving sort of weaponry, which pretty much boils down to close combat. But this is something where we're not too far off. They already have these drones that are pretty cheap, that are like the size of just Dragonfly. So what happens when we do get to the point where these sort of drones that can operate not even fully autonomously, but semi-autonomously, where it's very easy to get them to go to the areas of interest and lobotomize the people in question, the targets, or not even lobotomize. What if you have certain poison or whatever? What if they just sting you with some kind of chemical, some kind of drug?
The box.
And then you have nanobots, and once they're designed, that's another thing, like the Grey Goose scenario with AI. Is AI gonna like kill humanity, or could there be more primitive robots, but certain types of nano robotic technology destroys humanity? What if the AI is too stupid where it doesn't know that it needs to stop replicating? The nanobots just keep dividing and dividing and dividing, and because their AI is very limited, it's just, what is my purpose? Mitosis, mitosis. And they just divide endlessly, consuming all the matter.
Means churning out as many cheap, deadly drones as possible, the kinds of systems that have transformed the modern battlefield in places like Ukraine. But before drones ruled the skies, Thornton remembers watching the opening moments of the invasion in high school and realizing warfare was about to change forever.
We have very, very...
Golden Coin says drones are worthless without satellites. To some extent, I'd say now it's very crucial. But if a drone is able to function completely autonomously, I wouldn't say it's worthless. If it's efficient at achieving its task without having direct communication with whichever side it's on that deployed it. I mean, maybe it might be efficient at taking or following through with its task, and if you don't have the satellites, you might not be able to know whether or not it completed its task as quickly as you'd like. I mean, that could be an issue, but we are going to get to the point where they don't really need to have any sort of operation or input from any humans. Plus, there's also your sort of like smaller contained networks. That's something that they're working on with drones, where even if they're not lined up with the satellites, if all the drones are within close enough proximity to one another, then you could have a network of drones that are able to communicate. One drone knows what the other drone sees. You have smaller drones that act as reconnaissance, and then you have the larger drones that know where to go at the right time.
I guess the assets, convoy.
And this is actually something Israel's using. Like in the tunnel. Like people are like, oh God, they can't control them outside the tunnels. It's like, well, much of what the drones do is drones further down the tunnels that can still communicate with drones that are closer to them, but also still farther in the tunnels than the drones that are more closer to the entrance. They continue to map out information of all the interiors, and maybe not all the information gets back, but the more information that gets back to the IDF, the more information they're able to put back into the network, and then the other drones they send in now have a more like in-depth like understanding of the tunnel network, so that it's easier for them to maneuver and then go to and from where they need to, so the other drones can connect, and then they become even more efficient at mapping it out. So this logic of, hey, like on the surface, the first drone you deploy, you can't control it completely on its own. Therefore, it's not like they're able to utilize this sort of like contained network at all. It has no benefits because it's not 100% entirely reliable.
All rolling basically single file, and now there's this class of weapons that you can use to pretty much immobilize those things immediately.
But when it comes to manufacturing drones, there is no country that comes close to China, currently able to build hundreds of thousands of drones every month.
If we're making a quadcopter and China's making the same quad.
Yeah, it's like what Zachary said, it's just going to get more advanced. So when people make that argument that, hey, currently it's not able to do this, well, you're just looking at things and the present, like, and this time exclusively. Maybe you should look at the past and how incapable they were not that long ago, and look at how far more capable they are now. And then it's moving at an accelerated rate. So it's probably going to advance more quickly than it has as time goes by. That's how like exponential growth works. And just because it can't do something now on its own doesn't mean in 6 years it's not going to be able to.
Quadcopter will lose that fight 10 times out of 10.
For him, if Chinese manufacturing is their greatest advantage, it should be the biggest target, and his focus has been finding ways to try and quickly flood adversarial skies with cheap autonomous weapons.
It's a high-altitude dropped, long-range glide bomb.
He calls this project Glide.
With one glide, you can take that factory out of operation for 3 to 6 months. So let's say you're taking 3 million quadcopters out of the fight with one glide, and that's really the asymmetric offset you're looking to provide.
The specific details of Glide are still secret, but Thornton did show us.
Yeah, computers just got commercialized in the 90s. I would say like it was more like the early 80s. But they became common household items in the 90s. And that's something where I remember talking to adults when I was in high school about how like streaming services are it's going to like be the new what cable or television did to radio. Streaming services and online content is going to do that to television. And they're like, no, it's not. And it's just they were too dumb to see that they had computers in their pocket that were like 10 times more powerful than desktops that they had 10 years prior. Not even desktops. It's like supercomputers that they used for the special effects in like Star Wars are less powerful than the smartphones they had in their pockets at the time.
Prototypes of Viper.
You and I could go and set up hundreds of...
Somebody was born in 1895. That means their parents came into town, like we're bringing them into town in a horse-drawn carriage, and then they lived to see the internet if they lived to be 100.
Things in a parking lot somewhere.
Think portable Hellfire missiles, but with more payload that can both take off and land if needed.
It'll come in essentially a plastic case. That case will open up and become the launch stand.
And one of the highest flying ideas being workshopped at Mach, Stratus, built around an old and inexpensive kind of tech, balloons.
I think in future conflicts we will see hundreds of thousands all the way up to like tens of millions.
Oh, China's already doing that. And then in Korea, one of the things that South Korea was doing is, and this is something like a bunch of civilians were doing, but they would take a bunch of miniature like balloons and they'd have a bunch of like K-pop music and like Western media, and they'd fly it in as a way to, I guess, counter their propaganda, which was stupid because if somebody came across that, they'd likely go to a torture camp or be killed. But then North Korea retaliated by taking a bunch of like feces balloons and trash balloons and just like sending them across the borders in bulk.
Millions of balloons.
Some will be carrying sensors, some will be carrying communications, some will be carrying like decoys to get you to waste your air defenses.
And it's also something Japan tried to do in World War II. They took a bunch of balloons and they tried to deploy them in a particular part of the like North Pacific, hoping that like the currents would take them down to like the United States. And they were hoping that it would cause like a decent amount of collateral, and it almost did. Like one was found caught like near some factory where if it did go off, an entire factory would have blown up. And the government had to come in and make sure that no one was documenting like or reporting on it. So Japan, like, they had another round of, like, I guess Japanese bomb balloons that they were going to deploy, but they didn't follow through because the government did cover it up. And they're like, oh god, it's not doing anything. They're having no effect. Just don't even waste your time. But if it happened today, you'd have a bunch of people with their smartphones. Like, look at these, like, Japanese bomb balloons in my backyard.
Hey, yeah, come shoot these down. It's going to cost you a pretty penny to get up here.
Exactly.
Mock Industries is just one of a whole new field of defense startups hoping to transform the defense industry. For over half a century, companies like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and Raytheon have made up the backbone of next-gen U.S. air defense and missile capability. But today, Mock and disruptors like Anduril are focusing all their efforts on laying the groundwork to mass-produce deadly autonomous systems from land, sea, and sky.
The way I see future defense looking is actually a lot more like the automotive industry, where every year you're essentially coming out with new models.
Now, Trubisky, do you not know about, like, sniper drone networks?
No. I could get a bit.
Okay. So,
target.
Yeah, the way, like, sniper or long range, like, rifles work, which I'm not a big gun expert, but the point is, when you fire them, there's kickback inertia. So one of the problems is smaller drone deals with physics, so even if the AI is sophisticated enough, it's just not going to be that accurate when it's being, like, held or mounted on some small aerial drone. So then they're designing drones that can mount themselves to the ground with more efficient, sort of like they fly to spot, mount themselves down, and they're able to fire more, like, I guess, efficient long-range weaponry. But then there's also still going to be ones in the air that will be more accurate in a short range. And currently, you kind of have drones like that are being utilized, like the sort of those sniper drones are in their infamy, or see the shows on having my flubs, staying up too late. Infancy. They're in their infancy, but they're using them to snipe a lot of, like, you know, Gaza kids. But imagine if you have a network of drones, smaller drones that are just collecting information in the area. Then you have, yep, Shab's going to get up and leave right when I'm explaining this.
I'm listening, dude. Go on.
But the point is, all the drones will be communicating with each other, and it's more like a peer-to-peer network. And imagine, like, this drone knows where this combatant is in this building, and then other drones that are either kamikaze drones know to fly there, like a drone the size of a grenade that pretty much is just a portable frag grenade, flies there, detonates. If that doesn't do that, then imagine you got the drones that are less accurate but mobile, and then the drones that mount that can fire at, like, from miles, like, away at, like, superhuman accuracy. And imagine you're in a scenario where they're mapping out the entire urban sort of sprawl. They know where you are. Maybe they can't get to you. They're going to try to send the drones there that can, like, act as the mobile grenades. But then if you leave, you got 3, 4, 5 sniper drones that know where you are.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of them have their sights trained on exactly where they think that you'll exit from in that scenario.
See, but that sounds like a bunch of work. Just drop a bomb.
That is, well, no, that is basically what we were just saying.
Yeah.
Well, what Gene was just saying.
Drop a
I mean,
bomb.
it's not that advanced yet, but it's not too far off from that. And the point is, they definitely have the capability to send in guided drones to the location. And when it comes to the surveillance tech, it's like the drones might not be that capable of communicating, like, in, like, those sort of smaller networks, as, like, it's generative sort of AI, where it scans the area and gradually develops a better, like, sort of understanding that they then like, communicate with all the other drones in that local network. But it's like they do have the ability to hack into cell phones and use them as, like, a sonar device, or they can hack into like someone's cell phone and then they can map out the entire room that they're in. So it's like they already have very advanced sort of surveillance tech where it's not hard for them to determine if there's a building, who's in that building, how many people are in that building, what the interior layout of the building is. So people who are going to act like that is not a technology that exists. Clearly,
that's existed for a long time too.
Yeah, it's just they're fucking retarded.
And it's humans operating those things. So like the people that will claim that like the automated aspects of these things, like sure, some of the surveillance tech might be automated, but there's people behind these things, and these weaponized drones, some of these things are controlled straight up with like video game console controllers and stuff like that. You've got humans operating these things, and depending on, you know, which military it is or which organization it is operating them, you'll have people operating them with controllers and like mice and keyboards.
Yeah, and it's also like since the dawn of modern warfare, I mean, even before modern warfare, I guess sending men into buildings to clear it out has always been a thing. But when it comes to like World War II and onward, sending troops into interiors to clear them out, in the same way like Marines to clear out buildings, is no different.
It's being done with that kind of technological assistance, especially when the military does it.
The argument that people make when they want to defend Israel is that they have to blow up the building. And it's like, why aren't they able? Yeah, it's just, oh, well, they won't be able to get them in there in time. Where are they
especially
going? It's like, where are they going to fucking go? Are they going to flee to Lebanon? Like the surface area, like they'll go into the tunnels if they can escape. And then if you clear out the building, now you have access to an entry point in the tunnel that you can use to map out like the tunnel network even more. So it's just so stupid that, oh, they got to blow up the entire building. They can't do something where even before more advanced surveillance tech, even before like more like autonomous sort of I guess drones or like vehicles, something where they know they're in there, so they have to send in squads to clear out the building. Well, that's not an option at all. It's like impossible to do that.
Yeah, to make those claims that it's just necessary to blow up these buildings, especially because it's like in America, when it's people making these claims that it's necessary, it's usually Republicans who are super pro-military. And if you're pro-military, especially our military and the technology that we've definitely given to Israel, you're basically insulting them by implying that the building has to be destroyed completely, because no, we are far more advanced than that.
No, dumb bombs, only option. Anyway, we've gone almost 6 hours.
Yeah, it's a good episode.
Flight, so I do have to leave at noon, so I do want to get everything done and everything before I gotta head out.
Nice. Well, I enjoyed this episode. The only thing I didn't enjoy was the fact that we didn't have Dirt. Did you end up hearing from him?
Nah.
That son of a bitch.
Right. The subscribe button, the like button, guys.
Peace out.
Later.